What is up, guys? Just wanted to remind you before this video starts that we are back to the regular weekly schedule. That means that for the 6 days prior to Sunday, all the videos will have new true scary stories, and for this Sunday video, it will be a compilation of all the stories read previously throughout the week. It will only have ads after the first few stories, so after the beginning, if you want to watch this as you sleep or as a podcast in the background or something, you can easily do so if you'd like to. If you guys have any comments about the stories in this video, please be sure to leave them in the comments below, as even if I can't always respond to them, one of my favorite parts about doing this is reading your guys' comments. Without further ado, I will let you guys enjoy this end of the week compilation, and I will see you again on Monday with some new true scary stories. Thank you guys so much for watching. This happened to me about 3 years ago. It was brought up recently with my friends, and they suggested that I share it with everyone else. I've gone through therapy for this and trained in firearms as well. It was the creepiest night of my life. I spent it in what felt like a horror movie, and the memory is still so vivid. It was a Wednesday night in the middle of the summer. I was off work and my husband happened to be out of town at the moment. Our son was staying at his grandma's for the night. That meant I was home alone with my dogs, an 80-pound Aussie mix and my 80-pound German Shepherd / Pit Bull mix. I've always had some issues when sleeping home alone, so I tended to binge watch TV in the living room until I just couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. This particular night, I remembered that the trash pickup was coming the next day. I decided to turn on Game of Thrones for a bit and take the trash out a bit later. All of a sudden though, I realized it was now 1:30 a.m. and I still hadn't got around to doing my chores yet. My house has these 2 solid iron gates, one in the front and one to the side door / backyard. Lighting on our street or anywhere in our neighborhood isn't really that great. It's a very quiet place with a lot of families. You very rarely hear about any sort of crime here anyway. I looked out the window by habit before I went to take out the trash and saw a person I thought was my neighbor smoking a cigarette outside his gate across the street, looking directly into my window. For context, this is a fairly normal occurrence actually. The neighbor from across the street is trying to hide the smoking from his wife, so he'll typically do it late at night in front of the gate while looking out and thinking. I get off work pretty late, so I usually see him and we wave to each other and say hi, chat a little bit, go inside. He makes the joke, "You didn't see the smoking if my wife asks." And because of this, I was pretty unbothered by seeing the guy. I went outside, put out all my trash, opened my squeaky iron gate, and took it out to the curb. I didn't have my glasses on at the moment, so as usual, I waved to the person and said hello. Instead of waving back and joking with me though, the person I thought was my neighbor threw down their cigarette and quickly walked off around the corner. It took me a minute to register that this person was not my neighbor. I was a little bit creeped out, of course. That person had clearly been staring into my window from the opposite sidewalk. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just a guy taking a night walk and stopping for a cigarette break or something. I thought I'd maybe weirded him out just as much as he'd done to me. I went back inside and laid down on the couch with my dogs to keep on watching Game of Thrones. At some point, I had nearly fallen asleep when I suddenly woke up to hearing my gate squeaking and my German Shepherd mix growling. He's extremely protective of our family at home, but he's also the kind of dog you can take pretty much everywhere because he's so friendly. My Aussie mix is more passive, but his sheer size and scary bark tends to deter people. He's very friendly as well. I quickly got up and pulled back my curtain. The gate was shut now, and I couldn't see anything outside. My dog, however, continued to growl and snarl. I looked out another window, which had a better view of my front yard and porch. I still couldn't see anything. Eventually my dog did settle back down a bit, but I was still very uneasy. I ended up watching TV again because I just couldn't fall back asleep. About an hour later exactly, I definitely knew I'd heard my gate squeaking once more. Because the gates were heavy iron, it made a distinct noise. I looked out the curtain once again, my head snapping too, while my dogs were continuing to growl. To my surprise, my gate was now halfway open, but I couldn't see anyone outside. I started to panic. I couldn't find my phone. I grabbed my wooden baseball bat out of our room and crouched down. I started going through the couch cushions to find where my phone was. The dogs were now oddly quiet, staring out into the yard. I had no idea what could be out there. The minute I found my phone, my door handle started to shake. I ran to the side door and let my German Shepherd mix out. I knew he'd protect me, and he could jump the 6-foot back gate if needed. My Aussie mix, going crazy, burst out of our door side lights. Immediately as they ventured outside, I heard a guy scream out, "Oh shit!" I jumped to look out the window and saw my dog latching on to the man's hand. The guy started screaming and took off down the street with my dog chasing behind him. I became terrified he'd hurt my dog in revenge. I ran out with my baseball bat as well, screaming my dog's name over and over. Next thing I know, he was prancing down the street back to me, happy as shit with blood all over his face. I called the police and they took an hour or so to show up. Didn't seem to take me too seriously. They said they'd call the local hospitals, but I never heard anything back. I called my husband and he got the next flight home. I stayed at his mom's for a few days, too terrified to go back home. I bought both my dogs giant ribeyes for being so good and saving me. I don't know what that guy wanted, but since then I've been very vigilant at night. One time, I was walking home from the train station after I'd spent the weekend at my aunt's house. It was around 11 p.m. at night and already very dark outside. I was almost home when I noticed a man on crutches in front of me. He had been walking the same direction, but stopped every couple of meters to turn around and look at me before continuing to walk on. Since he was walking with a limp already, I very quickly passed him by. As I did, he stopped walking altogether and grinned at me in a strange way. I kept on moving on. Since I lived in an apartment over a burger restaurant, for a moment I considered asking one of the employees to walk me to the front door. To get to the entrance of the apartment part of the house, you had to walk around into a dark court area. I didn't ask in the end though. I thought, what could possibly happen? The guy is on crutches. I didn't want to come across as childish. There I was, walking through this dark court of our house. I wanted to pull out my keys while still walking. Suddenly, I couldn't find them in my handbag. I realized I had thrown them somewhere in my travel bag because I didn't want to lose them while staying at my aunt's and being out with her all the time. There I was, stuck standing in the middle of this dark area, having to search my whole travel bag for this damn key. I was so distracted, I'd completely forgotten about the creepy guy I'd encountered before. When I finally managed to pull the key out of the bag, I looked up, only to see that man standing right in front of me, grinning. I'd always thought about what I'd do in a situation like that. Maybe I'd start screaming or something. Instead, I couldn't get myself to make a sound at all. With the keys in my hand, I sprinted to the front door. I opened it and jumped inside my house. The man, although he did wear crutches and had a limp, was following me as fast as he could. Luckily, due to his injury, he wasn't as fast as me, obviously. Unfortunately for me, though, our door was one of those doors that slowly fall into the lock automatically. When you try to push them in order to shut them quicker, it pressures back to stop you from slamming it. There I was, trying to push the door into the lock, while the creepy guy was moving as quickly as possible to follow me into the house. Believe it or not, the door fell into the lock the exact second he reached the doorstep. Through the glass door, we just looked at each other, both breathing heavily from the race. He looked very disappointed and upset. I quickly ran upstairs to my apartment and locked myself inside. A while later, I looked outside my window, only to see the same man was still there walking up and down the road in front of my house. He'd been there for 3 or 4 hours after the initial incident. I didn't know what to do. I thought about calling the cops, but I thought nothing had happened really, and what could they do about this guy? After that, I didn't feel safe in my home anymore. I knew that the guy now knew where I lived. I only left my apartment when being picked up or dropped off, and made sure to be home before it turned dark every day for about 2 weeks. Finally, I decided to go to the police and tell them about it, to ask whether they could keep a special eye on the neighborhood for a bit. As I went down, it happened exactly as I'd feared. They took notes and said, "We can't really do anything about it now, you should have called before. We'll make note though, I guess." A couple of days passed by, and to my surprise, I actually got a call back from another officer. He asked me a lot about what had happened. He told me they'd actually been looking for this guy on crutches for months already because he'd molested several girls in our town. He'd followed them into their apartments, even slept out in front of their doors. He'd been in police custody before, got out and violated probation. He had some sort of mental illness too, I believe. The officer told me to immediately call this time in case the guy showed up again. Luckily, he never did. It was only then that I understood the seriousness of the situation and realized I'd most likely escaped an attempted assault in some sort of way by just an inch. In a way, I really couldn't make myself believe the whole thing had actually happened, at least before the police called me back. And that was 5 years ago, but I still think about it from time to time, and it still gives me the creeps. Hello, I have a more or less unusual story I would like to tell you, with a very clear memory of it. It takes place last year in 2021, on the day October 26th. I was often driving back and forth from Montreal to Quebec City for my work and to see my family at the time. It was late because I was driving at night, around 7 p.m. or so. I wasn't on the highway but on a national road, not very busy and surrounded by forests and plains. I didn't mind driving this area at night because I had good vision and very little fatigue. Halfway to my goal though, in the distance in the middle of the road, I realized I could see someone crouched down, and they seemed to be quite afraid. I was close to a town, so seeing a person out at night didn't seem that strange. Obviously, I couldn't just run them over, so I stopped on the side of the road. I realized now that it was a woman about my age who was crying and sobbing. I walked over to her and asked her if she was all right, if she was feeling well. After a few minutes of silence, she ended up telling me in a feverish tone that she was being followed and she was very afraid. I didn't know what to do. The stress was building up. This had never happened to me on this road before. I mean, how could it? I stayed close to her. I could hear in the distance footsteps coming behind us, coming up the side of the road. At first, it was just a vague and distant shadow from my point of view, but then I began to see the silhouette of a tall, thin man. My brain very quickly understood that this must be the person that girl was afraid of. She was paralyzed and still crouching, like she couldn't move at all. I grabbed her up in my arms and shoved her into my car to take her to the nearest police station, so at least she would be safe and have a roof over her head for the night. I started the engine and continued to drive normally. I glanced back in my central rear view mirror as I drove away. I could see the man more precisely now that he was closer. He was standing there not moving, dressed in a really wild way. To my amazement, he got down on all fours like an animal would and started to chase after the car until the distance cut me off from his view. After this story, which was quite frightening in the moment, I took the young woman back to a Quebec station and explained the situation. After a few days, I was able to get some more information. That woman, who, if I may give a bit of a slight tangent, is my partner to this day. Fortunately, I happened to take the road that night, had broken down in the middle of the road. A man had come to talk to her and offer her help and invite her to his house. She refused at first, finding the man very strange. The man was not satisfied. He grabbed her hand and tried to attack her. She started to struggle and run. I found her after she'd run ahead, and she was having a panic attack in that moment. The man continued to follow her down the road until I saved her, as she says today. That's pretty much the story. In retrospect, I don't really know what this man was expecting to do. Maybe he was used to taking women to his house. Fortunately, my partner didn't have to go there a year ago. I'm pretty sure he was going to hurt her. This happened 7 years ago, but I still remember the fear like I felt it yesterday. When I was in my early 20s, I worked the night shift at a bakery, making the donuts. I loved that job. 3 nights of the week I would be with my coworker, and 2 nights I would be working alone. It was summertime, and we were having some problems with the AC. The maintenance guy, Andy, came at night when I was on the clock to work on it. The bakery was small and crowded during the day, so it was best for him to come when it was empty. Management always let me know when Andy would be there, so it was never really a surprise. At first, he was very pleasant actually. I had no issues sharing the space with him as we worked. One evening though, that all changed. My coworker happened to be a little bit late this time. She told me later she'd lost track of time in the shower. Andy piped in, saying we should all shower together to save time, and started laughing. I found that quite creepy. I stated I lived alone, and he responded, "Good, I have you all to myself then." After that night, I realized Andy wasn't the kind guy I initially thought he was. I stopped speaking to him unless I had to. And before long, the AC had been repaired, and I thought I was finally free of him. Fast forward to a night a few weeks later, though. I was working all alone, and it was 2 in the morning. I was frying donuts when I heard a loud banging on the front window. Startled, I look up and see who else but Andy. He was calling my name and crouching below the window, asking to be let in. No one had said anything to me about him coming that night. Andy started to tug on the front door handles. Luckily, it was locked. I ran to a corner of the bakery where he couldn't see me and tried calling my manager with no response. The phone started ringing. I could see the caller ID from where I was sitting. It was Andy. He was being relentless and wouldn't stop banging on the windows and trying to get in. My fear was rising, and I dialed 911. The cops arrived within 10 minutes and searched Andy's vehicle. In the back seat, they found duct tape, a knife, and some rope. They told me they couldn't do anything though because he hadn't harmed me. Andy told the police he was just there to fix the AC, and they believed him. My manager called me back in the morning and told me the AC was working perfectly fine. They'd never asked Andy to come. Whatever he had planned for me, I'm glad I didn't have to find out that night. Last year, I was staying in a university hall for my final year. It's a private building, so not connected to the university, and out in the city near the main town. We have a car park, but nobody really uses it because we're poor students and it costs money to park there. Mine was one of the only 2 or 3 cars at any given time. It wasn't very well lit, and it was to the side of the building as well, so you had to walk for about 2 to 3 minutes to get to the main door. I was sitting in my car one evening after just getting back from the gym, just scrolling on my phone because my seat was warm. It was dark and raining outside, so I couldn't really be bothered to go out yet. I was reading an article when suddenly someone began to knock on my window. Obviously very odd. It was a man dressed completely in black. He started telling me how his friend had seen me through the window and thought I was really attractive, so could he have my number? I responded no. That was really weird and I didn't feel comfortable with it. He continued to stand at my window for a while, practically begging me to get out and give him my number, or at least my social media details. He told me I should come over and speak to his friend. You would have expected him to be talking about himself and making things up, right? But weirdly enough, I could see his friend stood at the other side of the car park, furthest away from the building, hiding in darkness. I obviously said no. I scrolled on my phone to show that I wasn't interested. Finally, he relented and walked away. I texted one of my friends to ask if he'd come and get me and walk with me to the building. As I was waiting, the man returned with his hood up and started to bang loudly on my window. He said I was being rude, ungrateful, and started calling me all sorts of names. I kept staring at my phone and pretended I couldn't hear him. He started trying my door handle. Thankfully, I'd locked my car after the first encounter. He then began to slam violently on my windows. I still kept ignoring him and texted my friend to bring some other friends with him now as well. My friend was taking a long time to read my message. I was terrified, but for some reason I didn't think to call the police. I guess I was scared of things escalating. The guy at my window calmed down after a few minutes and walked off, saying he'd leave me alone now. I watched though, as out of the corner of my eye, I saw him join up with his friend, and then 3 or 4 other men. They walked so they were just out of sight, but I could see their shadows lingering as they began to circle around my car. They moved closer, still staying in the dark. They lingered there for a while. Luckily, another car came, which was obviously full of students going to a party, mostly due to the loud music and singing going on inside. This group of men left as soon as they saw these people arrive. I latched onto the group and was able to walk with them as they entered the building. When I got home, my friend finally responded. He said he'd actually heard about these guys before. Apparently, they'd followed another girl into the building and into the lift a couple of days prior, then stood in there trying to lock her in. She had to run for her door and lock it behind her, where they then stood outside knocking and whispering for her to open it for like an hour. We were able to report this to the building, who, to their credit, then hired a permanent set of security staff. We also got the CCTV footage of both incidents and were able to pass this on to the police. So this happened back around 2004 or so, when online dating wasn't as prevalent as it is nowadays. I had met and gone on a few dates with local guys, but nothing had come of it so far. One evening, as I was idly searching, I happened upon someone who was my age and had almost identical tastes in music, hobbies, and interests as me. I messaged him and we started chatting pretty quickly. He seemed interesting enough, so we agreed to meet up for coffee downtown. I didn't notice anything off-putting as we ordered our coffee and hung out for a while. We mostly talked about very mundane things. I found out he was a medical student at a local university. All in all, he seemed like a pretty normal guy. That is, until after we finished our coffee, and he told me he wanted to go for a walk around the city. It was around this time that I noticed his demeanor starting to slowly change. He seemed to grow very tense, and he got this gleam in his eye. He kept rubbing his hands over his thighs, as if to dry off his sweaty palms. He got very quiet as well. I started to get really nervous because of this. I also noticed that in our stroll together, he seemed to be leading me further and further away from the populated downtown area. All my attempts to continue conversation were met with half responses and mumbles from this now heavy-breathing, increasingly weird-acting guy. He was acting so strange that I suggested we needed to go back toward downtown. I turned around and started to go back the other direction when he reached out and grabbed my arm. "No, wait!" He half-breathed and half-mumbled. "We need to sit down. There's something important I need to tell you." Alarm bells were going off in my head like crazy. I knew I had to get away from this guy, but by this point we were far enough away from the downtown crowd. There would be no one to come to my immediate aid. I numbly allowed him to guide us over to a bench and sit down. He held fast to my arm. He turned and stared at me, in a way I can only describe as a predator eyeing prey. He menacingly and proudly disclosed the fact he had been watching me for a very, very long time. He began to rattle off all this information he had been gathering about me. He knew which places my friends and I liked to hang out at. He liked to listen to me laugh in the background and talk with others. He would just hang in the crowd watching me. He knew where I lived. He knew where I worked, when I worked. He knew where I went to school and when I had my classes. He told me he had been following me for so long. That's when he finally found me on the dating site. He'd specifically tailored his profile to mirror mine so he could finally get me. Still clutching my arm, He slid his other hand over to squeeze my thigh. He told me that now that he had me, he was never going to let me go. The whole time this guy was rambling, I was acting nonchalant as I could, nodding like none of this was a big deal. Inside, I was obviously freaking out. As subtle as I could, I pulled out my phone and was texting my guy friends that I was in danger with one hand, and I needed immediate help. One of them responded that he was in the area. He raced over to where I was right away. My heart was already pounding out of my chest when I saw my guy friend's truck pull up down the street. I waited until he was close enough to be in sight, and I ripped myself away from the grip of this creepy guy beside me. I started to run at my friend. The creepy guy chased after me, screaming obscenities. I could feel him gaining on me as I threw myself into the bed of my friend's truck. He sped away, the creepy guy still on the sidewalk shouting and swearing. That was the last time I fooled around with online dating. I have no idea what this guy's plan was, but I'd never been more terrified in my life. I was just home for Christmas and was reminded by my father of a story he'd told me once before. My father moved to Manhattan from Peru in 1970. One night during this time period, he was out at a bar with his friend Carlos, who was also from Peru. Sometime during the night, they were approached by this well-spoken, friendly, and nicely dressed American man. He offered to buy them a few rounds, and they spent some hours together drinking and talking. After a while, the man invited them back to his apartment, somewhere on the Upper East Side. He said this was to keep drinking and hanging out together. My father instantly and instinctively knew this was not a good idea, but Carlos, severely drunk and chasing more free drinks, stupidly insisted they take him up on it. They arrived at the apartment, and after an hour or so, Carlos had passed out altogether, sitting up in the man's reclining chair. Everything had been fine so far, but my dad was never comfortable with the idea and now knew there'd be even more complications with Carlos passed out. He was really stressing out at this point, so he went to the bathroom for a minute to splash some water on his face and sober himself up a bit. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed a large pair of scissors sitting right on the sink. They were way larger than any normal household pair, kind of like the tools you'd see in a hospital setting. He told me that at this moment, his entire body was overtaken with instinct. Something inside him told him to pick up those scissors. He grabbed them and put them in the waist of his pants, right behind his back. When he walked back out into the living room, he found the man with his hand on Carlos's leg. He asked the man what he was doing and said they were leaving right now. The man told him to just relax and keep drinking, but enough was enough at this point. My father was leaving. At this point, the man's face dropped, his voice lowered, and his whole demeanor changed. "You are not going anywhere," was the man's reply. He produced a large knife. Upon this, my father pulled the scissors from behind his back and locked eyes with the man. They stood in a tense stalemate for a moment as my father called out to him, "I've got scissors and you've got a knife. If you come for me, I'm getting you too." The man realized the stalemate. He pointed the knife at my father for a moment more, then looked down and said, "Get the fuck out!" My dad shook Carlos awake, practically carrying him to his feet. He pushed him out the door, never taking his eyes off the man, nor his hands off that pair of scissors. As he left, the man stood in the door and glared at them as they backed down the hallway to the elevator. My mom was a single parent of 3 kids. We were pretty poor, so she worked pretty much 24/7. This meant that as kids, my siblings and I spent a lot of time home alone. Well, this story happened when I was 14, at the very start of summer. My older sister had moved out by then, and my little brother got sent to stay with my grandpa for the summer. This meant I was home alone from about 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. every weekday. I didn't really mind too much though. I spent most of that time playing Neopets or watching awful daytime TV. Well, one day, I had not long woken up, and my mom had gone to work hours earlier. It was around 12 p.m. or so. I got up to make some food, let my dog outside, and settled down on my bed to eat a bit. I remember watching Rock of Love, and remember exactly the bit of show I was watching too when this happened, even though it happened so many years ago. As I was sitting there watching, I heard a loud smack on my window. My window was a double window that needed 2 blinds, 2 curtains, etc. This meant there was a tiny gap where you could see through the very middle of them, where they didn't quite touch together. I saw a shadow along with that sound. I also heard some logs falling down. Outside my window, there was a pile of firewood for the winter. I got up and walked over, thinking perhaps a branch or something had smacked against it, and that's when I saw it. A huge handprint left on my window right where the tiny gap was between my blinds. I freaked the fuck out. I couldn't even breathe. I was so scared. I called 911 and then my next door neighbor, who was a family friend. He ran over as soon as I said what happened, and he found the guy there still, a man in his mid-40s, sprinting out of my backyard into the street ahead. My neighbor tried to keep him there until the police arrived. When they got there, I told them what happened. They looked into the guy to see if he had a past, but nothing seemingly came up. He had been dating and living with another neighbor 3 doors down from my house for a few months. When asked what he was doing at my window, he told us he was never there. He was just looking for something. I don't remember his exact excuse. I just remember him saying it happened to be in my backyard. The police got a statement from him, and the neighbor who caught him and myself thought it would help to get him put away or something. I know, it's stupid, but I was a teen. I didn't know any better. They just let him go and didn't do anything. I waited to hear from them regarding next steps we could take, but I never got another reply. From then on, my anxiety was awful. I had motion lights set up outside my window as well, making sure I was never sleeping alone too. But it wasn't enough. I could never rest. Now I felt like I was constantly being watched everywhere. Who knows, maybe I could have been. How did this guy know I would be home alone? What did he want to find me doing? I felt so unsafe. Fast forward 2 months later. I'm staying with my best friend who lived across the street from me, and we were both in the shower. We saw a shadow walk up to the bathroom window. It was glazed over, so you couldn't see anything properly. I wiped off some of the steam, and who do I see? That guy from my window the other time, running away from the bathroom as I popped it open. I told my friend who it was, and we both freaked out together. We called the cops again, and again they did nothing. Worst part was, no one even believed me, minus the guy who'd found him the first time. My mom told me I was too fat for a guy to want to creep on me, and that I was just being dramatic. Nothing happened to the guy. He did this multiple times after, and I have to wonder how many others he did it to as well. The woman he was living with had a very young daughter at the time too. It still haunts me, though I guess it shouldn't. It just scares me. We can go on with our lives, and someone could be watching and waiting to prey on us, and we would never know. What would he have done that night if he hadn't accidentally knocked the firewood logs over? I'll never know. First, I guess I should say that when I was growing up, my mom had a lot of undiagnosed mental health issues. One of the more minor things she suffered from was extreme anxiety and social awkwardness, but in this case, it had a significant impact on what would come. I must have been around the age of 8 to 10 years old. I can't remember exactly. We lived in a very small town in the north of Scotland, which also happened to be only a mile or so away from a sort of spiritual retreat that was fairly well known. And because we had this spiritual place so close to us, we would get a lot of, shall we say, weird people coming into town. Now, I don't mean to suggest that spiritualness always equals weirdness, but the reality is, it did attract a lot of strange people to the area. One day, I, my mom, and my little brother went up the high street to get some groceries, just a usual Friday afternoon. Outside the grocery store, just before making our way home, there was this guy with a large dog. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what breed it was, but it was one of those huge ones with a beautiful, pure white, fluffy fur. My brother and I were fascinated by it. The guy got to chatting with my mom for what seemed like an eternity. Eventually, she managed to get him to stop bothering her, and we started walking home. The guy with the dog had this van. Instead of just saying goodbye and going on his way, he shoved his dog in the back and proceeded to drive behind us at a pace slower than we were walking at. When we got home, he parked right outside our front door. When we got in, my mom shut the curtains and said to just ignore him. On Saturday morning, my brother and I got up early. When we peeked out the curtains, he was still there, standing with his dog right outside the wall to our garden and staring in through our living room window. It feels weird to even say this now, but honest to God, our mom made us turn off all the lights and crawl around so the guy would think we were not home. For the next 2 days, he stayed outside our house, coming up to our door, banging on it. When he got no response, he would come to the living room window and slam on that, shouting he knew we were home. He just wanted to be friends. Lots of things like that. Eventually, after almost a week of this, he finally fucked off. I know how weird it is now that my mom didn't just call the police or a friend for help, but I guess I can forgive her for suffering mental health issues at the time. As for the guy though, I have no idea what he was thinking doing all that shit. This happened when I was around 12 years old. It was in the middle of the night at my home. My dad would work the graveyard shift at work. Since it was the weekend, I had stayed up most of the night. It was somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. My dad had told me to lock the doors and go to sleep, which I had done. I went to my room and finally fell to bed. After I went to my room, I'd only slept for about an hour though. At around 2 a.m., I was suddenly woken up to the sound of knocking on my back door. It scared me wide awake. After taking a few moments to process what I'd just heard, I decided it was probably just my dad knocking on the door. Maybe he'd forgotten something. Being mentally exhausted, I knew he had a house key on him. I told myself he'd just unlock the door on his own eventually. But the knocking continued. It was pretty creepy. Next thing I knew, the knocking had suddenly stopped. Then it started again at a different location. Someone was knocking on the window to my kitchen. I continued to try and assure myself it was just my dad. I didn't understand though. Why couldn't he just unlock the door himself? He always had the key on him. Thinking about this a bit more, I was starting to get pretty freaked out. I wasn't going to answer the door. If anything, my dad would eventually call me to open it for him. My phone was right next to me, but no such call ever came. The knocking started again at another window. I was terrified now, too scared to get up and check what was out there. The knocking would not stop. Next thing I know, it moved to the front door, and they began to slam at a harsher level too. That's when it hit me that I couldn't bring myself to move. I was frozen in fear. I couldn't bring myself to scream or talk or move any muscle. My heart was dropping as the knocking moved to a window closer and closer to my bedroom. My curtains were see-through. I couldn't do anything. I didn't know what I could do. I could only stay as my fear consumed me. I moved my eyes to the window. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a man peeking in through it. A tall man with a ski mask covering his face. I could hardly make out the details because it was so dark. His mask had some sort of skeleton design on it, and he tilted his head slightly as he noticed I'd seen him. I tried to say anything, but my words choked in my throat. I closed my eyes hard and started whispering to myself that it was not real, over and over again. I opened my eyes. No one was there. I breathed a sigh of relief until I heard a loud whisper from outside. "Open up or I'll cut you." Everything suddenly stopped. I could finally move again, but I couldn't really sleep anymore that night. It didn't feel like a dream. Everything felt so real. I don't know what happened, but I pray I'll never have to experience that again. It was one of the most frightening moments in my life I've ever dealt with. I couldn't find any trace of the guy after, though. I was home alone that day too, so nobody could back me up. The following morning, I asked my dad when he came back from work if he'd come back earlier that day and knocked on my doors and windows. Of course, he did not. This happened to me when I was a child, and I still remember it very clearly to this day. It set me up for a lifelong fear of being watched as I slept. I was 6 years old, and my family and I were living in public housing, and we'd just recently come to America. Our apartment was on the first floor, but slightly underground. My bedroom window was level with the ground outside. The windows were really big. I had a ledge right next to my bed, which had my stuffed animals lined up and looking out the window. On this specific night, I was having a bit of trouble sleeping. There were these strange noises coming from outside my window, along with a rhythmic tapping. I peeped over to see what was happening, only to see a strange man crouching there, peeping through the gap between my curtains. He was looking directly at me, with the strangest look on his face. I started screaming and crying. My dad ran into the room to assure me that everything was okay and that I was just having a bad dream. I hadn't been sleeping though. I couldn't sleep that entire night. I had a weird feeling the whole night, as if I was being watched. My dad opened the curtains though, and nothing was ever there. To comfort me, he slept in my bed with me, but I still could not fall asleep. He, on the other hand, knocked out right away. It was getting later into the night when the weird noises started again. It sounded like someone trying to cut through the screen and tapping on the window with a blade as he cut through with that motion. I woke my dad up quietly, trying to show him what I'd told him about before. He ripped the curtains open, only to see the man there with a knife, cutting through the window screen. He jumped out of bed, ran for the door, and ran to chase the man who had been watching me sleep and trying to break into my room. He chased the man all the way to his car, but he sped off before my dad had a chance to confront him. My parents called the police and told them what happened, but nothing ever really came of it. From that night on, I had an irrational fear of sleeping by windows. I used to have night terrors about that incident for years. I hadn't thought about that for a while now, but recently I had another dream about it and couldn't stop thinking. I asked my dad about it recently, and he refused to talk to me about it at all. I went to college in the 70s, so my story is perhaps a little bit older. It's still horribly creepy though. During my freshman year, I decided to drive to my school rather than take a flight. I had an old beater car, you see. I was positive it would be fine for making the trip though. It would take me a couple of days to drive there. I figured it would be a pleasant little road trip before I started one of the most intimidating moments of my life. Well, it's not until you're driving across country that you realize just how many empty cornfields there are out there. At times, you can just be driving through miles and miles of corn that seems like it will never end. Anyone who's driven through that knows how hypnotic it can get after a while, and it certainly doesn't make it easy driving at night. At one point, very far in the middle of nowhere at night, I suddenly drove by a couple of hitchhikers on the side of the road. I wondered to myself just how they'd gotten so far away from civilization. I didn't pick them up though. I was never comfortable with the idea of picking up strangers. I'd heard too many stories about the unfortunate people that do. Instead, I simply drove right past them. Both guys started yelling obscenities at me for not stopping. I didn't really worry about it though. It wasn't exactly the first time I'd been yelled at, and I'd rather just get yelled at than pick up the wrong people and die by the side of the road or something. I don't know how late it was, but I got really super tired. I still seemed to be in the middle of nowhere, so I decided I would simply pull over and try to get a little bit of shut-eye before continuing. It was a normal thing to do, really. I hadn't even passed by or seen a hotel in quite a long time. I don't know how long I had been asleep when suddenly something woke me up. It was a tiny pinging sound, almost as if a pebble had just hit my car. I looked around. The first thing I noticed was that there was another car just up ahead of me some ways. It seemed someone else had stopped for the night too. It was too far ahead of me to see if anyone was inside or not, though. That's when I heard a cracking sound. There was a small crack on my passenger side window. Again, it was as if I'd just been struck by a rock. Of course, I was very surprised. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone there. Then there was another crack. I looked out into the corn instead. As I concentrated my eyes, I could just barely make out the silhouettes of two people hiding within the corn. It was dark, but it looked like one had a sling or something. When they noticed that I'd seen them, they came out of the corn pretty quickly. They came rushing out at me. I could see it was the two men I had passed by earlier. I had passed them quite a ways back. There's no way they could have caught up with me by just walking. All I could figure was that maybe the person in the car in front of me had given them a ride or something. I wanted to get away right away, so I turned on the ignition. Right then, one of the guys attacked my passenger window and shattered it completely. They both shouted at me, "You remember us, asshole? We're gonna make you pay." Fortunately, the car was able to start, so I just took off while they were trying to break the shattered glass of my window away and climb inside. I drove as fast as I could to get out of there. I was terrified. I thought they would just catch up to me again somehow. Was that car theirs, perhaps? If someone else had picked them up, why didn't I see anyone else there or in the car with them? I kept on looking behind me, waiting to see that car returning in my view. Each time I did, I sped up instinctually. Eventually, I did this when there was a police officer hiding in the dark, and he pulled me over. I got a real fortunate break, though. As soon as he pulled me over, those two guys drove right past me, one of them throwing something at my car. The stupidity of this was overwhelming, but I guess they didn't think the cop would bother to go after them, with me already stopped. Fortunately, the cop decided they were the bigger threat. It turns out I was right not to pick those two guys up. Someone did stop for them after me. They robbed him and took his car. That's how they caught up with me. He wasn't killed or seriously injured, thankfully. But still, to have someone rob you and steal from you when you're just trying to be nice and help them is absolutely terrible. In the end, I did still get a ticket, but they went off to jail. When my mom worked at Walmart, she was being harassed by a specific employee. The guy was your typical Billy Badass who offered my mom to whoop my brother and I and kick us out when he learned she was widowed. My brothers and I were struggling to find work at the time. This probably would have already been a bad gamble on his end, since my older brother and I worked in the woods frequently and did lots of heavy moving for people. He would often make comments that creeped her out. I told her to report his ass to the boss. One night, my mom let me borrow her truck for something. I dropped her off and told her I was going to pick her up later. We were gonna go to a range day with my friends and teach a friend of mine's fiancé gun safety and how to shoot. I'm a licensed concealed carrier. Even though I am, though, I very rarely carry other than when I'm going hunting or going out to the range. I pulled up to pick my mom up from work. I see the dude she was talking about. He was smoking and seemingly observing us, trying not to make it obvious. My mom handed me money and told me to go grab a few things. I threw my jacket on to cover up my holster and walked in. I noticed he immediately started following me around. He was glaring at me, snarling, as if he was about to pounce and fight me. Every section I went to, he would suddenly appear right behind me. I decided to move throughout a few others and see what he was going to do. While there, I talked to a young female associate, some bullshit boondoggle, just to see his reaction. I could see he was clenching something in his hands and staring angrily. The associate felt uncomfortable as she kept on looking at him behind me. I felt a bit bad for her, so I moved away. He followed me all the way until I cut to the checkout. I got my things and started to leave. As soon as I got back to the car, my mom unlocked the door. Meanwhile, I was burning up. My jacket of choice was quite heavy. I was just unzipping it when my mom looked incredibly worried. I heard footsteps sprinting up to me. I turned around to see the man charging at me. As soon as he saw my holster, though, he stopped in place. "Excuse me, can I help you?" Luckily, I'd forgot to unequip my holster from range day preparations. He zipped over to his rusty truck as quick as possible. He jumped in and waited there, staring at both of us. My mom was, of course, very scared. I could see him light up a cigarette and just sit there watching us. My mom told me to go to the passenger side. I sat down, pulled up my phone, and started to call the police. My mom began driving, and the man immediately cut us off and drove down the road. We could see his truck waiting on the side of the highway. As we drove by, my mom immediately floored it and had me pump gas for her when we arrived at the station. I left my gun in the car with her as she locked the doors. Unbeknownst to my mom, I called her night manager and told her about the aggressive, threatening employee. He was, quote-unquote, shocked. I made it clear that if I saw that employee again, or if he tried to follow me or harass me, I was going to sue that store. It was on management for allowing such dangerous behavior by their own employees, after all. This was seemingly his final straw. Walmart managers had let the sexual harassment slide, but if it was employee-on-customer harassment, now that was too much. I got back in the pickup and my mom drove until we got home. The next morning, I filed a follow-up complaint on this man to the staff. They told me he'd already been fired and banned from the property, and threatened with legal charges as well. My mom came back and seemed a lot happier. She informed me that he had indeed been fired as they'd said, and I was very grateful. Hello, I'm 27 and am married to my husband who's 31. We have 2 children whose fake names are Isaac, who's 8 from my first marriage, and Tiana with my now husband. She's 5 years old. This is sort of an ongoing story, so it doesn't really have a resolution, but I'm very distraught right now. I've been seeing this woman almost everywhere I go. I have no idea if this is happening by coincidence or if she's doing this on purpose or what, and I'm trying my best to calmly remember it all. The whole situation started somewhere around May 2022. Isaac and I were at the local park, just playing together and doing our own thing. My son went off to play with some other child at the monkey bars when I saw this random woman approach me. She had red hair, which I'm pretty sure was natural, and her face seemed to be incredibly tear-stained. I became concerned. I thought she had been crying. I proceeded to ask her what was wrong, if she was all right, if there was anything I could do to help her. Instead of answering, though, she turned and stared at my son. The more she looked at him, the more she began to sob. All of a sudden, she sprinted right at him and picked him up, screaming, "Michael!" She kept calling him that. It really freaked me out. I mean, he was this random person, running to my kid, picking him up, and calling him a different name. My son and the other child got scared as well. I approached them quickly. I screamed at her to get lost, but she just stood there as I grabbed my son back. She seemed to get pretty enraged, actually. She muttered something I couldn't hear as she stomped away out of sight. The other child's father and I talked for a bit. He seemed quite alarmed by what had happened as well. He told me, though, that maybe she was a grieving mother and my son just looked like the child she'd lost or something. Still, I was very disturbed. I took my son home soon after. Since then, I'd been afraid to take any of my children to public areas, despite my husband's reassurance. Eventually, things started to settle down a bit, but skip to June 2nd, 2022. I suddenly got a call from my school stating that a woman who was a new volunteer for lunch duty had kept mentioning that my son was her Mikey Bear and that she'd been searching for him for years. They told me another worker who had been volunteering with them had reported her for this strange behavior. Of course, I was scared as hell. I acted immediately by signing my kids out for the day. When I called the school the next day, I was informed she was no longer there. I became pretty freaked out. I had no idea what this woman was going to do now. Skip to last week. July 13th, 2022. It was Tiana's birthday. We decided to host it at a park in my in-laws' hometown, somewhere far away. Everything went well, although I was a bit paranoid. It was then somewhere around 9 p.m. when we'd just begun tidying up. As I took a glance at some oak trees in the distance, admiring the view, I could have sworn I had seen her hiding behind one of them. I screamed at the top of my lungs and started to chase after her, but she sprinted away and disappeared. Ever since then, I've not seen her, but I really feel like this is not the end of it. I'm seriously considering homeschooling my children because of all that's happened. This happened 15 years ago now, when I had just come home from college on winter break. Home this time was not the house I'd grown up in. My parents had recently moved closer to our small city. It just didn't feel the same. It was a different space. Maybe that's what triggered my worry. In my family, I'm always the one thinking of worst-case scenarios. I'm generally distrustful and mostly seem like an annoying worrywart sometimes. Call it what you will, but it's also a gift of fear, am I right? One cold night, my parents had gone to bed upstairs, and the dog had followed suit. I thought I'd watch a bit of TV in the living room myself for a bit before going to sleep. I settled in on the couch. The living room was in front of the house, and with the recent move, the shutters on the windows weren't there at the moment, only see-through curtains that weren't really drawn even. I noted this, but I was used to our rural setting, when the only ones who could see in anyway were the neighbors we'd known for like 20 years. I was watching TV for about a half hour, when suddenly the screen just kinda cut out. It went all snowy, with the static and stuff. This was back in the days when you only watched whatever your local cable channels brought you. I looked up from whatever I was doing, maybe texting with a flip phone or something. At first, I was simply thinking, well, that sucks. But something felt off to me. I tried the remote, but no other channels worked either. I was sitting there thinking what I should do instead, when my cat jumped onto the windowsill and started wailing. What the fuck? This may seem innocuous, but anyone who knew my cat knew this was very strange behavior. He was pacing back and forth, wailing and staring out the window. A feeling of dread washed through me, and I was frozen. That feeling of dread was so fiercely visceral. What the hell was going on? Something was out there. I tried to settle myself down in this unfamiliar dark house. I did feel a bit better because what were the chances someone was out there? But then, there it was. I swear on all I have, this cold waft of air blew through, and I heard the side door open. I didn't even realize that door was there at the time. I became frozen. I sprinted upstairs to wake my parents and slumbering dog, frantically telling them someone else was inside the house now. I think they were annoyed. They thought I was just being a worrier like normal. Still, they did get up and I think try to placate me by looking around the house. They went to check all the rooms, including the basement, while I was simply scared and exasperated. They were sleepily roaming around into dark rooms completely unarmed, when God knows who had made it inside already. To my surprise, they didn't find anything though. They verbally patted me on the head and said goodnight, and I felt really foolish. That is, until the very next morning. I don't know what prompted my parents to call the police, but they did. They showed up very quickly and asked me how I'd known someone was out there. Wait, hold up, what? I started answering. Well, the cat was meowing a lot on the windowsill, you see, and my voice trailed off, waiting for the mocking reaction I'd usually get. Which I did get somewhat. The cop smirked. A cat, huh? Alright, well, get on with it then. He went on to say that someone cut the cable wires on the side of the house. They thought that whoever that person was had thought they were disarming the alarm or something. When they saw me sitting there watching TV, maybe they decided to leave. And the side door? The muddy ground gave us the ability to see the fresh tracks leading right up to it. It didn't look like it had been fooled with, but I know what I heard. However, they were able to get in. I knew it, I said to my parents. That triumphant feeling was short-lived, though, when I started to mull over what I'd just seen was true. I did know someone was out there, but I didn't really do anything. And if that person had enough ill intention, they could have easily done something bad to me and then my parents. From then on, I would always check that side door and make sure it was firmly secure, and I'd always listen to the cues from my cat as well, just to be safe. So, the story. I grew up in La Crosse, Wisconsin, a semi-small city with a very low crime rate. At least, it was back in the day when I was 14 years old. It was such a nice, quiet city that almost nobody locked their doors. I'm sure you're familiar with the type of place. People would say hi to each other on the street, and you could pretty much go to anyone's house for dinner. Your parents wouldn't be too nervous about you staying out at night or anything like that. You could walk home by yourself from your middle school basketball game or whatever without any fear, which is what I was doing this particular night. It had been a very long game and got on much later than usual. My parents had to both work in the morning, so they hadn't gone with me. That was fine though, since they went to all my other games. Couldn't be helped if they missed one every now and then. They needed to get up early tomorrow anyway. It was only an 8-minute walk from my middle school to my home, so I didn't really have any concerns about my safety. So there I am walking, right? I'm wearing a pink sweater and jeans over my basketball jersey. My hair was a sweaty mess, but I was in a really good mood. It had been a very exciting and fun game. I was walking in a very relaxed fashion, not really paying attention to my surroundings. And then I suddenly felt it. I can't explain how I knew, but I just knew in that moment I was suddenly in some sort of danger. I looked all around me, only to see parked near the blacktop fence was a Jeep idling with its lights off. I couldn't see who was inside because of this, but I knew someone was for some reason. I ducked my head and walked away from it, hoping I hadn't caught their attention. No such luck though. The Jeep began to follow me. It pulled up right next to me. I saw the window begin to open, and I fucking booked it. I didn't look back once. I just ran. I'd had such a negative feeling about that car. I didn't stop until I could see my parents' house. I thought I was safe as I arrived there. Just as I stopped in front of the door to catch my breath, I heard an engine rev behind me. That same Jeep was tearing down the street, beelining towards me. I was in a position where I couldn't run any more safe in time. I just stood there frozen in terror, thinking this guy was going to run me over into my own house. I backed up against the door. I must have looked every bit the victim, with my sweaty hair and pale face. The Jeep simply pulled up near me. The door began to open, but some old guy across the street ran out of his house and began to yell and throw things at the car. I don't even know what the guy had said. The Jeep's door immediately slammed shut though, and it peeled away in a hurry. I didn't even get to thank the guy who had helped me, which I did feel bad about. He might have just saved me from something horrible. I simply ran into my home though. I threw myself inside and slammed the door behind me, scaring the shit out of my mom, who happened to be right there just heading to bed. When she asked me what was wrong, I told her everything, and she woke up my dad. We considered calling the police, but I didn't really have any description to give them. I hadn't seen the person inside, and I hadn't seen their license plate either. All I knew was that it was a dark Jeep and it had chased me. Not very much information to go on. After that night, my parents never let me walk home from school again. A week later, there was a story in the paper. There had been a gang rape of a young woman at a nearby parking garage, only 5 minutes away from my house. That very same Jeep seemed to be the perpetrator. My boyfriend Jason, 27 and male, and I, 23 and female, went on a month-long camping trip to multiple states. Everything had been going really well actually, all the way until October 9th at least. We decided to ditch a campground reservation and instead randomly pitch our tent near Albion Basin in the Uinta Mountains, Alta, Utah. Not far off the trailhead, we parked our car around 3 p.m. at the Albion Basin campground. It was closed for the season. Admittedly, the atmosphere was a little bit tense because this was our first dispersed camping attempt and we had no proper backpacking gear. Upon arrival, we realized the area we wanted to pitch our tent in was about 2 miles uphill. At this point, we started to express regret. I was wondering why we had a planned campsite in Nephi, Utah that we decided to just skip on a whim. After grumping around a bit though and having a large lunch to avoid packing food, we packed our backpacks with the best gear we had to get going through the night, as it was going to be 25 degrees Fahrenheit. We set out up the trail, seeing the occasional family or couple heading back down the mountain. As we trudged on further, we both started to feel a bit strange though. We didn't really even know why we were doing this. We could have just gotten a hotel instead of trying to play backpackers for the night, but we both felt like we had something to prove on our trip, I guess, so we continued nonetheless. Fast forward, and we finally made it up to Creekret Lake, totally empty. Nothing like the pictures. It was actually kind of eerie how quiet it was. Whatever. We kept hiking up and up in an attempt for seclusion and flat land. When we finally stumbled upon a decent clearing, I could see a small cave in the distance. I pointed it out to Jason to see if it seemed like a good place to stay and check out. He said it seemed like a small animal crawl space, no biggie. We set up as nightfall was quickly approaching, played some cards, bundled up together, and decided to go to bed early around 8:30. We planned to leave as soon as possible in the morning, maybe 5 a.m. or so. We both settled down and eventually fell asleep, but after what felt like 30 minutes, I woke up abruptly at 11:24. I woke up with a feeling I'd never experienced before. I shot wide awake, scared but unprovoked. There was no way I was going to be able to fall back asleep, even though I could sleep anywhere and sleep through the night usually. Jason was still snoring though, so I let him be and just laid there, alert, trying to listen to anything I could make out. There was nothing. It was particularly silent. Around 30 minutes later, Jason woke up as well, much to my delight as I didn't want to be awake alone anymore. I told him I couldn't sleep. He suggested I just rest my eyes as we were leaving soon enough anyway. I didn't want to be a baby and say I was scared though. This was very short-lived, as Jason found himself unable to fall back asleep either. We ended up laying there together, just listening to the sounds of the night. Eventually, I ended up blurting out that I was extremely scared. We agreed it was fine for us to just stick it through the night, as now it was already 2:30. We had a small axe and a pellet gun for protection, so he tried to reassure me I didn't need to be frightened. Not even 5 full minutes later, though, we were still wide awake when Jason's head perked up so fast my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. "What is it?" I whispered. "Shh, listen." I shit you not, I could hear the sound of gravel crunching on someone's boots as they walked around our tent, stopped, and then walked to the side I was sitting on. I felt the blood drain out of my face in an instant. In real time, this all occurred in no more than 10 seconds, but my mind flashed a million thoughts a millisecond. I was convinced it was a ranger coming to arrest us for camping here or something. I called out feebly, "Hello?" I could hear the footsteps moving around us once more. Within 2 to 3 seconds of hearing this, Jason grabbed the gun and burst out of the tent for any chance to confront this person. We knew exactly what we were hearing, but there was nobody there. As soon as Jason got out of the tent, me bursting after him, there was nothing there. We'd heard someone walking around us so clearly, but somehow they'd managed to sneak away and hide in just a moment. Hardly exchanging 2 words, we packed up the stuff we could, looking over our shoulders terrified. We could feel we were being watched. We booked it back down the mountain, with only the moonlight guiding our way. We were too scared to turn off our flashlights. It was the worst 20 to 30 minutes of my life. half expecting to look over my shoulder and find some person stalking us through the woods. When we made it to our car, we locked the doors up first thing and started the descent out of the mountains, speechless and scared out of our minds. We reached town at about 3:30 and slept in a well-lit parking lot of a grocery store. We've obviously since discussed what happened that night, and we're both haunted by the memories of those footsteps. I once had a bit of a self-rescue I had to do in the Laramie Peak Range. I lost all my gear, map, and shelter in a windstorm. Took me a few days to get out, and I had a couple of deeply unpleasant experiences along the way. This isn't that story though. It sucked ass, but it wasn't all that scary. I managed to keep a cool head. Typically, that's who I am, the person who stays calm in a crisis. I mention that to let you know how unusual this was to make me freak out and completely lose my cool. This time I had all my gear, but I just couldn't keep it together. There are a lot of cool little trails in Colorado, some well known to the public and some that you'd only know if you were a local. There are mountains and forests for days out there. In 2013, we got some torrential downpours in September along the eastern slope. It was squelchy as shit for a while, and a glorious mushrooming boom happened because of it. I love mushrooms. My favorite thing is foraging. My absolute favorite is Boletus rubriceps. The conditions weren't exactly right, but I thought, why not? Give it a shot, you know? The area I like to forage in, I say it did have some native hazel, some actually fruiting manzanita, watermelon berry, currants, rose ships, raspberries, strawberries, frequently oysters, morels, hawk wings, puffballs, milky caps, chicken of the woods, chicken of the road, chanterelles too. Lots of different kinds of mushrooms I found in the region. For someone like me, it's a wonderful paradise. I could disperse to camp there easily. That was where I went after these storms. No brainer. Now it was fall. Even if somewhat early fall, I knew that Yogi and Boo Boo were going to be out stuffing it for the winter. I carried my bear spray because of this, and my uncle's lever-action 44 mag Henry. My girlfriend at the time was supposed to come too, but she couldn't get off work. Solo it was going to be. I figured I could practice some firecraft, maybe build a chair or a smoker or something, and just have a nice few days to myself. I went up early in the morning, hiked about 7 miles in, set up my shelter, and set up to enjoy the rare luxury of a real fire in Colorado. A while later, I started to do my stuff. Set up a couple rods with bells, got out my baskets to forage, and set up my dryer and its shelter far away from my sleeping tarp. I was squelching around with my foraging gear out in a few minutes and having an absolute blast. I was marching happily along, pretty much oblivious to anything else until dusk. Then I pulled out my headlamp and kept going well past what I should have. Damn did I get a good haul though. It was an incredible spread. I left plenty out for the woodland critters to enjoy too. I got back to my camp, started cleaning and drying the mushrooms, and didn't get to my dinner until about 1 in the morning. I caught 2 brook trout of reasonable size as well. Got 'em, let 'em hang out in a bug net near the creek for the next day. I figured it was cold enough that it would be okay. I got back to my little dinky tarp shelter around 3 a.m. I went back inside, toweled off, and passed out. A day very happily spent. I woke up at around 10 a.m. or so the next day. The woods were eerily silent. No birds, no sound of bugs, not even the wind in the branches, just the sound of a nearby brook gurgling, and that was it. Usually, there'd be at least some animal sounds. I decided to be cautious when going about my business this time. My camp was exactly as I had left it, except for 2 things. First, there was a branch about 2 feet long, thick as my wrist, laid against a tree my pack was tied to. It had been gnawed on both ends, sort of like a beaver, but the teeth marks looked different. I'd heard of beavers doing this before, but I'd never seen it myself. Somebody had to have left it there, but to what end I had no idea. Unsettling? Sure. freaky? Not really. I wasn't scared. Actually, my first thought was I must have accidentally picked it up and forgotten about it or something. Maybe I'd been playing around with it while fishing earlier or something like that and just forgotten. I went to collect those fish, speaking of. Hopefully they'd still be there and not rotten or nasty yet. I got into sight of them, or rather the bug nets they were in, and of course they were gone. Bug net was loose but intact and empty. The fish heads were still hanging there oddly enough, but the rest of the fish were gone. Okay, maybe another person stealing my things then. Somebody was really giving me the Scooby-Doo treatment. I had a bunch of charcoal left over from the fire. There was a nice big rock next to my fishing spot, so I scrawled a message on there. If you're hungry, next time stop by and say hi. I'll share my meal with you instead. I put an arrow pointing roughly towards my camp. I was more grumpy than anything. I guess they'd left that weird branch as a trade for my fish or something. I was very confused. I went to check on my collection of precious shrooms and my berry cooler. Lo and behold, everything was untouched. However, I hadn't swept out any of the debris beneath it. I mean, why bother? Well, now, there was nothing underneath my tarp. It had been cleaned for me. Weird again. I started looking more seriously for some tracks and found nothing. I wasn't here to play junior detective, though. I was here to frolic in the woodlands to my heart's content and collect unreasonable amounts of mushrooms. God damn it. I shook it off and went back to the creek to set up my lines again, only to notice my bells were now gone too. I couldn't remember if they had been there that morning or not. I assumed they must have been taken the previous night. I had only tied the rods to trees after all, so it was easy grabbing. I went back to my tarp, still confused as ever. I made some food, coffee, and decided to still go about my business. Now, here's a somewhat embarrassing thing I do. I know to make noise in the woods if bears are around, and I like to sing. It isn't the same as singing well, mind you. By and large, I sung whatever had been playing on the speakers at my job. Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Florence and the Machine, Lord, you get the picture. Don't judge me. This stuff is designed to be catchy. I went back on my rounds and find some more rare mushrooms. A rare treat, actually. Some fire morels and ash morels. I was really excited. Hundreds of them. Super late for them to show up in season 2. They were my absolute favorite. I set out collecting some and kept myself company by singing. I was singing Bad Romance or something. All of a sudden, out in the woods, I heard what sounded like someone trying to harmonize with me. I'm a bass. This was a higher tenor or alto voice, muted by the distance a little. It was also completely and undeniably wrong. Scratchy, almost buzzy, weird syllables, clipped and disjointed, a little off-key and off-rhythm as well. Basically, I'm pointing out it was very uncanny valley sounding. I shut up immediately and froze. The singing continued for a moment, and then stopped as well. I was now experiencing a little bit of what my friends called pucker butt. I started to slowly reach back behind me for my Henry on its strap. I heard a sudden yelp or something, then some rustling from somewhere uphill of me behind the tree line. I took a few breaths, assuming I'd just freaked out the other party as much as they did me. I tried to force myself to relax. I kept these small binoculars on me. I took them out and scanned the tree line, but I couldn't see anything. This was probably whoever'd taken my fish and my bells. Someone squatting out here in the woods, maybe. I was trying to keep my head on a swivel, but if they were going to be a problem, I feel like they would have already confronted me. They could have even taken a pot shot at me from the woods if they wanted to. It occurred to me finally that I may have just been hearing a weird echo or something. I convinced myself of this to give myself a bit more peace and calm than I had a few minutes before. Although, that didn't explain the yelp, though. I guess it could have been a normal animal doing something in the woods, though. Hooray for rationalizing things away. I decided that was enough mushrooms for now, though. I didn't want to be drying them after dark after this experience. I headed back to camp and got to making that happen. Am I a moron? Maybe, possibly. I really didn't want to go home, though. I was really having the time of my life here. I'd grown up in high deserts my whole life, and getting to see so much green that late in the year was a real treat. I wanted to stay. Creepy bullshit be damned. I'd had moments where my brain had tricked me in the past. I talked myself into believing that was happening once more. I kept on singing to myself, this time a bit more quietly than before though. Then it happened again though, from somewhere a bit closer this time. That weird buzzy higher voice joined in. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. I know this probably just sounds creepy because I thought I was alone, but it's hard to convey just how off-sounding this voice was too. They were fairly close to what I had been singing, but like it was coming out of a culvert or something. Just buzzy and clicking and hoarse sounding, like something was wrong with their throat. I was not having this at all. I shut up immediately again. This time I pulled my gun off my back and searched around me. This had to be someone fucking with me now. Not unheard of for good foraging spots, but this was my first time. The singing continued for a moment again after I stopped. Uphill, further in the woods, and definitely in a direction I hadn't been in yet. I called out and announced myself. I asked them to answer me. Nothing. Complete silence now. Since I was listening a bit closer too, I noticed it once more. No animal sounds, no bugs buzzing. My head felt a little bit hazy. I was beginning to get really concerned now. It even looked like a storm might be rolling in too. Bingo. I headed a bit over to a clearing nearby, and for sure I could see a storm rolling in. As always, it was hard to judge the speed. It wouldn't be a bad idea to reconfigure my tarp though, and consider taking shelter early. Again, now with a little more peace with the voice and presence gone. I figured any more bullshit from my neighbor in a bad thunderstorm was going to be far less likely. I went back to my fishing rods and lucked out. I had caught an even bigger trout than the night before. I collected some water for the next day, packed up my foraging stuff, lashed it all to a trunk, and decided to call it there before dusk and the storm was on its way in. I set up my tarp lower to the ground, a more wind-resistant configuration. I set up a spare older one as a kind of rain fly over the entrance as well. It's worth noting this was a fairly thin setup facing the clearing, since the worst of the wind would be coming from there. It pretty much blocked my view. I did another Widowmaker check though. All good, made some hot cocoa and tucked in, just as it was starting to come down, and it came down real hard. I had to put in earplugs to keep my ears from being hurt by the lightning. It was very frequent and loud. I didn't stay particularly dry, and I didn't get much sleep either. It was already one of the most unpleasant and awe-inspiring nights I'd ever had in the wild. Somewhere in the middle of the night, though, I thought I felt something bounce off my tarp, kind of behind me. Not weird, it happens sometimes in storms. A few minutes later, though, I saw something else. A stone, about the size of my fist, bouncing off the tarp, off the rainfly and landing right in front of me. I turned my headlamp on. Sure as shit, it was a rock. Not just any rock either. A rock from the river. Rocks don't just fall off trees. If this storm had picked this round one up from the river, it should have been airborne. Another one, a few minutes later. Somebody was throwing rocks at me. What should I do? Investigate? I had my gun on me, and if shit was gonna go down, I was about as ready as I could ever be. I turned my headlamp back off. Then I got treated to pretty much the most awe-inspiring amount of lightning I'd ever seen in my life. The sky was lit up for seconds at a time. My earplugs couldn't even protect me from the thunder. My ears were ringing. I kept seeing the trees from the edge of the tree line, and the clearing projected in shadowy form over my rainfly, dancing this way and that. I couldn't look away. At one moment, though, as the lightning was flashing, I clearly saw what looked just like a person, hiding in the tree line, outlined against the trees and my rainfly by the lightning. They were walking strangely, not running from cover to cover, but kind of strolling back and forth like a drunk person, trying to be sneaky. The silhouette wasn't bulky. For some reason, I got the impression they weren't wearing clothes at all. The figure stopped. Whether or not they were facing me, I couldn't quite tell you, but I felt watched right now, and very exposed. The figure stood there behind a tree, swaying back and forth, maybe being pushed around by the winds even. I got little glimpses here and there as the lightning flashed. They didn't appear to be doing anything, but standing there and staring at my tent. It was pretty freaky. I readied my gun in front of me. I then had another rock land on my tarp, bounce off and land right in front of me. This was a bad moment. The lightning stopped for just a moment. The thunder died down too. I had a horrible, slow realization that there might be more than one person out there. Then I heard cutting through the ringing in my ears and the momentary silence, clear as it had been earlier, but sounding much closer. The singing of that song I had been singing before. Then it was nothing. I looked back and realized the figure was now not being projected by the lightning anymore. Now that there was a lull, there was complete darkness. I just remember thinking I was fucked to myself in my head. Basically, I was going to have to crawl out of my tarp to get on my feet even. There was no way I was going to be able to stay there anymore. I counted down from 10. I rushed out as quickly as I could and readied my gun once more. I yelled out into the forest, "You better stop messing with me! I'm armed!" And was not in a good headspace. I was as freaked out as I could have been at this point. This was not that long after another creepy experience in the woods. I was about ready to shit myself. I looked around the back of my tent with my light and didn't see anything. Nobody. Just rain raining down. I walked a bit further. I couldn't see anybody still. I could clearly see into the clearing until my light got swallowed up by the rain. I walked around the edge of my little camp, patrolling and sticking close to my tent. I couldn't make out any figures. I wish I could say I checked out the tree line too, but I was too scared. I tried to yell again, but my voice was locked up in my throat. All of a sudden, another rock flew and landed right next to my foot. Bounced off, actually. I won't lie to you, I lost it in that moment. I fired my gun into the dirt about 10 feet in front of me. I could hear some rustling out in the woods, uphill from me yet again. I yelled some dumb panicked bullshit. I ducked back into my tarp and wrapped up as much as I could, huddled up with my gun. Eventually the storm broke, followed by dawn. I packed up my shit and rushed out of there. I was pretty shaky. It took me a while to get all my various gear and my shelter as well. I took a few moments to look at the stones that had been thrown at me. They were really thick. When I went to grab the last of my things, I noticed there were 2 little sections of wood with chewed ends, stripped just like before, leaning against the trunk right next to my tent. Nope, not okay. It took me a second to get my things. I was that freaked out that I was now afraid of simple sticks. 1 the first night, 2 the second? No, fuck that. I got myself under control, only to notice a powerful sense of being watched. I shook off the cover, packed it in a dry bag, and turned around to get the hell out of there. Then I saw a whole, very dead rabbit on the back edge of my camp. The rain had washed off any leakage that would have been on it, but the carcass was splayed out there, like somebody had thrown it at me and it had bounced off. It was fresh enough it didn't stink. I won't paint you any more the picture. I was instantly and totally numb. At that point, I just panicked and fled from there. I readied my gun the entire way too, and jogged pointing it out into the forest until I couldn't anymore. I breathlessly walked the rest of the way back to my car. I got in, drove about 20 minutes, and then had to pull over and throw up as I had a panic attack. I've never been back there alone, and definitely not unarmed. Like many, I've been quarantining in my house in California, mostly spending the time hopping on work calls and gaining a bunch of weight. One night last month, though, it was around 10:30 and I was simply eating dinner. I live in a rural area where houses are spaced much farther apart. The main town square has got to be at least 2 miles from where I live. That's where the police department is as well. So suddenly, I get a knock at the door. Odd at this hour, but I opened it anyways. I was expecting a package at the time. Instead of a package, though, there were 3 men dressed in these dirty yellow hazmat suit things, with face shields as well. I was obviously taken aback. I mumbled something like, hello? One guy was holding a clipboard and introduced themselves as a disinfection team sent by the county. Groups of them had apparently been going around the towns in that county to inspect the houses and make sure they were sanitized or whatever. I was not buying this. I asked them to give me a moment. I shut the door and called my neighbor. I asked him about this disinfection team. He told me it must be a scam and to ask for a warrant or call the cops right away. I went back to the door only to see the men were now gone. I walked out into my driveway, completely baffled. I glanced up and down the street. No cars in sight either, just the warm night air. I contemplated calling the police for a moment, but I didn't think it was worth it. I went back inside and simply locked all my windows and doors instead, heading upstairs to watch some TV. About an hour later, still watching TV, I began to hear things falling over in my backyard on the patio. I heard it clear as day because the patio was right below my bedroom window, which had been left wide open. I was too scared to check it out myself. Instead, I stuck my head out the window to look around a bit. I nearly died on the spot when I saw one of those same men in the hazmat suits messing with my back door. I reacted as quickly as I could. "Hey asshole, the cops are already on their way." That sure got his attention. He yelled something unintelligible and hopped the backyard fence. I saw those two other fuckers running from around the side of my house. They jumped the fence too and ran off into the woods beyond my home. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and called my local police, explaining the situation. Because of the bright yellow in their figures, I could see them disappearing farther out into the woods. The cops came and we made a creepy discovery. The two guys who had been at the side of my house had been trying to pry my dining room window open with a crowbar. I asked them if they could check for fingerprints. I shit you not. One of the officers responded with, "What, you think we're the CIA or something?" That really pissed me off. It seemed small-town police officers really don't give a shit. At least the ones where I live don't. After I insisted, it turned out the men had been wearing gloves anyways, so I guess it didn't matter. Let this be a lesson, and I hope no one else will fall victim to this kind of scam. This happened 3 nights ago, and I'm going crazy trying to figure out what it's about. I had just moved into a new apartment 1 month ago. I'm still unpacking even and settling in. I'd been using my parents' address as my mailing address. They lived a few towns over, about 20 minutes away. I'd been doing so all my life pretty much. Just 3 nights ago, my parents called me at 2 a.m., freaked out, and proceeded to tell me this story. Apparently, at 1 in the morning, someone began frantically banging on their front door and repeatedly ringing their doorbell. My stepdad walked downstairs and opened the door, leaving the front door locked and closed. There was a man standing outside who looked to be in his 30s, a black hoodie on with the hood pulled up all the way over his face. He didn't have any distinguishing features, facial hair, or tattoos. The only thing my stepdad said was that he looked to be Hispanic. Neither of my parents recognized the man. The man started by saying this: "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for my full name." My stepdad played dumb and asked him who that was. The man proceeded to state my full name again and told him that my boyfriend was worried because I didn't come home that night. He claimed to be a friend of my boyfriend and told my stepdad they were both out looking for me, worried because I hadn't showed up. I don't have a boyfriend. I live by myself with my 3 dogs and haven't been in a relationship in quite a long time. Here's the weirdest part though. My stepdad asked the guy what boyfriend he was talking about. The man told him the exact full name of a boyfriend I'd had when I was in 10th grade, nearly 20 years ago. He said my high school boyfriend's name a few more times to ensure my stepdad heard him and repeated that they were very worried about me. Was my stepdad sure I was not inside? At this point, of course, my stepdad was weirded out. He slammed the door and locked it in the guy's face, but the man didn't leave. He lingered in front of my parents' house for several minutes, smoking cigarettes and calling someone on the phone. Finally, my parents called the cops. About 5 minutes before the police arrived, the man walked down to a dead end on their block and drove away in a non-distinct silver car. The car also didn't have a license plate. My parents filed a police report, but nothing else happened. After I heard this story, I'm going nuts over the weird details. How would someone know who I dated nearly 20 years ago? And what would the motive be of making up a story that included that weird detail about my past? I've not been in contact with that particular guy in over a decade. Yesterday, I decided to message him on Facebook to see if this had anything to do with him. I told him the whole story, and he was just as confused as I was. He even claimed to have no part in it and showed me proof of what he was doing as well. I'm at a complete loss. I'm also really freaked out some strange man is going through so much trouble at 1 a.m. to search for me. Any insight or ideas would be greatly appreciated. Thankfully, nothing weird has happened since then. This happened about a decade ago, and it still scares me. My great aunt lived alone in a small 2-floor Cape house one town over. My grandfather had built it for her in the 1940s. She had a tiny spare bedroom and a writing office upstairs. My great aunt was a nun and a teacher, and would often write friends, former students, and work on a book of her stories that she never quite managed to finish up there. My mother and I would visit from time to time to help take care of the chores in and around the house, as the years continued to go on. When I left for college, my mother started visiting more often. No sense in both of them being left alone, she told me. Whilst I was away, unfortunately, my great aunt started showing signs of dementia that progressed quite steadily. It started with stories she'd tell us for the 1,000th time, even though we already knew them well. One would start when she and my grandfather were kids, then somehow resolve with her as an adult. Basically, she'd combine unrelated stories into one, leaving her extremely confused afterwards. She also started forgetting to eat, take her meds, and would crank up the heat in the summer to the point she'd be extremely dehydrated. Some days were worse than others, so when I finished college, we started visiting nearly daily. She absolutely refused going to an assisted living home. We set up meals on wheels and asked some of her friends and former neighbors to come by, so we wouldn't be the only ones taking care of her. My mother and I also convinced her to start writing in the kitchen rather than upstairs instead, to prevent her from having an accident on the stairs. Without a reason to go upstairs any longer, we shut off the old second-floor heaters and closed the over-painted squeaky door to the stairs. We'd find the door cracked open every so often, but my aunt insisted she didn't go up there anymore. We weren't the only ones stopping by though, so maybe someone had fetched something upstairs and forgotten to close it. Again, my great aunt was a nun, so around the holidays she'd roll out the more religious stories and talk about God quite a lot. One day, when I happened to be visiting her alone, she started reflecting on her life, mortality, and when the man upstairs was going to come for her. I changed the subject as it was quite uncomfortable, but over time she started talking more about when she'd die. He's going to come for me soon. I don't know when the man upstairs will do it though. I tried to reassure her. Auntie, I'm sure you have many years left. God isn't going to come take you anytime soon. With the most serious expression I'd ever seen on her sweet old face, she said, "No, not God. The man upstairs." Around this point in time, she started seeing things. Flashes or spiders that weren't there. Even a little boy in her living room that only she could see, even when my mom and I were visiting. Initially, I chalked this statement up to dementia. Later that week, snow fell, so after shoveling myself out early, I went to my great aunt's to shovel her walkway for my mom, who'd be visiting later. After shoveling a bit, I called her from my warm car so she'd know it was taken care of. I also said I wasn't coming in, as I had to go to work. She thanked me, and I drove off. I noticed I'd forgotten my rock salt I had used on the walkway though, so I decided to circle the block and pick it up real quick. As I was reaching over for it, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. The second-floor light in the old writing office had just turned on. I glanced over quickly, then pretended I hadn't seen it. I ran to my car and went down the road a short ways, confirming in my mirrors that it was still on, and I called my mom. "Hey Mom, can you call Auntie and see if she has anyone over? Don't say I asked, by the way. Let me know how long it takes her to pick up." My mom called back almost immediately. "No, she doesn't have company over, not this early. She picked up right away, why?" "You need to call the police right now. The light upstairs turned on after I talked to her. There's no way a 95-year-old lady hung up, hustled upstairs, and went back down to pick up your call right away." As my mom called the police, I called my aunt once again. "Hey Auntie, I almost forgot, you have a doctor's appointment today. I'll come pick you up, okay? We can grab a hot chocolate before we head on over." I parked my car in front of the house and acted as normally as I could. It felt like an eternity, helping her get her house coat on and out the door. As I turned the lock, I heard footsteps above us on the second floor room, where I'd seen the light turn on. I helped her into my car quickly, not once looking back at the house, too scared for what I'd see in the window. We shot down the road a bit, and I called my mom again. She was already on her way over, and said the police would be by shortly as well. I told her where I parked, and I waited. She arrived, and the police weren't far behind her. I flagged down the cop when he got closer, and told him what I'd seen and heard. He radioed for 2 more cars. My mom stayed with our great aunt to keep her calm, as the police now surrounded her house. I handed them the keys to the doors. 2 went in, as the 3rd cop and I stayed outside. A few tense moments passed, and the 2 officers returned with a disheveled, gaunt man, wrapped up in handcuffs. "Oh, that's the man upstairs," my aunt said to my mother, onlooking as they fought with this crazed man to get him into the back of one of the cruisers. Apparently, she had accidentally let a disturbed homeless man in, thinking he was the Meals on Wheels guy. He had been secretly living upstairs this entire time. My great aunt hadn't even known if he was real or not. When we were allowed back in, we saw that the upstairs was a complete mess. Garbage, rotting food stolen from the kitchen, and the amount of filth was scary. The creepiest things, though, were the notes. Written many, maybe hundreds of times in different inks and pencil scrawlings around the writing office window that overlooked her walkway, was, "Go away. Don't stay. I'll come down." The back of the door to the stairs had notes too. "She can see me, but you can't. I can see you." It was clear he had probably written notes each time someone visited over the weeks and possibly months he had been staying there. My great aunt was temporarily shocked, but it was quickly forgotten given her condition. She would ask about the man upstairs less and less. The homeless man, who was in poor physical and mental health himself, was hospitalized and unfortunately passed after a few weeks later into the winter. Apparently he had escaped and died in the snow. Very unfortunate circumstances. My mom and I told my auntie a couple of weeks later when we found out. "Oh, I know. He told me last night. He's upstairs again, but you guys can't see him now." At that instant, my mom and I heard the door to the stairs squeak open, and we decided never to go up there again. So this happened to me about 4 years ago. At the time, I was 20 years old. It was during a tattoo convention in Toronto. I was still an apprentice artist back then, and this was my first time working at a convention. I was super excited, but also a bit underprepared. There were 6 of us going from the studio I worked in, 3 guys and us 3 girls. We booked separate hotel rooms. The guys booked theirs early, which was smart, whereas I booked the room for the girls very last minute. I didn't realize then that the rooms would all be booked up near the convention center. Needless to say, there were almost no affordable rooms left. I had a mini panic attack before I finally found a shitty Super 8 in Chinatown with a room left. I asked if any of the other gals minded. They were totally fine with it, as we wouldn't be staying at the hotel much anyways. Fast forward to us arriving there. It was literally inside an Asian strip mall. It was extremely sketchy, but hey, what could we do now? We checked in, unpacked, and headed down to the convention center to set up our supplies. Afterwards, a bunch of other tattooers asked us all out for drinks. All 6 of us said sure, and we met up at a bar together. We had a pretty great night actually, and everyone was having a full-on blast. I was really not used to drinking at all though, and it was getting later and later. Being my first convention, I didn't want to be tired and hungover the next day, so I asked if anyone wanted to leave with me. They were all still partying though and didn't want to go. I didn't want to ruin their fun time, so I let them know I'd be heading back myself. I called up an Uber. When I got back, it was completely empty. I walked through the entire mall complex, and it was silent and dark. I made it to the hotel entrance and walked past the check-in desk. Dark there. It seemed no one was around anywhere. I was starting to get a bit creeped out and was kind of looking around nervously. I took the elevator to my floor and walked past the communal breakfast area. This is where scary shit started to happen. The breakfast room was pitch black, but I could see the silhouette of a man just sitting in there alone. When the man saw me, he stood up, and I could hear his footsteps creeping up behind me. I tried to stay calm. I told myself he was probably just heading to his own room. You're freaking out for no reason just because it's late. As I continued down those dark halls trying to find my room though, I decided for whatever reason to turn around. That led to the most disgusting sight I've ever seen. The doors for each room dipped into the wall slightly, you see. As I turned around, I shit you not, the man behind me dipped into one of the doorways out of sight, then peered at me from behind the wall. We made direct eye contact, and my heart fell into my stomach. I turned back around and started walking faster to get back to my room and lock the door. I was almost there now. I was at the T intersection of the hallway. There was a fire extinguisher behind glass in front of me. I could see the man following behind me in the reflection. I turned around again, only to see him dip behind some furniture and peek at me from behind it. At that point, I absolutely lost it. I started running and booked it the last few meters to my room around the corner. I swiped my keycard so fast, I'm surprised I didn't fumble and drop it. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it up tight. Thank God I turned a corner, because it seemed he hadn't seen which room was actually mine. I looked through the peephole in the door and watched him pace around the hall for a good 10 minutes before walking away. I immediately went to the hotel room phone to try and call security, but no one was answering. I called my coworkers, who were still at the bar, and told them what had happened too. They came right away and helped me find an employee. I guess they had next to no staff overnight, and no security whatsoever. The employee we did find tried to look for the guy, but of course he was long gone by now. He told me he'd checked the cameras, but I never heard if anything came from that. I don't know what would have happened if that guy had caught me, and I'm sure glad that I didn't have to find out. Every year, I like to take my family on vacation, so we can all have an enjoyable week of relaxation and bonding time together. We usually stay in hotels, but after having a third kid with my wife, we decided it would be best to stay in a house. Our 7-month-old son would often cry and throw tantrums most nights, and I figured that would be very inconvenient for the other guests. I'd never stayed in an Airbnb before, but I decided I would give it a shot, since my coworkers all spoke very highly of it. After getting used to navigating the site, I started to narrow down my search within a couple of cities that my wife and I thought would be nice to visit. I was excited when I found this beautiful house that went for a decently low nightly rate. It was just a short walk away from the ocean as well. In addition, there were shopping plazas where we'd be able to get our groceries for the week just a short drive away. I looked over the host's rating on the website, a middle-aged man named Tom. I was very happy to see he was consistently given a 5-star rating. I booked the house for 7 days, officially planning out our trip. After a super long car ride there, We finally pulled up to the home around 10:30 on the Friday we scheduled to check in. The house was pitch black and surrounded on all sides by woods, gave off a real eerie vibe. We followed the emailed instructions given to us from Tom to get into the home. We typed in the garage code and walked to the safe in the corner of the garage to enter the code to get the key. We got inside without too much trouble and began to unpack our things. The house was huge, having 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Quite an upgrade to our own humble abode. My wife and I noticed the air smelled a bit musty inside, but we assumed that nobody else stayed here the week prior or something. We all brought our luggage up the stairs and picked out our rooms. Our 2 sons stayed in the same bedroom at the end of the hall, while my wife and I took the master bedroom, putting our baby in the room directly next to us. We were all quite exhausted from all this traveling, and probably went to bed around 11:30 or so. At some point during the night, though, I was awakened to hear my son talking to his mom next to our bed, saying that he'd heard a bunch of scary noises. My wife calmed him down and tucked him back in. This wasn't something uncommon. Our sons were both 5 years old and would often get spooked at night. I dozed off again pretty quickly. I was awoken once more by the sound of both of our sons running to our room crying this time. They both insisted they'd heard footsteps coming from above them. I decided I'd flip on the lights to get up and walk around with them to show them they were safe and nothing was there. After doing this, they relaxed a bit and I laid back down to go to bed. After I closed their door though, I checked around once more, feeling a bit concerned now. I opened the door by their rooms that led to the attic and walked up the steps. I saw that the door at the top of the stairs was locked, which didn't surprise me. Within minutes of crawling back into bed though, I heard screaming coming from my son's room. I sprinted out of bed and down the hallway and threw open the door to their room. I flipped on the lights. I could see both of my sons laying on their beds hiding under their covers. I walked over to them and asked what was wrong. Their response was very unsettling to hear. One son told me he'd heard their door creak open and seen a shadow of someone staring in at him right outside. Something about the tone in his voice and the terrified look in his eyes told me he was not just making this up. Normally, I would just think this was one of their night terrors since we were staying in a foreign place, but with this being the 3rd time now, I couldn't help but believe what they were saying. By now, my wife was standing in the room with us. She'd heard everything. I asked her to take everyone into our room and stay there. I did have a concealed carry license and usually carried my gun with me, but this time I'd left it back at home not thinking I'd need it. Now I regretted not having it with me. I knew I'd have to search the house with nothing. As I crept downstairs to the main floor in the dark, I felt a bit scared. It was pitch black and completely silent. The sound of my breath and the light footsteps on the ground were the only sounds I could hear. They felt quite loud, despite my efforts to stay silent. I knew the light switch was somewhere at the bottom of the stairs. I fumbled around in the dark for a minute until I finally found it and flipped it on. My jaw dropped as I looked around and noticed that the front door to the house was wide open. I knew I had made sure the doors were all closed and locked before we went to bed. I slammed it shut, locked it again, and ran upstairs to inform my wife and kids as I locked the master bedroom door behind me. She dialed 911. They said they would have officers there soon. We were instructed to stay inside the room no matter what. Even though it was now 2:30 in the morning, I called the Airbnb owner to let him know there was some sort of break-in. I dialed his number and put it on speaker so my wife could hear him too if he picked up. What we heard next still haunts me to this day. All of a sudden, I could hear a faint ringing coming out from above us in the attic. It sounded immediately as I called him. My wife and I both looked at each other in total shock, knowing the house owner's phone was in the attic. The police arrived minutes after, and we explained everything that had happened. We booked a hotel that night, which was a short drive away from the Airbnb, and enjoyed the rest of our vacation. We eventually followed up with the police, wondering if they'd attained any further information. Turns out, Tom, the owner of the Airbnb, was in the attic that night walking around, which explains why our sons had heard those noises. He'd snuck down and opened the door to our son's room, but hid as my wife and I had gotten up after hearing our son screaming. As we passed one of the rooms on the way down the hall, he crept down the stairs and ran away. Finally, we learned that the attic had several monitors hooked up to secret cameras around the house, so he was able to see and hear everything. It was quite a horrifying experience as a first-time Airbnb guest, and I plan to only rent hotels from now on. The following is a true story that happened in the early 1990s when I was about 14 and lived with my parents. When I was 13 years old, my dad worked for a government contractor, and his work moved us from our hometown to another location about 200 miles away. To me, it seemed out in the middle of nowhere. We moved over my 9th grade year, but my dad moved first to find a place for us to live while our old house sold. We ended up staying in a rental for a short period of time, so my parents could find the right house to stay. After a few months went by, my parents finally found a place. Where we lived before, my hometown was a suburb and super expensive at the time. Where we moved to, the land and homes were a lot cheaper, so my parents took good advantage of that and bought a huge home. We went from a single-story, 3-bedroom, 1-bath house to a 5-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-story home. I didn't get to see the house before my parents put the offer, as they went home shopping while I was still at my new school. I remember when they drove by for the first time to show us the new house. It looked like a mansion compared to our other one. Although I did miss all my friends and my old neighborhood, this house looked so cool. It was in the oldest part of the city, as there was a lot of new construction going up all around. My parents had apparently got a really good deal on this home. Once we went inside, I knew why. It was evening when my parents got the keys to the new house, so by the time we met the realtor and drove over, it was dark outside, which made it all the more creepy. When we walked in, it was like a time capsule, like everything was frozen in the 1960s. It also had this musty old smell, like the place had been vacant and non-touched for years. Much later, I found out that in fact it had been sitting vacant for 8 years before we'd bought it. Even before that, it was odd the previous owners had never updated anything about the house. There was shag carpet everywhere, the appliances were all from the 60s, and the paint in the rooms was weird colors and peeling off. It looked like a crash pad for hippies or something. My dad was very handy, thankfully, so immediately they got to work renovating everything. My dad called in a lot of family help. Eventually, it was completely renovated, and we moved in. I had always felt uneasy in certain parts of the house. I could never explain it, but things like shadows appearing, lights turning on and off, even my sister's hairdryer turning on at 2 a.m. by itself one time. The thing that happened the most, though, was footsteps. I would hear them coming downstairs at night when everything was quiet. Fast forward to a year after we'd moved in. I was the first to notice something odd in the house. This started when I asked my parents to move to an upstairs room because it was bigger and had a walk-in closet. They agreed, of course. I started thinking about the layout of the house upstairs. You see, there was this big open room that was a majority of the upstairs space. We used it as a living room. At the end of the hallway that went to 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, the layout didn't make much sense. There was a void behind the other bathroom that was adjacent to mine. In fact, it was big enough room for another bedroom entirely, but that space went out over the garage. One day, I drew out our house like a diagram. I couldn't figure out why there would be such a big void there with nothing in it. I asked my dad and he kinda shrugged it off. One day, I went outside to that side of the house to scope a bit further and noticed something odd. It appeared there had once been a window there or something. It was covered up by some big vent-looking thing and a sloppy patch of stucco. At this point, I was super curious. I studied the layout once more and noticed the wall on the other side of the bathroom had a patch of drywall in the shape of a doorway. I must be right. There was another room here, but why had it been sealed off? Obviously, my dad would have killed me if I just broke open the drywall, so I had an idea. I wasn't sure if it would work. One day when my parents were away visiting my aunt and uncle, I opted to stay home. I knew they would be gone for hours because of the distance. I figured out that if I went up to the attic crawl space above the garage and broke through the drywall there, my dad might not notice that I'd done so. I doubted he'd ever go up there on his own. I grabbed some tools with me and began to cut through the drywall. Eventually, I made an opening big enough to crawl through between the studs. I was right. There was another room of our house hidden here. I was half excited and half terrified. I was excited I was right, but after looking around the room, it was obvious it had been a bedroom at one point in time. The walls were an old pink color, and the carpet had been completely pulled up. There was no padding, just the strips that tacked the carpet to the ground. I could see where they'd closed off the doorway. There were no doors to the closet in that room either. It looked like at one time there had been something on the wall, but it had been ripped off. The only other thing I found in there were cigarette butts and old beer cans. Must have been either early 70s or 80s. Like I'd seen from the outside, there was also a place where a window had been removed. Some metal vent was nailed into place to cover the opening. I only had a cheap flashlight with me, and even though it was during the day, the room was pitch black inside. I started to get a real creepy feeling being inside here. The smell was very off. I got out of there and tried to make an excuse for going up to the crawl space. I started moving boxes of old junk up there, so I could tell my parents I was cleaning the garage and had found it. When my parents got home, I made up some story I was putting boxes away and noticed a hole. They didn't get mad or anything. They eventually came clean that the realtor told them about the room. I was like, hey, let's open it up and make this a 6th bedroom in the house. My dad refused, said to just leave it alone. Eventually, some time passed. On occasion, I would take friends up there to see this mystery room. After I opened it up, though, things in the house started to get even creepier. Footsteps going all the time. The ones walking up and down the stairs would be louder. There was more shadows appearing in the shape of people. One time, a family friend screamed because she said she saw a woman in the mirror as she was walking up the stairs. She thought it was my mom, but when she turned, it disappeared. Another time, a friend who was sleeping over in the other room sprinted outside in the middle of the night so scared that he'd gone out in his boxers. Said someone had been standing over him while he was sleeping. When I was about 16, I happened to talk to an older neighbor, and he mentioned that he was one of the original owners in that neighborhood. I asked him about my house. He mentioned something about the son who used to live there going to prison back in the early 70s. Wouldn't go into details, but said it was really sad, and not to let drugs ruin your life. I looked up some old newspapers and stuff in the library, only to find an old article about a teen who'd killed his mother and attempted to kill his father before he was arrested. My family moved out shortly after I turned 17, and I never went back to that house again. There's no worse feeling in the world for a 5-year-old, or any age really, than losing your parents in a public place. Times that by a crowd of thousands and triple the number of places they could be, and you have my absolute nightmare, especially in the baking sun of the Florida summer. Looking back, I would call myself a really codependent kid, getting anxious if my parents even went into the next aisle over at the grocery store, and not really leaving the yard without them knowing, or at least another adult like my friend's mom or dad. So, when we took a trip to Disneyland in the foreign state of California, I knew I would be clinging to them like gum on the sidewalk. That didn't mean I wouldn't be having any fun, of course. Just that I was going to be doing it exclusively with my folks in tow, and I was perfectly fine with that. My dad, though, was more of an independent fellow, and he wanted his only son to eventually fall into his footsteps and grow up to be a real man. While on this trip, he would make it a point to leave me alone for a couple of minutes at a time, while he and my mom looked at an attraction across the street or went to another place in the gift shop, increasing the time by a few seconds each time. Now, don't get me wrong here. He let me know where they'd be. It's not like he just up and left me there. And they'd come back right away if I got their attention. But still, it was anxiety-inducing being alone around all these people I didn't know. I knew my classmates and teachers at school and things like that, so that didn't really count when I was around crowds there. My mom comforted me if I started to cry, and said maybe my dad was being a bit too hard on me, but you really couldn't win with him. If he had something in his head, you'd be fighting him the entire day, if not more. This all came to a head on the third morning of our Disney trip, when my dad suggested he and my mom go grab some breakfast, while I waited in the hotel room by myself. To most kids, a chance to be alone and watch all the TV I wanted would be heaven. But I just remember a spike of adrenaline shooting through me, and the hotel floor practically falling away beneath me. I mean, I'd be in my room or out in the yard at home alone just fine, but they were always nearby. At the same time though, a big part of me looked up to my dad, and I wanted to make him proud. So, reluctantly, I put on a brave face and said I'd be fine. I hunkered down in front of the Disney Channel as they left, feeling like the whole room was closing in as the door shut behind them. After watching reruns of Good Luck Charlie and Ant Farm on repeat, I quickly got bored and tried to change the channel. Flipping through was the only way to combat my mounting anxiety. Apart from the TV, the room was too quiet, too big, too unfamiliar for me to be comfortable, but the TV wouldn't change without a passcode for whatever reason. I guess I'd left it idling for too long. I tried to remember what the room passcode even was for what felt like forever, but I came up short. I could feel the anxiety starting to mount again as the TV played the same commercials over and over. Now I had nothing to forget that my parents weren't in the next room. In hindsight, I know now that I had an extreme undiagnosed anxiety disorder, but at the time I had no idea what that was, or how to deal with it at all aside from distracting myself or finding them, and so I chose the second option. I could hear my heart beating in my ears as I opened the door to our hotel room. We were on the ground floor, and technically we were in a motel attached to the main resort, so our door faced a small parking lot. I had been in that dark room so long with the curtains drawn that the sun reflecting off a bright blue car next to ours blinded me for a bit. I knew I had to act fast if I wanted to find them. I didn't know exactly where they were going, but my mom said before they left they'd be across the bug bridge to the left. I started walking down the road to the left, looking for any bridges or Disney-themed breakfast nooks I could find. A little bit difficult, considering nearly everything around me was Disney-themed. I walked far too long before I realized I didn't see anything that could be like what she was describing. Just the Cinderella castle a middle distance away, a looming presence and a beacon. Maybe someone there can help me find them, I thought. I ran to it as fast as my legs could carry me. Only even then I managed to get even more lost. The bright signs all seemed to look the same, and I couldn't read too well yet, so a map was out of the question. It was also, I learned later, rush hour at the Magic Kingdom area, so the streets were very congested with strangers going about here and there. None of them paid any attention to me. Not that I'd tried to get their attention in the first place. My breath grew short at the thought. I ended up just crouching in the corner for a minute, trying to make myself as small as possible, and trying not to cry while a Disney song played nearby. The people were really starting to close in. As I looked between my fingers, I realized why. Someone in a princess costume had strolled onto the corner and was greeting people and signing things. I recognized the yellow dress immediately. Belle. She was my favorite princess. We were going to do a picture opportunity with her later today, but if I couldn't find my way back, that would never happen. My blood rushed into my ears. My tears caked my face as they dried. I decided to be a man in that moment, even if a scared one. With shaking, wobbly legs, I cut the line and ran right up to Belle and said, "Can you help me?" You might know the rest of the story. Belle looked at the crowd of kids for a minute as if signaling the parents to come get theirs for cutting in line. A look of realization crossed her face though, and she asked me, "Are you lost, honey? Maybe Beast can sniff out your mother and father if we ask nicely." I agreed, drying the tears from my face. This time they were tears of relief though. Apparently, my parents had been looking for me since they found the room empty and the door wide open. I guess in my panic I'd forgotten to close it. The TV was still on too, blaring more and more reruns. It must have looked a lot worse than it actually was, like I'd been kidnapped instead of just wandering off or something. They called the front desk, who called hotel security, and eventually it made its way through a good portion of the chain. By the time I'd asked Belle for help, my parents were considering calling the actual police and filing a missing persons report. My dad in particular felt guilty for his part to play in the incident. He apologized for leaving me scared and alone and said we could wait until I felt ready to try something like that again. They hugged me and promised me a special dinner that night with my favorite Disney princesses. I ended up sitting with the Belle that waited with me until security could get my parents, and she was very wonderful. She chatted with me for a long time about anything and everything, and I still have her autograph and a picture she let me get with her once my parents arrived to this day. I know this doesn't sound so scary. After all, there was nothing actively dangerous going on, but like I said, a kid getting lost in a huge crowd like that can be your worst nightmare. My name is Diane, and I'm here to tell you about my honeymoon with my wonderful husband Cooper. We met only 2 years before we got married in college, and it was a whirlwind romance. I'd never met a more considerate, kind, or funny man in my entire life. We've been married for a total of 5 years now, and I can honestly say he's still my better half to this day. Our first date was to see 2017's Beauty and the Beast remake, and despite what people say about the live-action versions, we both found we actually really liked it. In fact, we make it a tradition to watch it on each of our anniversaries, or on special occasions significant to our relationship. Early on in the wedding planning, we decided to take the plunge and have our honeymoon at Disney. This would be our first major couples trip not sponsored by our school, so we had a huge learning curve ahead of us. Cooper had gotten a degree in finance, so he knew pretty well the ins and outs of trip planning, and I was more the bargain finder. This made it a lot easier than we'd thought it would be to plan for the trip, so despite all the stresses of slapping a wedding and honeymoon together, we never lost sight of what it was really all about: celebrating our love. Cooper and I, however, found ourselves in the middle of something straight out of a thriller. The first few days of the week-long trip were wonderful. We chose a tropical suite with a strong paradise theme. It had its own pool and hot tub and was close to a cute little Disney-themed breakfast place we wanted to try. Coop loved the Mickey-shaped waffles, by the way. Still likes to make them like that occasionally. It was pretty cozy room-wise and overall, especially for a newlywed couple. Without going into too many details, I knew I wanted a life and family with Cooper forever, and I was looking forward to 4 days of wedded bliss together. Day 4 started off just like all the others. I'm an early riser, while Cooper sleeps in a bit later, so I was up and brewing a cup of coffee for myself, while the sun crept higher through the morning, flooding the room with light slowly. By the time 10:30 rolled around, he shuffled out of bed to join me. He wrapped his arms around me and kissed the back of my neck before heading to the bathroom, mulling over the plans for the day out loud. That's how we decided to go to the Epcot Center that day, a spot we hadn't tried yet, and something different from the Magic Kingdom and other areas. We wouldn't be going on many rides, though. We just like to soak up the atmosphere of a place at our own speed, seeing what we could find while walking around. We'd meet all sorts of people, both tourists like us and cast members, and even had a couple take our picture in front of some cultural monuments. One of these people we met definitely stood out though, a large man that looked to be about his mid-40s. He introduced himself as Charles, and he towered over both of us. When he offered to take our picture in front of the Epcot ball itself, I noticed him staring at me and not really making eye contact with Cooper. He seemed to be taking a little too long to snap one or two photos as well. Though, in his defense, we were facing the sun at the time, so I can't really say for sure. He was polite enough and quick to hand my phone back to me, but I couldn't shake how he never seemed to blink, especially when Cooper casually mentioned we were on our honeymoon. "Oh, you're a lucky man," he said. That was the only time he acknowledged Cooper directly. "Thanks," Coop said, drawing his arm around me. We excused ourselves and walked away. Coop teased me about having competition even on the honeymoon. I rolled my eyes and smacked his chest. "Not a chance," I said. The rest of the day went really well, though I couldn't get Charles's creepy stare out of my head. I know some people can't help it, or don't realize when they do it, but still, it gave me a little bit of a shiver each time I thought of the way he looked at me. We tried to just put it out of our minds and continue on with the day, but every once in a while I'd swear I'd catch him out of the corner of my eye. He didn't seem to be blatantly following us at least, just always ending up in the same general vicinity, but I kept my eyes out even closer after the third time. I mean, the parks aren't that small, right? We decided to go back to the hotel room after the sun started to set. We were tired and wanted some couple time together. Coop was whispering romantic sweet nothings into my ear the entire shuttle ride back, right up against my ear so the other passengers couldn't hear. His voice resonated warmly in my chest, ever the romantic. I had just cuddled into him when the shuttle stopped to let on more passengers, and who do I see walking down the aisle? Charles. Same clothes, same towering form, same creepy stare. He noticed us immediately, and in about the time it took me to think, please don't sit by us, he sat down right next to us, of course. Seriously, what are the odds here? Coop launched into the friendly thing and started trying to chat with him. "Oh, it's you! Small world, huh? Enjoy the parks for the day?" I wasn't really listening though. I was too busy glancing from Coop over to Charles. I noticed that once again, Charles wasn't paying any attention to Coop at all, even as he gave vague answers to his questions. His eyes just centered straight on me. If I felt a little uncomfortable feeling his gaze from a distance away, being glared at from point-blank range made my stomach nearly roll out onto the floor. My heart nearly stopped when Charles cut Coop right off and said, "I can do you better, pretty lady. I can tell you like it rough." What? I couldn't stop the anger in my voice. Coop immediately dropped the nice act and went off on the guy, telling him not to talk to me like that and to leave us alone or else. We were starting to attract attention now, but Charles didn't seem to care. He simply said, "Come to my room if you change your mind." He rattled off a room number in our same resort. Great. Just great. "Hell no," I said. My finger hovered on the emergency stop button above our seat. I wanted off this bus. I felt red-hot angry, embarrassed, and sick. I could tell Cooper was feeling the same. Some woman with her kids looked at me from across the aisle, concern plain on her face. I raised my eyebrows in an "I don't fucking know" way and pressed the button. The bus immediately came to a jerking stop. Coop and I leapt and ran out before Charles could even think about following. A security officer stopped by our room a short while later to ask us about the incident. Apparently, Charles went on a loud rant about how the pretty woman never see what he can offer, and intimidated the other passengers to the point where the bus driver felt the need to call security and kick him out. They were even suggesting we submit a report to get him banned from Disney entirely, maybe even arrested on misconduct charges. Coop and I agreed. After all, the thought of him stalking another person felt awful. Even though he didn't do anything physically to me because we were always surrounded by people, The next girl who came alone might not have been so lucky. Regardless, Coop and I were still able to enjoy the rest of our honeymoon in the privacy of our own hotel room, and we never saw or heard anything about Charles ever again. I loved Disney's Dinosaur the movie as a kid, and I mean I really loved it. I would watch it multiple times a week, sometimes every night even when my summer vacations were in full swing. I would fall asleep to the sounds of dinosaurs roaring their ways through different environments, drawn into the suspense every time. So, when I learned that there was, in fact, a ride solely based on that movie at Disney World in Florida, and we were scheduled to go in just a few months around my 11th birthday, I was absolutely ecstatic. My mom would tell me later in life that I would not stop bouncing around the house for weeks on end. I'm sure it eventually got annoying for her and my older brother Zach, but at the time I was too lost in the moment to care. We were going to see those dinosaurs in the flesh, or as much in the flesh as an animatronic ride can allow. We arrived at our Disney resort in the middle of fall, just when it was starting to snow back home, but not so late that Florida was not still warm. I remember the heat blasting my face as we exited the airport, and the air conditioning in the shuttle bus right after honestly gave me whiplash. Zach just seemed to be bored on his way to the hotel, but I gazed out the window intently, looking through all the Mickey ears and coaster tracks and parade floats for anything scaled, anything that would hint to the reptiles I so dearly loved. You can imagine my disappointment when, as we were settling into bed that night, I learned the animal kingdom in which the dinosaur ride was located would be our very last day at the parks. That would mean my plan of riding it enough to get the full scope of what we were dealing with was now squashed. And I would probably only get to ride it once or twice anyhow, as Zach said the lines were ridiculously long. I lay dejected in my Disney-themed pajamas that night, staring at the combo of moonlight and security lights through the hotel blinds. It was like this over the coming week that I would come up with my own plan. Don't get me wrong, the rest of Disney was magical as well. We went to all the major sites and rides through each of the 4 parks, even water parks too. We got our photos taken with the numerous character icons perusing the streets. Even Zach started to lighten up too. I caught him grinning when a parade happened to go by, and being 15 years old, he would blush whenever a princess waved at him. By the 3rd day, he took his hoodie down and didn't groan at all when Mom asked him to go on a ride with me. He and I had been growing distant for a couple of years due to our age gap, but I feel like that trip really took us back in time to when he would play with me like we used to. He really let his inner child come out, even grabbed his own set of Mickey ears before we left. Maybe that's why he didn't hesitate too much in going along with my plan later on. I let it slip as we were coming out of the Toy Story ride, the one where you shoot at stuff. "Hey, Zach," I said, nudging his arm. "Yeah? I want to ride that dinosaur ride tomorrow as much as I can." He looked at me thoughtful. "I know you do, Bug," his old nickname for me, since I used to wear thick glasses that bugged out my eyes. His face then split into a grin, one that he had whenever coming up with a bit of mischief. "Want to do something crazy?" He knew I did. My plan was simple, but Zach made some additions that years later, we both realized were really stupid. I wanted to sneak into the ride and slip away without my mom realizing. Zach proposed we duck under the seat so the ride operator would let us go as many times as we wanted, or find some way to loop around that wasn't getting back in line. Eventually though, we landed on the most reckless idea yet, one that would definitely get us in trouble, or even banned from the entire area if we were caught. We'd sneak out of the ride near the end if it wasn't too fast, then find a way to slip back in from between the animatronics near the beginning. This way, you'll really get to see them up close, maybe even pet one, Zach teased as we brushed our teeth for bed. I grinned. Tomorrow I would see these real-life dinosaurs as close as I could get, or we'd fail miserably, one of the two. The animal kingdom was just as awesome as the rest of the parks. We went on a jungle rescue, safari tours where the real animals could walk around as freely as though we were really on the plains, and even a prehistoric-themed cafe. We sat next to a moving baby mammoth as we ate. It was my favorite part of the day, but I knew the best was still yet to come. I kept giving what I hoped were discreet winks at Zach across the table. I had no idea what was coming, though. Around late afternoon the next day, I was staring at a giant model of Aladar the iguanodon outside the ride. The sun streamed red and yellow behind the trees, illuminating his scales and green eyes. While the line moved, we were greeted by two scientists in white lab coats on a projection screen, one sitting at a high-tech computer, while the other stood with a clipboard and pen. They gave us the whole spiel about our destination being the early Cretaceous period. They were going to be our guides while we traveled through time. Zach nudged my arm and I laughed. We boarded the ride, Zach and I in the middle and our mom in the row in front of us. We made sure to sit at the end so we could try and slip away easier. The ride itself was pretty amazing. I really enjoyed it. It all flew by though and seemed so short. I only got to feel a glimpse of everything by the end, and I could barely remember the events that happened, although that may have been because I was way too excited. I knew as we were stopping along the track that it was time to put my plan into action. Let's go! After checking that no one was looking, and our mom was lost in the crowd, we managed to slip out without anyone seeing, and onto the dark set. Zach, being a responsible older brother, held my hand to make sure I didn't trip or get myself hurt, until we got to a more lit section of the ride, right by one of those triceratopses, I think. I reached out and patted its spiked nose. It was rough and surprisingly warm. Its horns were really solid, too. It was a deep brown color. Its eyes looked dead while not lit up and moving. I moved on to pet most of the other smaller dinosaurs, taking in every detail, every scale pattern, even Aladar all the way at the back. Suddenly, a loud mechanical hiss sounded far down the cavernous ride. The workings under their skin began to twitch. Zach immediately put the pieces together and grabbed my hand. "The ride's going again, hide!" We dove into some plastic ferns and squeezed ourselves as far back as we could go, praying that no one would see us as the cars went by. The music and roars of the dinosaurs were deafening. Zach covered his ears and hunched down, covering me with his black hoodie. I still remember the smell pressed against my nose, mothballs. There was a Carnotaur lit up in reds and blues snapping at the audience. That one quickly caught my eye. He would be the next one I looked at up close. I gazed over at the glistening yellow teeth and wondered what they'd feel like. I wondered if they were actually sharp, considering the ride was not actually supposed to bite anyone. After the ride quieted down again, I crawled my way over to the large animatronic and quickly made the biggest mistake of my life. I examined around the nose area, looked at the eyes, and wedged my hand into the gap between its teeth. Its mouth was rubbery and cold, and while the teeth weren't pointed, they still made my skin go numb after a minute of feeling around. I wanted to see how far I could actually go in. Would I be able to feel the back of a throat, or was it all just empty space and robotics? I ended up making the second biggest mistake of my entire life. I pushed my tiny arm into its mouth as far as I could possibly go. I managed to get it almost up to the shoulder before it started to hurt. It was an awkward angle. My arm was straightened slightly upward, and I had to brace myself against the animatronic to stand. Zach caught up with me and said he wanted to take some pictures to show his friends. He told me to make funny faces, as though the dinosaur was in the middle of eating me. I did, twisting myself to face the camera this way and that. All the while, my arm was in the gigantic mouth. When we were done, Zach said, "All right, let's get out of here before it picks up again." I remember replying, but I found that I couldn't move. I pulled and pulled, but I couldn't get my arm out from between the rubber teeth. It had gotten stuck. My shoulder was really starting to hurt from the strain. As I twisted my arm around, I couldn't feel much except for pins and needles. I'd gone numb. "I can't get it out," I said, my voice extremely small. Zach was starting to get annoyed. "We're done. Come on, let's get out of here." "I can't get it out," I said, louder this time. "Zach, my arm's stuck." I never got to finish that sentence, though. The ride whirred to life, and something in the mechanical body shifted. The mouth clamped down over my arm. It dug into my skin. I could feel something sharp and mechanical jam into my hand inside its throat. There was no way I could describe the pain that followed. I screamed. I don't even really remember that much, except for something wet, warm, and sticky flowing down my arm. Zach told me sometime later that the animatronic had done a motion releasing my arm, but my hand was stuck in the mechanisms. He then told me he had to watch as I was picked up by my wrist and flung around extremely hard right as a car went by. I remember him screaming, "Oh my God," over and over. The ride instantly stopped. Zach came out of hiding, screaming for someone to help me. People were frantic. Someone tried to remove me from the thing's mouth, but a cast member stopped them, saying it would only make things worse. I was dangling limp and unconscious. Blood covered my shirt and caked the inside of the dinosaur's mouth. Zach said that was the scariest part, how much blood there was, and how I wasn't moving at all anymore. I woke up in the hospital hours later, with my mom and Zach right there. I had come away with a wrist broken in multiple places, a dislocated shoulder, and slicing off 3 of my fingers, but amazingly I was still alive. The doctor said to my mom that I was lucky that was all that happened. The flinging and the pressure on my arm could have caused much more damage, maybe even caused me to bleed out or sever an artery. She told me all she could do was nod and cry. Obviously, our big trip was cut short. Zach and I were grounded more than we'd ever been before after we got home, and my injuries slowly healed over time. I obviously have some major motor issues in that hand, but otherwise I get around okay. Although I still love the movie, I had to go into another room whenever the Carnitors showed up on screen. I just couldn't look at them anymore. I'm a lot older nowadays, and look back on that incident as a cautionary tale. In theme parks, even places like Disney, those rules to stay inside the vehicle are there for a reason. I grew up a military brat in San Diego, California. My dad was in the Marine Corps for 25 years, eventually reaching the rank of gunnery sergeant, before he retired in 2011. I'm really proud of him and I love him very much, but I won't sugarcoat it at all. Growing up with a parent in the military was not easy. He wasn't home much, and when he was something of a disciplinarian. I didn't have nearly as much freedom as some of my friends did, but that was just as much of a boon as it was a burden. It really helped me to stay on track at school and gave me the means to get into a good college later on in life. Without a doubt, though, the worst part of him being in the Marine Corps was when he had to go away to war. Although he wasn't part of the initial invasion force, my dad was deployed in Iraq in June of 2003. I was 11 years old at the time, and it really sucked having to say goodbye to him, no matter how much he tried to reassure us he would be okay. I was old enough to be acutely aware that that might be the last time we ever got to talk to him, the last time I ever got to hug him, the last time I'd ever get to see him alive. Needless to say, the next 6 months were some of the most stressful of my entire life. Every little news report I saw on TV gave me the worst anxiety. Every time we got news a serviceman had died over there, I feared for the worst. Mom tried to shield us as best she could, but at the risk of sounding a little full of myself, I was smart, inquisitive, and sensitive as a kid, and she could only do so much to keep me from worrying. So it was that in September of 2003, Mom decided to take me to Disneyland for the weekend to take my mind off of things. To be honest, it was exactly what I needed. I was hugely into Disney when I was a kid, and although I'd been over to Disneyland a few times before, Being so stressed around the house meant seeing it again was like doing so through fresh eyes. I took pictures with as many of the characters as I could, and each ride me and my mom went on seemed to alleviate my anxiety and depression that much more. The whole first day was going wonderfully well. That was until we got in line to ride the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I'm pretty sure it was at about 11:30 by the time we got into the little rail cars for the ride itself. Everything was going smoothly at first. We were speeding along all the twists and turns till we hit the little fake desert setup and then an incline into a dark tunnel. I just remember feeling this jolting sensation shake the cars, all while we were in the dark. Then this horrible grinding of metal and a thud before the people in cars in front of us started screaming and everything came to a sudden stop. Everyone was really shaken up from this. But then I heard some of the worst things I've ever heard before in my life. This woman started calling out, "Mark? Mark, wake up!" We were all mostly in the dark, but there was a little bit of light coming from the openings of the tunnel on each side of us. I remember seeing how some of the cars weren't even on the tracks anymore. The cars in front of us were all wet and shiny, with some kind of fluid. I would only realize later it was someone's blood. In the moments after the rail cars came to a stop, people started clambering out of them and walking down the tunnel as fast as they could, calling that someone was hurt really bad and we needed help up there as soon as possible. My mom climbed out of the rail car and followed. I could see that the train car thing at the very front of the coaster had derailed and the rear of the thing had mounted the car behind it. It was only then that I realized that whoever was in the car just behind it would have taken the full force of that thing as we sped up that incline. There were also people in the cars ahead of us who were trapped by it, stuck in the rail cars and unable to get out because of the way they were positioned in the tunnel. Thankfully, me and my mom weren't trapped, so we could just get out of there. I think it took another half hour before firefighters could get them all out, so paramedics could treat them before taking them to the hospital. All the people that could get out were herded off by park staff toward the River Bell Terrace, where a medical treatment area had been set up. Like I said, me and my mom were mostly okay, just a little shaken up from the whole thing. But there were people with some very serious injuries who had not been so lucky. We later found out the guy at the very front who'd been in the first car had actually died. It's horrendously tragic that someone should lose their life when all they wanted to do was go to Disneyland and have a bit of fun on a few roller coasters. I know it's kind of messed up for me to think like this, but we got really lucky that day. Way more people could have died. Honestly, I was really surprised to find out that only a single person lost their life in that incident. At least half the riders on the coaster could have been killed from the way that train straight up mounted the cars behind it. Since that day, I've never ever ridden a roller coaster, and theme parks in general just kind of creep me out now. I know they're super fun, and I hope I'll get past my fear of them one day, but for the time being, I'm more than happy to just avoid them and stay safe. Even the sound of people screaming on them reminds me of Big Thunder Mountain, and the way that woman just kept screaming for her husband or son or whoever it was to wake up, and they never did. Back in 1999, I used to work at Disney World down in Orlando, Florida. I was a custodian, which is really just Disney World's fancy way of saying janitor. We mostly worked when the park was closed. We'd clean the place up, empty the trash, and treat all the water features around the park with cleaning chemicals to keep them from getting stagnant and smelly. There was also a little guest interaction involved too, though, including things like giving directions, helping guests plan their day, and answering the millions of questions they'd have about the park. I suppose that means the job was 70% janitor and 30% walking information point. There were major perks, but there were huge downsides as well. I'd get disgruntled guests coming up to me and complaining about the stormy weather, as it meant some of the rides were closed down for a few hours. I'd have to deal with that by just smiling and nodding and sympathizing, but sometimes I swear it was like they wanted me to clap my hands and magically make the clouds disappear from above our heads. It was like they imagined I had the power to do anything. Like, it's not my fault you chose to visit Disney World during a freaking hurricane season, dude. Make better choices in the future. I also had to deal with lost children a few times too. I had to take valuable items to the Lost and Found in Main Street, which was pretty fun, as it meant you could really wander throughout the Magic Kingdom on your way to the Lost and Found. That was one of the good things about being a custodian. You're allowed to walk all over the place within reason. For instance, if a guest wanted directions to Space Mountain, I could walk them over to Tomorrowland, instead of just telling them how to get there. This worked well when trying to communicate with guests who didn't speak much English. I had a lot of good times during that job. The whole team was like one big family, but I suppose that's why what I'm about to tell you happens to be probably the worst thing that's ever happened in my entire life. It still kind of messes me up even 21 years later. So this happened on the second weekend in the February of 1999. The actual park opened at 11 a.m., so we used to spend the first 2 or 3 hours of our shifts basically doing cosmetic cleans, testing rides, and making sure the park was ready to go for the day. The morning section of my shift involved helping out with the cleaning and prepping in Tomorrowland. At one point, I'm walking through the park, and I see this guy up on the platform for the Skyway in Fantasyland. He's sweeping away, whistling to himself, generally being the cheerful guy that he was. Ray was in his 60s at the time, and he had already been with us for like a year. Everyone liked him a lot. He was older than most of us, but he was super chilled out and friendly, always willing to help out his fellow cast members. Like I said, we were one big family. We worked together, we partied together, some of us even lived together. I called up to him. "Mornin', Ray Ray." He smiled down at me, returned the greeting, and waved a little before going back to his sweeping. It was a beautiful morning. Everyone was in a good mood. It was another day in paradise. In my mind, at least. So I'm walking toward Tomorrowland for a few more minutes when I hear this slow electric whirring sound above my head. It was the sound of the Skyway starting up as the 4-person gondola started moving along the track. I still felt terrible that it took me as long as it did to realize what was so wrong about this situation. It was a Sunday morning, and I was pretty tired already and slightly hungover from having gone out drinking the night before with a few of the other cast members. Honestly, it took me a while to stop blaming myself for not having prevented what happened next, because I always figured if I'd been just a little bit sharper, I'd have been able to really help out. Then it hits me though. The gondolas are moving pretty fast on their first test loop, and Ray was still up on the platform. Someone had switched the Skyway on without checking to make sure if it was clear or not. I started running back the way I'd walk, following the platform the Skyway was on, and hoping I'd catch up to Ray before the gondola reached him. I was running as fast as I could, trying to catch up with the lead gondola, but I just couldn't seem to close the distance in time. I looked up and saw Ray whistling away to himself with his back toward the gondolas, not seeing them at all. They were quickly approaching. I started shouting to him and trying to warn him before the gondola knocked him off the Skyway platform, which was 60 feet up in the air. He heard me and turned around, obviously horrified to see that someone had turned on the Skyway before checking to see if it was clear. He had a mix of anger and fear in his voice as he turned back around and started moving as quickly as he could away from the gondola. He just couldn't move fast enough though. The thing caught up with him quickly. It didn't knock him off right away. He grabbed onto the gondola and tried to pull himself inside of it to stop himself from falling, but he just didn't have enough strength. All of a sudden, I'm watching him dangling from the thing, in danger of falling the whole 60 feet onto the concrete below. I'm just shouting up to him, "Hang on, Ray, just hang on!" There was nothing I could do. I had to watch him struggle to hold on to that gondola as it moved along the skyway, knowing it was only a matter of time before he lost his grip and fell. I could see Ray looking over his shoulder, down at the ground below every so often. I'll never forget that look of absolute terror on his face, or that feeling of pure helplessness as I watched this whole thing unfold. Then the gondola started passing over these flower beds instead of just pure concrete. I figured the soil and plants would have been a better option to fall onto. It had to be. I started shouting, "Jump, Ray! Jump into the flower beds! Let go!" I don't know if he deliberately let go or just lost his grip, but he fell the whole 60 feet down and landed with an audible thump in the flower beds below him. Watching him fall was like slow motion. He seemed to fall so slowly, but I guess that's just because it was such a long way to fall. He was in a bad way when I reached him. He wasn't moving at all. He laid there among the flowers, glassy-eyed, wheezing and groaning in agony. In the moment before I ran off to get help, I saw him spit up blood onto his bottom lip and chin. I was in tears by the time I found another cast member to help, begging them to call 911 so we could get an ambulance out as fast as possible. Emergency services got there less than 20 minutes later. They carried Ray out of the park on a stretcher before driving him over to Orlando Regional Medical Center. We all prayed that he'd be okay. It brought us a great deal of hope that he'd actually landed on the flower beds and not straight onto concrete, which would have definitely killed anyone who had fallen that far. Unfortunately, a few hours later, we got word that he hadn't made it. His injuries were so bad that he passed away, despite all the hospital staff had tried to do for him. The fall had caused too much trauma, too much internal bleeding. He had slipped away before they'd even operated on him to drain the blood from his lungs. We were all absolutely devastated to have lost such a cheerful, charming, and dedicated man. Ray made all our days just that little bit brighter, and it would be impossible to really ever replace him. I felt for his family. I felt for his friends. I really felt for the cast member who had turned on the gondolas before making sure the skyway was clear. Technically, Ray should have been done with his sweeping by that time in the morning, but like I said, he was dedicated and the kind of guy who didn't finish a job until it was properly done. The person who turned on the skyway, whose name I won't mention, was completely inconsolable, so much that they had to be put on leave before they eventually quit. They blamed themselves for Ray's death, saying they should have checked the cameras, done a walk around to make sure the platform was clear. It was no one's fault though. I've come to terms with that. It was a simple breakdown of communication. It could have happened to anyone. It wasn't my fault, it wasn't Ray's fault, and it wasn't the operator's fault. It was a horrible twist of fate. Everyone that could get time off attended Ray's funeral. We all wanted to be there for his family as best we could, to assure them their husband and father was one of the best men we'd ever known. Ray was the first cast member to die in the park in over 10 years. A little memorial was put up backstage for him, so we could all remember him at his best, with a smile on his face, instead of scared and broken. Rest in peace, Raymond Barlow. We love you, and we miss you every single day. It's every kid's dream to go to Disney World, right? It's a dream a lot of American kids never get to have come true, let alone British ones. So I always felt extremely fortunate and privileged that my parents were not only financially capable of taking our family over to Florida for a couple of weeks, but also that they could actually put aside the time to do something like that. In all likelihood, they probably didn't want to. I mean, no offense to anyone that does, but what kind of actual grown-up wants to spend all their time queuing up for rides and baking in the hot sun after paying for overpriced churros and chocolate sauce? That's not even touching on the pure scam that kind of stuff can be. You remember Disney dollars? But my parents relented to mine and my sister's pleas to take us all the way across the Atlantic to arguably the craziest state in the Union, Florida. This happened a long time ago, back in 1998, so excuse me if I misremember any of the smaller details about the park itself. I remember the year pretty clearly though, because the game StarCraft had just come out. I was fortunate enough to pick up a copy in the US before it was even commercially available in the UK. To a 10-year-old like me, Florida was the land of the lost or something. I mean, it had actual dinosaurs, i.e. alligator farms where you could feed the big old beasts with hunks of meat, something I was way too scared to do myself. I was happy to watch my dad do it though before he scampered away down the wooden walkway like he was regressing into a childlike state of pure primal fear. It was the land of Tropicana, where food proportions dwarfed those in the UK. The grass and trees were different and fantastical. So much so that I might as well have landed in an alien world. It was also the home of the most magical place in the entire universe, Disney World. It was during our third and final day trip to Disney World, though, that something happened I didn't properly understand until I was a great deal older. The truth of the event, my parents tried their best to shield me and my little sister from. So, this is how it happened. I remember we were in the Animal Kingdom part of the park. I was always really interested in natural history when I was growing up, so I was particularly excited to see this portion of Disney World. I was incredibly happy and excited to be there. Of course, I'd had to wait 3 whole days at Disney before we finally got to see this particular part of it. Every other kid seemed to be just as happy as I was. As we got off the shuttle bus out at the park, I remember seeing this one little girl with her dad, who looked uncharacteristically miserable for a kid who had the good fortune to be visiting Disney World. I mean, there's always one moody kid out of the bunch though, isn't there? One who never seems to have any fun no matter what's happening around them. Honestly, as confused as I was about her, I forgot the sight pretty quickly. My own excitement was overwhelming me at seeing my favorite Disney film animals, like Mustafa from The Lion King. Go figure, I was on a buzz throughout the entire day. Whether we were on the rides or on the safari tour thing, or eating at one of the cafes, I'd constantly see this little girl and her dad. She looked consistently exhausted and unhappy. I found myself staring to the point where my mom and dad had to warn me to stop staring at other kids because it was rude. I knew they were right, of course. It was rude to stare. Besides, this girl seemed awfully upset for some reason. Surely seeing me staring at her would only make it worse. A little while later, I remember walking along drinking one of those ginormous zillion-ounce sodas or whatever, happy as Larry, when I see that little girl and her dad in front of us again. I'm not going to pretend to be all like I knew something was wrong or that I sensed it, because I didn't at all. One thing that struck me as kind of odd about this whole thing at the time, though. One thing did kind of strike me as odd, though. By the time I was 10, I hated holding my mom or dad's hand. That was what babies did. This girl didn't seem to be all that keen on holding her dad's hand either, and at one point even tried to shake it loose, but he kept on holding her. At one point he even started to grip her wrist and telling her to behave. I found this kind of distressing. I looked up at my dad as if to be like, "Are you seeing this?" half expecting to be told to stop staring again. Both of my parents looked very concerned about what was going on, though. I didn't dare to say anything. I was old enough to know that some kids misbehave sometimes, and people around had that kind of cringy, pretend it's not happening kind of feeling about them. Only, instead of calming down, the little girl burst into tears and started wailing, "I want my mommy," over and over, all while the guy was trying his best to calm her down. "I'll get you to mommy soon, sweetie." All this other stuff he was saying too. What happened next is kind of a blur in my memory. There was a lot of commotion around. This is how my dad tells the story from his perspective, though. Apparently, while the little girl was waiting, my dad heard her blatantly say, "I want my dad. Where is my dad?" The way he tells it, the mood in the crowd around us visibly shifted. It became obvious that this guy who had been taking her around the park was not her father. No one knew how to actually act on this revelation for the first few moments or so, and for good reason. Maybe the guy was an uncle or a family friend, a legal guardian or a caretaker. There was nothing inherently insidious about it until the guy snapped back at her in a way that was distinctly unparental. Some other American dad walked up to him. "Is there a problem, buddy?" The guy was quick to calm the situation down by telling them the girl was just having a temper tantrum. When someone asked the guy if he was actually the girl's dad, he replied yes he was, again trying to reassure the gathering crowd that everything was okay and she was just having a tantrum. The next part I remember pretty clearly though. The girl shouted something before the man clamped his hand over her mouth so hard it sounded like a slap. My mom started pulling me and my sister away from the scene. It was starting to turn ugly, like really fast. According to my dad's version of the story, what the girl had screamed before the guy tried to shut her up was that he wasn't her dad at all. Not only that, but he had taken her away from her dad. All kinds of people started rushing forward, and my view was blocked off. There was shouting and moving. I remember seeing this tubby woman shoving her way through the crowd of people with that same little girl in her arms, who by that point was sobbing uncontrollably. A crowd had formed around the man, and it began to sway and shift. There were shouts and screams. I mean, the kind of screams that were so intense and frightening, they made me shake and shiver in fear. My little sister was bursting into tears, too. By the time park security showed up, who 10-year-old me assumed were the police, the crowd began to disperse. I distinctly remember seeing the man who had taken the little girl from God knows where, pinned on the ground with someone on top of him. That's the thing I remember most crystal clear to this day. A lot of my memory has been filled in with my mom and dad's retelling of the event, but the image of that guy's rage, how it twisted up his facial features, is still burned into my mind. It's been made all the more sinister by the fact I now know what he was so angry about. He'd taken that little girl and kept her pliant because he'd promised her a trip around Disneyland. She was probably so keen to go that she hadn't fought back. God knows what he was intending to do with her afterward. Luckily, that chance was taken away from him by a bunch of do-gooders. At least that's the way I imagine he thought of it playing out. It's sick. His long game of lulling his prey into a false sense of security before he finally had his way with her. Not that I realized any of this at the time. To a 10-year-old, it was all just one big mess of confusion and fear. I knew that whatever was going on was very, very wrong. We have no idea what happened to the man or the little girl after. No one spoke of it again for the rest of the holiday. I'm pretty sure it was almost 5 or 6 years before one of them brought it up with me and explained exactly what the situation had been. As far as I knew, all I'd seen was a dad mistreating his daughter, who'd then been arrested for it. Even to this day, it still screws with my head that one of the most horrid things I ever witnessed happened in what was billed as the happiest place on earth, and if things had gone just a bit differently, that girl could have been a corpse or worse just a few days later, and nobody would be any the wiser. Thank God she had the courage to speak up when she did. And thank God there were good people around that reacted the way they did too, because I don't even want to imagine the alternative. So a few summers ago, the old ball and chain and I took the kids down to Florida for a week or so they could visit Disney World. It was a win-win situation. They would actually stop hounding us to take them there, while us grown-ups could soak up for a while in the tropics. A whole 7 days to experience what an actual summer feels like. Don't get me wrong, I love my native state of Maine, but the only thing scarier than a Stephen King book is the weather there. As the saying goes, don't like the weather in New England, all you gotta do is wait a minute. So we're down in Orlando for the week, and the arrangement is that we'll spend 3 days at Disney World, with a day on either side where the grown-ups will do fairly grown-up things together. So we're walking around the city, seeing some sights, baking in the Florida sunshine. I get the one thing I'd really been after, which was a huge Cuban sandwich. The kids are being corralled by their mother, while I'm trailing behind trying not to pass out from ingesting my body's weight in pork, bread, and cheese. At one point, my wife needed to use the bathroom, so I was in charge of keeping an eye on the kiddos. She ran off to find somewhere that had let her use the restroom without making her open her purse. Now, admittedly, this is where I fell short of being my best as a father. I found a bench nearby and sat my ass down on it. I told the kids to stay where I could see them, which, since I shut my eyes and started sunbathing like the disgusting greasy lizard person I was a little bit redundant. Next thing I know, I was just about to doze off when I kind of jerked out of my haze. I had to check on what the kids were doing. I get up and look around. I see my son halfway down the street, talking to some guy dressed up as Mickey Mouse. I knew that characters appeared outside the parks on occasion, but all the way downtown in Orlando, I was a little bit confused, but more relieved than anything. They hadn't disappeared into thin air at least, which would have ruined more than just a vacation, I can tell you that much. I'm walking towards old Mickey when I started to realize there was something not quite right about him. The Mickeys in the park were all super animated, having theatrical movements to keep the kiddies entertained. This one was anything but. While my kids were basically dancing around him, wicked excited to see him outside the park, Mickey was just kind of staring at them, almost like Mickey Mouse had taken a few Mickey pills. Sorry, that's a dad joke. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid. It's only as I started to get closer, though, that I really started to see how this particular Mickey here wasn't just acting wrong. He looked wrong, too. It wasn't just that. The shape and color of his copyright-dodging costume was all off-kilter. It was pretty damn filthy, too. I mean, I get those things must not be the easiest thing in the world to wash and clean, like I'm pretty sure the head won't fit in a washer-dryer or something, but this thing was covered in dirt and old stains. It was seriously gross. I dread to think about what that thing must have smelled like on the inside. Look, I'm not a total jerk. I understood, or at least thought I understood, what the deal was. This guy was in a knockoff suit. No one in a financially stable situation chooses to wear stinky old Mickey the Rat costumes or whatever, and parades themselves around downtown Orlando. I figured this was a dude half exhausted and heat-stroked looking to make money by taking photos with the kids or something. I reached into my wallet and went to hand him a 20. The guy just kinda looked at me. Or rather, the guy didn't, the head did, which I didn't anticipate. It was so creepy, this pair of big, black, lifeless eyes just staring me down from a few feet away. It seriously rustled my jimmies. I kind of thrust the 20 in his general direction, like, hey dude, come on, take the money already. The guy actually tilted his head at me, like he was in a well-rehearsed horror movie scene or something. I responded by putting the 20 back in my wallet, so as to not offend him any further. I called my kids back to me. Their mom was probably wondering just where in the world we'd gotten to. Of course, they were all like, "Oh, come on, Dad, can't we play with Mickey a little more?" Well, Mickey goes back to staring at them, which obviously was making me super uncomfortable now. I insisted in my best stern dad voice that they would do as they're told right now, or I'd be telling their mom on them. She's the tough one after all. As they went to walk away, Mickey reached out to try and grab my 7-year-old son. Red line crossed right there. Don't touch the kids unless I know you. I stepped up to the guy and stated that he had no right to lay a hand on my kids, especially not in that fake Mickey suit. The man just took to staring at me again. The whole time he'd not made a single sound. I took both my kids by the hand, who were getting pretty distressed at this point, since Dad was being mean to Mickey. Mickey wasn't exactly being his cheerful self either. I made a show of apologizing to the man for being curt with him, then tried to make it one of those teachable moments as I walked away with my kids. making it clear to them that no adult is allowed to touch them without their express permission, and that strangers are most definitely not allowed to touch them, even if it's Mickey. Always tell mom and dad if they do. Then though, I made the mistake of looking over my shoulder, where I see old Mickey is still staring at me, and somehow managing to be even creepier than before. That night I just couldn't sleep. I was not used to how humid Florida would be. Our motel room's air conditioner had been very well behaved all week, but picked that night of all nights to start malfunctioning. Thank God the kids' room's unit was still working hard, but ours not so much. I ended up getting out of bed and sitting at the little table in the kitchenette where I drank a glass of something. I was just trying my best to cool down so I could get back to sleep. We had the flight home the next day, so I needed to be as sharp as possible so I didn't screw up and lose the boarding passes or whatever. Just so you know, the motel we were staying at was all bungalows, single-story units in a horseshoe shape. The one we were staying in happened to face the highway outside. I took a walk over to the window and took one final look at the floor. I walked over to the window and took one final look at the Florida night. I loved vacationing here. I totally understood why it's the retiree's destination of choice. As I'm looking out through the blinds though, I see something out there that made my jaw drop. Standing outside, silhouetted by the streetlights as still as a statue, over near the highway, was an obvious Mickey Mouse shape. The circular ears, the oversized hands, the whole works. I actually said "no fucking way" out loud. The realization hit me that knockoff Mickey Mouse Man from Orlando had somehow figured out where we were staying. Okay, so I had no idea how he managed to work that out. It's something I still think about from time to time. The only concrete thing I can imagine in my mind is that when not wearing that suit, he could have looked just like anyone, so maybe he followed us all the way back to the motel on foot, or in a car or something. I'd have no idea we were even being stalked by the same person. Like I said though, we left Florida the next day, and I only talked to the cops down there one time. I have absolutely no definite answers on how that guy found us, so I found myself rushing back to the kitchenette to grab a knife from the drawer, which might seem like an overreaction to some of you, but I can't overstate the fear I was feeling at that moment. Something happens when you're a dad, something where you're not willing to roll the dice with your kid's safety. So whatever was about to happen, there was no way I was going into it with just my fists. Knife in hand, I rushed back to the window and looked out to see that no one was there anymore. Note that I say no one and not nothing, because lying in the parking lot about 100 meters closer to the motel room was the entire knockoff Mickey Mouse costume, just lying there on the tarmac. I was staring at the damn thing in terror for a moment. This guy had stripped off his costume in 15 seconds and was now nowhere to be seen. What happened next is literally something out of a horror movie. I'm checking the peripheries of the parking lot, trying to spot this guy, when boom, he pops up right in front of the window and bangs his head onto the glass. Yes, his actual head. It was so hard I thought it would knock the entire pane out whole. I almost had a heart attack right there. Whatever yelping scream I made when the guy appeared immediately woke up the wife and kids. I told the missus to get in the kids' room and lock the door behind her, and call the cops as well, after which a few terrified questions pertaining to what was going on came. This window pane must have been made out of security glass or something, because this guy, who by the way was now completely naked from head to toe, just couldn't seem to break it no matter what he threw at it. His fists, his forehead, whatever it was just boomed and shook the frame. The whole time I was waving my knife at him and shouting that the cops were on the way. He switched his attention to the door, trying to bash it open. As I rushed over to the kids' room and asked my wife if the cops had sent anyone yet, I heard her respond with yes. By the time I got back to the window, the banging had stopped and the empty Mickey suit was gone from the parking lot. I watched that parking lot until I saw the blue flashing lights approaching, and only then was I really able to breathe properly. I gave statements to the cops who arrived and told them all about the earlier interaction I had with the man. I figured it would be pretty easy for them to find the guy who was butt naked if he didn't have this huge Mickey Mouse suit on. But like I said, it wasn't like we were there for much longer. The next day, we caught the plane back home to Maine and back to reality. I had to get on the phone to Orlando police to see if there had been any developments at all, which, to my surprise, there hadn't been. There hadn't been a single arrest relating to the incident that night, despite having questioned several Disney cast members, both current and formal. I know that might seem like a really anticlimactic way to end such a story. No one was caught, nothing was resolved, and I have absolutely no revelatory or illuminating piece of info to share with you. No twists like, oh god, the call was coming from inside the house or something. That really is where the story ends. The guy found us, he terrorized us, and then we left Florida. I suppose I can end it by saying I'm looking forward to going back at some point when the kids are older, and they have no interest in going to Disneyland, but definitely not anytime soon, and definitely not to downtown Orlando. This happened about 2 months ago from the time this is posted. It was around 9:15 on a Saturday. That night, I decided to go on a run since I had just started going on a diet and was trying to go on a more healthy path. The park this occurred in was very close to my neighborhood, and it interconnected with other neighborhoods that were nearby to mine as well. I don't recall quite why I decided to run through this particular dark park that night, but I know I won't be doing so in the future. The moment I entered the park, I noticed it was completely empty. Or so I thought at least. I had been running for about 6 to 8 minutes when I needed to catch my breath. In fact, I was so exhausted from running that I was hunched over and practically panting. The moment I put myself up, though, I immediately noticed a shirtless man sitting on a park bench. The park lamp was illuminating him slightly. Not even 2 seconds went by when he looked up from his cell phone, almost like he had been watching me before I'd even noticed he was sitting there. Creeped out now, I turned around and began heading home. I didn't much feel like running anymore anyway. Maybe 10-ish seconds later, though, I turn around again, and the man is now gone. I didn't really think that much of it until I started to hear this weird rustling sound. It sounded like the grass around me was moving. The section of the park I was in had this huge forest on one side of the path, and the other had a mass of cut grass, with houses visible in the distance. It sounded like it could have been an animal, and I dearly wished it was. It happened once, then stopped, then happened again. I was genuinely afraid at this point. For some ungodly reason, though, I stopped dead in my tracks and just stood there. The rustling stopped again, almost like whatever was lurking in those dark woods was moving in unison with me. The thing that really traumatized me, though, out of everything that was occurring, was that while I was standing there, the dead silence was broken with what sounded like heavy breathing coming out of the woods. At that point, I didn't hesitate anymore. I ran and sprinted for my house. When I got to the entrance of the park, I could now hear a distant groaning coming from behind me. As I looked back to see what it was, someone emerged out of the tall grass in the woods onto the concrete pathway. It was the same man I'd seen earlier. I normally take a walk every Friday to attend my weekly Pilates class. It's a 15-minute power walk from my apartment in a relatively safe city in Eastern Europe. I've never felt unsafe in this area, and I wouldn't normally exercise much caution when walking alone at night. Tonight, however, after the end of class, I began my usual walk back home. After about 5 minutes in and a lot of corner cutting and alleyway shortcuts, I noticed a strange-looking man was now following me. The first glimpse I got of him at that point was a young man in his 20s, a hat on, elegant shiny shoes, and a black coat. On a closer look, he also had a link chain, the kind of chain you use in heavy transportation and to pull heavy loads, wrapped around his neck. I instantly got shivers down my spine and changed my pace of walking to very slowly, then very fast, to see if he tried to match pace with me. As you might imagine, he changed his as well, and I could see from the corner of my eye he was steadily following behind me. He was also on his phone, and I got the distinct feeling he was taking pictures of me. At this point, I was completely freaked out, but my first thought was that I was athletic enough to put up with this creep and that I needed to stay focused. I was on the main boulevard parallel to my apartment and decided to turn right in a very fast and sudden way. The man kept on walking right past it. I thought maybe I was being a little bit crazy. Perhaps I just imagined he was following me, and it was all in my head, only to find that 2 minutes later, he was somehow right behind me again. I must mention there were people on the street at every corner, so even if he wanted to attempt something in that moment, it would have been pretty much impossible. When I reached my apartment, I entered my house very quickly. I checked to make sure he wasn't behind me, and that was it. However, the scary part comes afterward. An hour or so after, my husband checked our building's security camera and saw that as I rushed into the flat, this creep had quickly hidden behind a car so I wouldn't see him and stayed there for a good many minutes watching the building. Afterwards, he approached the entrance and took a picture of it with the address engraved on it. I'm now scared he'll start stalking me or my family. Any advice or tips would be well appreciated. One evening when I was 16, I had taken my dog Tex to a park near my house. Tex was technically my dad's dog. My dad worked as a cop in our city, and Tex, a German shepherd, worked with him as a police dog. We had been there at the park for about 2 hours, and it had started to get pretty dark out. I got Tex back on his leash, and we started to head back for our house. It was a few blocks away, and by the time we left the park, it had gotten pretty dark out. It was a Sunday night as well, so it was pretty quiet all around. That was until I started to hear a noise behind me. I looked over my shoulder, and across the street, heading in the opposite direction, was a man dressed in an old Hawaiian shirt with old cargo pants and sneakers. He looked like he might have been about 50 or 60, and looked totally bored as well. The strangest part of the whole scene, though, was that he was dragging a rake behind him. This was the noise I was hearing. It was an old metal rake, and was just scraping on the pavement behind him. The other weird thing was how Tex reacted to him. Tex is always serious when he's out on patrol with my dad, but normally he's a complete marshmallow when he's at home. When he noticed this guy, though, his hackles went right up, his ears went down, and he started to growl viciously. The man stopped under a streetlight and turned to look over at us. He just stared at us for a few minutes, so I tugged on Tex's leash and we kept on walking. After a few minutes, I turned around and looked over my shoulder again, only to find the guy was still staring at us. Now, all of a sudden, he dropped his rake on the ground and started sprinting right at us. And Tex started barking as loud as he could and trying to get at the guy, while I tried to pull him in the other direction. The man stopped when he saw Tex acting like this and just stood there in the middle of the road. I was dragging Tex away while the guy continued to just stare. After a few moments, he went back to grab his rake. This time, he started to calmly follow behind us. He was walking totally normal, not like he was in a hurry or anything. He was still clearly following us though, dragging his rake behind him all the while. After we finally made it to my house, I told my dad what was happening outside. When I gave him the description of the guy, he calmly told me to wait in the room and went to make a phone call. My room looks out over the street, and I looked out of my window, only to see the guy now standing in the middle of our driveway. I could hear Tex barking downstairs in the hall, and in the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. As I looked down, I noticed the guy had what looked like paint on his shirt front. I guess I hadn't noticed that while I was trying to get away. He looked up and noticed me in the window. He stood there looking at me, and it occurred to me that he was not showing any emotion at all. The entire time he'd been walking, running at me, or following me, he'd always had this emotionless, almost bored facial expression. He stood there just staring at me as the police sirens got closer and closer. 3 cars finally pulled up to our house. 3 of the officers grabbed the man, and he went with them calmly into one of those cars. I came downstairs and explained the situation to the police and my parents. It turned out the guy was not from our neighborhood. He had been diagnosed with severe mental issues before and had forgotten to take any of his medications for a while. The police think he got into a bus with no real destination in mind, and when he got off, just grabbed a rake from someone's yard while he was walking. The paint I had seen was actually blood from someone he'd met just an hour before me. He'd beaten that person up with his rake before continuing on his way. My dad told me I was lucky I had Tex with me. It clearly deterred the guy from getting too close. I don't go out much after dark now, and when I do, I always make sure I'm either with other people or have Tex nearby. A few years ago, I was doing an escape and evade, which went through the night. There were 4 of us in the team, out in the middle of nowhere in the UK. We were in between 2 forests, about 1 kilometer apart from each other, and had decided the quickest route would be to go through the forest ahead to get to where we wanted to go. It was pitch black out, and with no lights on us, we focused on a particular part of the forest to head towards to make our entrance in. As we got to the edge of this forested area, we discovered a collection of what appeared to be human skulls lined up along the path. That instantly freaked us out as we looked down the well-worn path leading off into the woods. So yeah, what did we do? We proceeded to follow that path and see where it went. I do recall thinking at the time, this is what people in horror films might do before they get butchered to death or something. After a bit of walking along this path, we came to a cleared-out section. We then saw a collection of makeshift huts made out of random bits of junk. As we proceeded further in, my mind was racing. There were obviously people who lived in these, and if they woke up, we would be surrounded. I signaled for everyone to retreat back the way we came. I must point out it was around 2 in the morning, and we were in stealth mode. Not a single word was being said. We exited back the way we entered and gave ourselves a good 200 meters or so of distance from that forest. We took a knee together to whisper about what we'd just seen. As we were all collectively freaking out, we then began to hear something from the forest behind us. Remember, we were in between 2 forested areas. We could hear drumming and what sounded like quite a few people not exactly singing but kind of humming and chanting. I had a vision in my head of hundreds of people running out of the forest towards us wanting to add our skulls to their path collection. For some bizarre reason though, during this event I told everyone it would be just fine, since we were all wearing camouflage and face paint already. If we just lied down, then anyone who emerged from the tree line wouldn't be able to see us. After a couple of minutes of hiding and scanning both tree lines to check if anyone was emerging, we quickly headed back towards the forest with the huts, but went off right of the entrance and made a quick exit. all the time checking everything around us. One of the most bizarre and crazy things to stumble across in the middle of nowhere. I myself kind of put it down to devil worshippers, which I had encountered before, but I suppose that's a story for another time. I was on a scouting trip for my school's outdoor education program. We got to a campsite and ate. It was mid to late August, and the sky was very clear. It was also warm out as well, so we decided we would just sleep in the open that night. It got dark, and we unrolled our sleeping mats and sleeping bags around an old fire pit that had been filled in with rocks. We soon fell asleep. I woke up maybe an hour or so later, though, to hear the little pitter-patters of animals moving around. I didn't really think anything of it. I'm used to the sound of the woods when camping. As I was laying there, though, I started to feel little feet climbing over my arm or my hand or the side of my neck. I sleep on my side, with my head resting on the bicep of my outstretched arm. I started to get up and grab my flashlight from my boots next to me. I turned it on, only to see a horde of mice skittering off me and returning back to the old fire pit, which they had evidently made their home. After I saw it was mice, I relaxed a bit. I grabbed all my stuff and moved a bit farther away. Before I'd seen it was a horde of mice, I was very worried about a raccoon or something getting into our stuff. Luckily, we had it locked up enough that the mice weren't going to destroy our food or do anything too bad to our equipment. We did end up using that campsite for our trip, but we moved much farther away from the fire pit. Best to leave nature alone if you really want to have the best experience of it. I saw something strange in 6th grade camp. I snuck out one night because I was a little shit back then. I decided to go freak out the girls by jumping on the low roof. I wasn't thinking about spying on them, mind you. I just wanted to play a little prank on them. I saw a teacher out doing a patrol though, so I decided to revert course and head to the far side of the lake in the woods. Now, this was May in Michigan, so the leaves were just starting to come out. I climbed a hill, and just as I made it over the top, I saw a shadow moving to my right, farther and deeper into the woods. It was pitch black out, and I could hear a storm coming in the distance over anything else. I couldn't hear the sounds this thing was making. I thought it might have been a fellow camper perhaps, so I called out to whatever this was. I've grown up in the woods, so I have little fear of anything out there. There was no response, though. I thought that maybe it might have been a part of a tree moving or something. Then I saw whatever it was move quicker than anything I'd ever seen, moving away into the woods. You know that saying, curiosity kills the cat? Well, that was no different for the unruly child I was. I decided to give chase to this mysterious thing. I followed this mass up and over another hill, and suddenly I was met by a huge gust front from this storm. Then came the sudden pouring of rain. I was distracted by this for a moment, but when I regained focus, the shadow was now gone. I had to find it again, so I went wandering in the rain. I stumbled around for who knows how long, until I was struck by a sickening feeling. I had no idea where the fuck I was or where the camp was either. I just about shit myself then and there, but that feeling could not compare to the complete bowel evacuation I was about to have. I decided, you know what, screw that shadow. I needed to get back in bed before wakey time. I took a direction and just went with it, but as I walked on, I could now hear footsteps over the rain and wind coming from behind me. That meant one of three things. This thing was close, this thing was huge, or both. It turned out it was the latter. I turned around, and for whatever reason, lightning struck close enough to light up the woods. There, about 10 yards behind me, was this big 8-foot creature mid-stride toward me. As the lightning subsided, I froze. Then I yelled out, "What the?" Before I could get the rest of it out, though, whatever this thing was gave a loud roar. It was so loud and close I could almost feel its breath upon my face. It took off the way it came from, and I was left there in my newly baggy shorts. I was speechless. I erupted onto the shore of the lake. I slipped back quietly into camp unnoticed and went into the bathroom and broke down. I later tried telling my friends about this, but they all just thought I was joking around. My only real, almost freaky experience is when I was tent camping with my SO in a relatively developed, crowded campground high in the Sierra Nevadas. I was woken up in the middle of the night when campers across the road from us started making a ton of noise. We wondered what the hell was up with them when the noise eventually settled down. I decided I might as well get up and take a piss. I briefly debated just going around the back side of my tent, but I thought that people might hear or see me, so I walked the 40 yards or so to the campground bathroom. I finished my business and returned to the tent with no issues. I crashed hard and got up in the morning to see my SO talking with the campers across the way. They told her that a bear had wandered in during the night and had been going through all their stuff. They said the bear had taken their food, then went over to the area of our tent. I decided to look around, and sure enough, all the food wrappers from the food it had taken with it were right behind the tent where I was going to take a piss. Thankfully, I decided to choose another area and did not walk up upon and startle a bear in the dark in that night. I can't imagine that would have ended well for me. This happened to me when I was 14. I'm 34 now. This is a story about a relative of mine. Let's just call her Mrs. A. When I was a child, Mrs. A's husband unfortunately passed away. She used to be very talkative, friendly, and outgoing. However, after the loss of her husband, her personality changed quite quickly. She became very quiet and distant, and eventually we drifted apart. One night towards the end of basketball practice, I think it was around 8:30 or so, I was surprised to see Mrs. A there, standing at the gym doors. Although I hadn't seen her for a few years now, I instantly recognized her at a first glance. I told one of the teachers she was a relative of mine. The teacher acknowledged this and walked over to talk to her. They began a conversation, and the teacher walked back to me with a very serious look on his face. I was speechless. "She's come to take you to the hospital. I think something happened to your father, so you should go with her." I was mortified, needless to say. I jumped into her car and we pulled away from the school, speeding down the dark streets. I began to ask Mrs. A many questions. "Where's my dad's hospital? What happened? Is he all right?" I was quite shocked though when she responded with simple, cold-blooded answers, not really trying to comfort me at all. She was solely focused on driving, and I felt no warmth from her at all. We were headed into the suburbs. The further we drove away, the more suspicious it started to become. We were driving out into a rural area, and we were reaching the mountains. I knew that all the main hospitals were in the city. Once you started heading towards these mountainous ranges, there weren't any hospitals at all. At least not until the next city over, which is very far away. Every time I started talking to her and asking her more questions, she would reply with a single cold, blunt answer. I started to wonder if the woman driving this car was really my relative at all. No longer driving on city roads, shops and houses were getting scarcer and scarcer. I knew that before long, we would be really far out into the countryside. I saw the light of a home center up ahead. It was still open. I quickly told her that I'd forgotten something, and I really had to step out and call my teacher quickly. I asked her if she could do me a favor and pull over for a second. I really needed to speak to him right now. It absolutely could not wait. Somehow, after a bit of conversing, I managed to persuade her to pull over at the home center. I walked out in a hurry, trying to appear as calm as possible, and entered the center. I waited in a spot I couldn't easily be seen on the inside, and I peeked out through the store's window. I saw Mrs. A's car in the parking lot. She wasn't in the driver's side though. She was already walking towards the store. I can't explain it, but I just had this terrible feeling as I saw her approaching. I ran to the other side and sprinted through the exit doors, watching the streets carefully. Luckily, a taxi was approaching. I ran in front of their car to get them to stop swiftly, and I told them my address. While I was on the way back home, the whole time I was worried about my father. When I finally arrived home, my mom paid the taxi fare. I walked into my house and saw my father right there, sat down in the living room drinking a beer and watching TV. "What's wrong? What's with that look on your face?" he said. I explained to him what just happened, and his face turned pale. He looked terribly concerned. Apparently, when Mrs. A's husband had passed away, eventually she suffered a nervous breakdown and complete psychotic break. She was admitted into the hospital, and she lost contact with the family. Many family members grew quite worried about her behavior. My father said that because she didn't have her own children, she was always alone. Perhaps that affected her mental state. My father called her home phone number. In those days, mobile phones weren't too common. Then, my father called Mrs. A's family. Her mother answered and told us Mrs. A had been absent from her part-time job today. They were just about to call around and ask where she was. The next day, the police searched her home. In their report, they noted that her purse and various other items were still left there. They were at a loss as to the location of Mrs. A and her car, and what was going on here. They did find lots of empty cans, bottles of alcohol, and prescription drugs. It's now been about 20 years, and we haven't heard or seen Mrs. A at all. No one knows her whereabouts either. Perhaps I was the last person to see her through that window, walking towards the home center. Due to the long period of time that's passed, nothing can really be discovered further about this situation, nor the reasons behind her attempted abduction of me. I can't imagine what could have happened to me on that day if I didn't get out of that car right there and then. Where was she planning on taking me? Why was she planning on taking me? I wonder sometimes if she's still out there, perhaps watching me. I have so many unanswered questions. This story took place 3 years ago when I was in 6th grade. I always loved watching my school plays ever since I was in 4th grade. I attended drama club and/or theater at the time. We were preparing for a play which was The Wonderful World of Oz. I played a small part in this, which was as a jitterbug. We were all waiting in the singing room for our instructions on what we were going to be practicing that day. In the room, I would always hang out with either the other kids in my grade or the older kids. There had always been a tree in front of our school, which was planted in remembrance of the previous drama director. It became sort of an urban legend at my school. Some said his body was buried right under the tree. Of course, that's just stuff kids say, and no one knew for sure if this was true. I'll be honest, I really didn't believe it. Some even said he haunted the theater. They said that when a play was occurring, sometimes he could be seen in the top row of seats sitting down and watching. I never believed that either. Despite me loving scary rumors, I didn't believe in the supernatural at all. It just sounded stupid, you know? One night when we had gone to practice for the play a bit, not a lot of people were there at the time for whatever strange reason. Since I didn't really have anyone to talk to, I started reading a book instead. I had brought it with me in case I got too bored, and I was grateful to have it in this instance. That's when one of the other kids who was in my grade tapped on my shoulder and said that he wanted to show me something. I asked him what he wanted me to check out, and he said he thought he may have seen someone in the band room, which was, by the way, directly next to the singing room. You could look into the room through the window of the door which connected the two rooms together. He looked to be seriously frightened. He said he'd seen someone in that room for sure, but the teacher was gone, and he didn't know who it could be in that instance. Not to mention the freakiest part of all, the doors to the room were locked. The band teacher always locked it up after they left that area. It was a bit unnerving, but I wasn't scared just yet. Since he kept asking me though, I decided to check it out for him and ease his fears a bit. I peered through the door's window, thinking it was just a prank or he was scared of shadows or something. And people at this school always loved to play tricks on each other. I thought maybe this was one of them. I went down to the small short hallway where the door was. I looked through the window. At first, I didn't see anything. Then though, as I turned my head and started checking out the rest of the room, that's when I saw someone there. There looked to be a very tall man standing next to the door that led to the instrument room. What was even weirder was that the door was wide open. Again, all those doors were usually locked at night. The only details I could make out about that person, since it was very dark and no lights were on in that area, was that the man was tall and appeared to be wearing a fedora or some type of hat. I was scared, wondering how this man had gotten in. I wanted to call the police or something, but at the time I didn't have a phone to do so. The guy who'd asked me to check it out was standing back at the end of the hallway. He asked me if I'd seen anything. I turned towards him to answer, and stupidly I told him no. He was already scared enough, and I didn't want him to freak out and alert the man or something. He sighed with relief and said thanks. I told him it was no problem. I was about to sit down in the room and take a moment to think. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by a prop or something. I decided to look one more time just to be sure though. I looked around and didn't see the man at all anymore. As I looked towards the TV area though, I thought I could see him hiding behind it. I nearly screamed. It felt like I'd become paralyzed. I couldn't move or even think. The only question in my mind was how was this guy doing this and how was he here? The creepiest part was his smile though. It wasn't necessarily an intentionally creepy smile or something, but it was still one that brought shivers to my spine. It was like a welcoming and friendly one, but that's when I heard him say something, the words that still creep me out to this day. "Come over here, child. Let's practice together." I was freaking terrified. I had no idea what to do. Maybe I was just having a nightmare, like I used to do when I was a child. I was so scared I closed my eyes and counted to 10. I opened them, and as soon as I did, I screamed at the top of my lungs. He was right in front of me. Through the window, I could see him wearing a clown-like attire and makeup on his face. He was pressing it against the window, doing that god-forsaken smile. I thought he was about to try and break the glass and do something terrible to me. Before anything else happened, though, one of the high schoolers came to check up on me. He tapped my shoulder and asked if I was okay. I screamed as soon as he touched me, thinking somehow the man had gotten around behind me. Instinctively, I turned around as fast as I could back to the door window. I was relieved a bit, because now nothing was there. The high schooler asked me what happened and why I screamed. I didn't lie this time. I told him the full truth. He decided to go look for himself. I told him he shouldn't do so, but he ignored me. I waited to hear him scream or gasp in surprise or something as he realized I was telling the truth, but he never did so. Apparently, the man was no longer there. We went back to the group to continue practicing, and for the rest of the night, nothing weird happened. No matter how hard I tried, I kept thinking and even dreaming about that scary clown. I told my mom about it, but she told me I must have just been seeing things that night. I don't know, it's way too real for that. Either way, I did my best to try and forget it. This happened a couple of weeks ago. A little background first, though. I'm 16 years old and I look older than I actually am. I walk to school every day. On this particular day, it was very dark outside. I had started my walk at about 6 o'clock in the morning. This was around the time that killer clowns were all over the news. I remember brushing it off and thinking that if any of those guys messed with me, I would take them on and kick their ass. I was walking to school and getting ready to go under the underpass. Over me, a train was crossing. I've always had a fear this thing would collapse once I was underneath it, so I always waited for the train to go by before I continued. As I was waiting for the train to finish going over, I heard a tree branch snap somewhere behind me. I looked behind me and around me. On either side of the road was dark woods. I looked around, scanning the trees, when I noticed a bright red color. Around these parts, it was common to see some homeless people in their little camps for the night. I thought this might be someone's tent or something, so I turned back towards the underpass and started to ignore it. I waited for the train to exit. I didn't realize how long the train was going to be though, so I ended up waiting far longer than I usually did. I was staring at my phone, reading some texts and playing some games, and that's when I heard those footsteps behind me again. I turned around. My heart pounded so hard I thought I was going to die. I saw someone in a clown costume with a baseball bat in his hand. Of course, I started freaking out. I was praying the train would end already, but it didn't. It was just so long. I didn't have time to wait for it any longer. I closed my eyes and ran underneath. I kept running and running until I got to town. I stopped at a restaurant. Inside, there was only one other person. It happened to be the only employee there at the time. I quickly told them everything that happened. I admit I was pretty scared, so it was all coming out in a jumbled mess. They just laughed at me. I was too scared to finish walking to school by myself, so I called my mom to come pick me up. I tried to tell her what happened, but she didn't believe me either. After that day, I stopped walking to school. I don't know if it was a prank or what. All I know is that I thought my life was in danger from this creepy clown. The most sickening feeling I ever got came from knowing the man must have been watching my house, waiting to see when I would come out and go for my daily jog just before dusk. I wondered how many days he must have been watching to know the house would be empty and that time window he used to break into my home would be optimal, just a 20-minute sliver of time. Once I arrived home that day, it took me a few minutes to even figure out what had happened. When I got home, my heart was already pounding, and my body was covered in cool sweat. My mind was racing before I even saw the broken window in my laundry room. It was tucked in the far corner of the house, a floor-level window, the perfect entry point. I wondered if whoever this intruder was had already cased my house a couple of times. Maybe when I was still home or even asleep in the middle of the night even. I couldn't think of a reason why they thought my house was a particularly attractive target. I have almost nothing of value. and I'm a very modest person. What happened was a burglar had broken into my home, stolen some of my fake jewelry, an old bottle of antibiotics, and a broken iPhone. All in all, the value of everything taken was probably just under $100 tops. What they had accomplished, though, was shattering my trust in the world more than anything else. As they say, the best things in life are free. After realizing what happened, I gave the rest of the house a quick look over as I talked to the 911 dispatcher and had him relay the cops towards my home. I waited out front for them to arrive. Law enforcement didn't exactly present me with any revelations I didn't already know. Someone broke in, stole some items, and ran out, all in the span of just a few minutes while I was out on my jog. They were going to keep eyes out and ears open for anything suspicious, but that's about all they could do. At the moment, at least a couple of them were nice enough to stick around and board up the broken window for me. They also recommended some cheaper but non-sketchy motels I could check into for a while if I didn't want to stay in the house for a couple of nights. Most kindly, one of the officers even offered to help me set up a video security system he had but didn't need anymore. He said it could be installed in 20 minutes. It was basically just a glorified baby monitor, but it was great to keep an eye on your place if you weren't there. Just place it next to the big floor-level window to scare off anyone sizing up the place. He ran home and brought it back and hooked it up in my house, while some other officers helped me patch up the window. I thanked them for being so kind to me and turned down the motel idea. My boyfriend Jacob would be over in an hour or two anyway, and that was enough to make me comfortable enough to stay in the home that night. I knew it was probably just some desperate tweaker willing to bust in for $100 worth of stuff, and likely they would not come back again. The police confirmed that they thought so as well. I just asked if one of them could park out front until my boyfriend got home. They agreed, and Jacob arrived around 9 p.m. The night moved on, and I told him all the details. He didn't seem to be particularly concerned. He agreed with my initial assessment, although he did keep his hunting shotgun right next to my bed, just in case the person decided to come back. It wasn't easy, but I was eventually able to fall asleep. I got a few hours of the sweet embrace of slumber before the quick sound of a text message coming to my phone shook me awake. I groaned and walked to the bathroom to relieve myself. I forgot about the text by the time I got back to bed, and I didn't check it. I wish I had checked that message, though. I checked the message first thing in the morning. It was from my mom. I had avoided telling her what happened because I knew she would freak out and drive all the way from Sacramento in the middle of the night just to comfort me. All that would do was make me more freaked out. Apparently, Jacob had posted a photo of his shotgun resting next to the bed with a little bit of a story to it. My mom saw this on social media and started texting me at 1 a.m. Her first text was actually very helpful, and something Jacob and I should have thought about the night before. I saw Jacob's post about what happened. I'm sorry that happened to you. Did you make sure the police checked every inch of your house to make sure the guy isn't still there? My mom actually had a great point. I never asked the cops just how much they'd scoured the house. They just said he'd ran off sometime before I got home, and that was it. Jacob and I had not really done a thorough job of checking either. I woke up Jacob and told him we needed to search everywhere in the house. He was tired and unhappy, but agreed to do it with a shotgun in hand. What we found underneath my bathroom sink horrified me. There was a large cabinet directly underneath the sink in the bathroom of my bedroom, about the size of a washing machine. I had never really thought about it until now. I didn't use it normally either. I casually pulled the cabinet open, almost as an afterthought. It was immediately overtaken by the hideous scent of male BO. I started coughing as I looked away, and my eyes connected with Jacob, who had a look of alarm on his face I had never seen before. I followed Jacob's eyes and the stench to the space below the sink, where I saw a filthy jean jacket and what looked like human excrement. There were also the bottles of pills which had been missing. We called the cops and had the house 100% searched. Nothing turned up, but the cop who gave me the video system pointed out we should review the footage to see if anything happened during the night. Jacob and I watched the footage on my laptop with a few cops hanging over our shoulders. I was almost frozen in fear, despite the sheer amount of armed men in the room whose job it was to protect me. We had set up the cameras in 3 different areas, so we had 3 different shots we could watch of what happened. One in my bathroom, one in my bedroom, and one in the living room which fed out into the front driveway of the house. As we watched the footage, it started with the camera set up in my bedroom. The angle the camera provided showed my bedroom through the open door. A timestamp said it was just after 3 a.m. when movement finally started to happen. Jacob and I were sleeping in our bed, and we watched in horror as the dark figure of a man stretched himself out from underneath the bathroom sink in the other camera. He took a moment to steady himself in the bathroom before he slowly walked into our bedroom. He walked right up to my bed where Jacob and I were sleeping. He just stopped at the foot of our bed and stood there for a good 20 seconds, staring at us as we slept. He then walked out of the bedroom door. We watched the intruder simply walk out the front door at that point. He even somehow locked the front door on his way out. The whole thing had a strange feeling of politeness to it, but it was in no way friendly. It would have been much better had the intruder rifled through all my stuff or stolen all my things. Heck, it might have been better if he'd attacked me hiding under the sink where I had brushed my teeth and washed my face just a few hours before, than walking away and disappearing. That was the worst thing he could have possibly done. This felt so much more personal than opportunistic, like maybe this was all planned. I never stayed another night in that house. I moved a couple of towns over into a secure apartment building with heavy security. Still though, I could never sleep easy at night, even if Jacob and his shotgun were by my side. I've done my best to fight through it. My new apartment had a little compartment beneath the sink as well, and when I moved in my first night in the new apartment, I had Jacob come over with tools from work and take that hinge off. I feel a certain comfort each night when I'm able to kick my feet into that open space while I brush my teeth. It does just a little bit to calm my nerves, but it will never be quite the same again. So, we're at this camper near Dover Lights in Arkansas. Not the fanciest campsite, but we managed to find this guy that spends a lot of time out there while also working, so he just vacations in the woods half the year. The guy offered to let my friend watch the place while he went to visit his son. Of course, my friend automatically invited me and some other people to come hang out with him, and we all spent a few days there drinking, smoking, fishing, and just messing around. All in all, it was pretty okay. That is, until my female friend got super drunk and barged outside in the middle of the night buck naked to eat beans by the handful out of a cold pot. As someone who admires cleanliness, I followed her out and tried to make sure she didn't hurt herself or something, while everyone else just sat there laughing at her. So there she is, covered in beans, and I'm trying to convince her to settle down and clean herself up with a towel or something. Suddenly, though, her head shoots up like a deer in the headlights. She just glares at the trees around us. We were alone, and it was pitch black. She glared before literally growling, then sprinting off into the woods. I had no idea what to do. I'd completely lost sight of her, and she was naked in the woods all by herself. After a few failed attempts to call out to her, I did the stupidest thing I could have done. I followed her all alone, about 5 meters into the complete darkness. I looked down, and I noticed a faint light. As I looked closer, I noticed it was someone's phone. I picked it up, and saw it was already in camera mode. There were pictures of all of us, very recently taken pictures, all in this creepy night vision mode, some looking like they were taken from the window of the camper even. The last one was of my friend, running directly towards the camera. Realizing what happened, I deleted those pictures and stomped the phone on a rock, crushing the screen with my foot. Still unable to find my friend, and freaking out, I doubled back to the camper. I knew I was going to need to ask for help, only I found her right there, still very drunk in a lawn chair, still naked as well. I grabbed her and carried her back inside. I let her boyfriend towel her off, and they both passed out spooning on the bottom bunk. I never did tell them what really happened, and she didn't remember in the morning either. I did lock the door and wake up every hour though, just to keep an eye on things. Luckily, nothing else ever happened. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana-Wyoming area. I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure there are no contaminants. I thought that sounded kind of fun, and I wanted to do a bit of a tour and spend some time with her anyway. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights. So we packed up all our gear and saddlebags and started out. The first night and day was amazing. Beautiful scenery, amazing air quality. It really was so peaceful out there. We started out on the second day. My cousin asked, "Hey, you want to see something weird?" Of course, I said yes. She led me up on a bit of a side journey into this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path. We went down, and at the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounted and told me to get off my horse as well. We tied them up in this little clearing, and she told me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio as well. It was one of those that you could plug in or wind up, and it also acted as an emergency lantern if you really needed it to. That kills the batteries very quickly though. As we walked further, out in the middle of nowhere there was just this huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring, the kind you'd see for a house or something. It trailed off into the brush and trees. Naturally, I decided to follow this wire out of curiosity. My cousin trailed behind me as I did. This wire, after seemingly coming straight up from the ground, I could see was strung across the limbs of trees, then back to the ground, snaking around rocks and various things. As we continued to follow it, it finally dead-ended into an outlet that was mounted on the side of a desk. It looked like a school teacher's desk, like the kind you would see when I was growing up. It had a metal base and a pseudo-wood plastic top thing. No chair, no building, nothing. Just this weird outlet and this desk in the middle of nowhere. I was staring confused as all hell at this random desk with an outlet in the middle of a forest. That was when my cousin took the radio, pulled out the cord, and then plugged it into the outlet. It lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed electricity from somewhere. Now, the place we were at had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around either. Yet here was this live outlet. It was weird as hell. There was no spooky jump scares or bodies, just one lone power desk in the middle of the woods. It was quite strange, and a little bit creepy as well. There's this abandoned asylum in Northville, Michigan, that my friends and I explored 3 times. This is the story of the 3rd time and final time that we ever broke in. I still get chills every time I remember this night. The first 2 times we went to the asylum were actually more interesting than creepy. We went to explore both times, and we happened to run into some very friendly people there as well. The first time we ran into another group of high school kids, really scared the crap out of them at first. The second time we met a couple of stoner Vietnam vets that gave us a big tour of the place. It was an entire complex, complete with underground tunnels, a morgue, and lots of things from the 50s left over. This time, however, we were completely alone and only had 2 flashlights between 3 people. Much like the guy with the story about the World War II base, the echoing footsteps sounded like they were coming from behind you there, and always seemed to take one more step after you stopped. After exploring much of the asylum with this creepy ambiance, and being considerably creeped out now, we already decided to head back to the main building. It was about 18 stories tall, and the view from the top was really good. It was by far the tallest building anywhere remotely close. You could see Detroit from up there practically. As we were nearing the top of the seemingly endless stair corridors, that's when the girl that was with us froze up and whispered for us to stop. "I can hear footsteps," she whispered. I tried to tell her it was just our footsteps echoing like before, but when both of them made me shut up and listen, I could hear it clear as day. The unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the top floor. Now, the building was really tall, but very small area-wise. We were very close to the sounds because of this. Still standing on the stairs, we whispered amongst us about what we were to do about this. My very stupid friend insisted it was probably just another friendly person like the other 2 times, and we should go up and say hello. I tried to explain to him that you don't want to meet the kind of people pacing on the top floor of an old asylum in the middle of the night. We couldn't convince him though. He went to head upstairs. I said screw this, and started running back down though. Fortunately, he followed us, and we got out of there without ever finding who was walking up there that night. To top it all off, a cop passing by on the road spotted us after coming out of the building. We had to run back into the complex to get away. I still think back to that night sometimes and wonder who it was up there. There were definitely no guards, so I think it was either somebody in a gang or the tortured soul of a crazy person. Either way, it was way too close for comfort. My most vivid memory of the late 90s was the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal, not because of the scandal itself, but because of the coverage of it. I remember my parents were pissed off at Clinton and kept calling him the deadbeat president. I couldn't watch any TV because they had the news running non-stop. We lived in Maryland, and my dad knew somebody who knew President Clinton personally. They were getting the details about what was going on behind the scenes. To clarify, my dad worked for the DOD at the time. Clinton being removed from office would have resulted in some kind of power shift and his direct superior being promoted. What did I care though? I was just a kid and wanted to watch Rocco's Modern Life. I remember my parents inviting over about 10 people, and while they had loud conversations downstairs as the TV was playing, I was up in my room being a bitter kid. My parents wouldn't even let me take the smaller black and white TV out of the closet. It's not like I could get it to tune in on the channel I wanted to watch anyway though. I was sitting in my bed listening to one of my cassette tapes, trying to drown out the annoying, serious adult conversation taking place downstairs. That was when I happened to glance out the window and down into the backyard. I could see a man I didn't recognize there, moving across the yard quite quickly in the dark. He was avoiding all the patches of light cast by the downstairs windows. I got out of bed and looked out my window a bit closer at him. I remember he was bald and very tall, taller than my dad even. I figured he was just one of the guests that were visiting. Who cares what he was doing in our backyard? I watched him more out of boredom than anything else. The man cautiously came closer to the home, peering into the ground floor windows. I was about to go over to my dresser and flip my cassette tape over when the man tossed something about the size of a video cassette into our doghouse. Now, our dog Jim had died just a few weeks before. I didn't like this strange man touching the doghouse for any reason, so like the obnoxious kid I was, I walked out into the landing and called out to my parents below. The tone of my voice left no doubt I was unhappy and wanted the situation to be resolved immediately. I remember the silence that followed, lasting way longer than I would have liked it to. "What man are you talking about?" my mother called back up to me from down below. Everyone became quiet, and all I could hear was the TV. To this day, I've still never seen my dad move quite so fast as he did that night. He shot up the stairs, grabbed me up, and ran back down. My mom and the other house guests followed behind. We all had to wait at the neighbor's house across the street while the police and the bomb squad came. I don't think I realized the severity of this situation until I was much older. At the time, I was more annoyed than afraid. I was asked to share everything I saw. The only way I could describe the man, though, was saying he looked like Captain Picard. I wasn't the best at descriptions. I don't remember most of what happened next. We eventually got back into our house. My dad died of blood poisoning in 2005, and my mom passed away of natural causes soon after. They never told me exactly what that package was, whether it was a bomb or a threat of some kind, but it was definitely something very serious. I remember the police coming back all the time and showing me pictures of possible suspects. I don't remember ever identifying the stranger in our backyard that night. I live in Vermont now, and I really have no ties to the people my parents knew, but at least I have a creepy story for the ages that always entertains people at parties. This is a story of someone I knew and had to cut ties with because he was a fucking psycho. The first half will be to add context as to why I cut him off, and the second half is what makes it really scary. I don't know if he uses Reddit or any other social media, so I'll omit ages and locations. It started about 4 years ago when I was living in a friend's house while attending a nearby university. It was myself, my friend, his sister, and their parents. Roughly 2 weeks into staying there, my friend's sister invited her boyfriend to stay at the house too. By all accounts, he was a pretty cool guy at first, very sociable and full of great stories. We often sat around the table for drinks and talked about life or had a smoke together in the garden. Within the first month, though, as he started to get more comfortable, cracks started to appear in this veneer. He would rant about government conspiracies all the time, how he was always a wronged party. He was big into this Sigma male bullshit and martial arts and stuff, and oh boy did he have a temper. He had this big dog he always kept in a cage that was extremely violent whenever he wasn't around. The dog attacked his girlfriend and had to be put down. That's when he started to guilt trip her, and the ranting became incessant. About 2 months later, he had the bright idea to live in a shipping container, mainly because the parents wanted him to leave by now. He dragged his girlfriend along for the ride. I'm not talking about one of those chic little restoration jobs. This was a rented container in a storage yard on the outskirts of town. That was what they were living in. He would intimidate and threaten the staff there constantly until they called the police on him. This, of course, became another conspiracy to him. He became increasingly abusive to his girlfriend, to the point where the family had to get involved and get her out of there. I remember I had to stick close to him and pretend to be his friend until we could safely get her out. They broke up, which he then blamed me for, claiming I had poisoned her against him to make her mine. Thankfully, she has a new partner now, and they're very happy together. We all blocked that psycho on everything possible, but he continued to harass the family until eventually he disappeared. At least we thought so. Fast forward to last year, and I started to receive messages over social media from several different accounts. I blocked each one immediately when I discovered who it was. Some were friendly, some were hostile. One of the profiles even pretended to be someone I knew from university. That one did trick me. We talked about life and how things were going. Eventually, I was invited to a house party by them, claiming it was a free house and plenty of people were coming. I booked the time off work, made my travel plans, and kept talking to this friend about the coming date of the party. I mentioned it to my friend's sister, who was interested in going herself. That was until I mentioned the address, and she completely panicked. The address in question was a property belonging to the crazy ex's father that was scheduled for sale, and therefore would not have many people around. I waited until the day of and called the police to check the property, claiming I suspected a break-in. They found 5 people there, including the ex. Parked out front was a butcher's van, equipped for food storage, a collection of knives, hammers, and rope as well. I'm glad I didn't go, because I'm pretty sure I know what they wanted to do to me. I was out hiking one day, just trying to explore and have a good time. That was what I did with my spare time. Wasn't much of an indoors guy, really. I almost sometimes wonder if people know how much is out there that there is to explore. Whenever I go out, I'm always able to find a new place or look around for new things. My family lived out in the middle of the country. There was a lot of property around that area and very few houses, so I could go out in search of things all the time, and I'd always find something new. It was fall when I was out exploring, and thus it was a little chilly that day. It was also overcast with clouds, dark and moving quickly in the sky. There was no indication of rain though, so I wasn't worried about possibly getting wet or there being a storm. On this day, I had gone further out than I'd ever gone before, so I had to be careful. There were various things out there, such as electric fences and even some barbed wire ones as well. The brush was so thick in places that I hadn't noticed some of these obstacles before and found myself unexpectedly shocked or stuck with barbs. This was no exception because of how thick the vegetation was in some places. I had seen old structures out in the hills, and even came across a barn that was likely still being used in the middle of a clearing. Those were my favorite sorts of things to see when I was out exploring. I always liked to wonder when they'd last been used, and what they had possibly been used for. This time, I had been out for quite a while. The weather that I described was also my favorite kind of weather, so I wasn't about to head home early. This was the perfect day to remain out and about. Suddenly, though, I heard a really strange noise. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. I was quite certain it must be some sort of animal, but not an animal I'd ever encountered before, just a really inhuman sort of wail. There weren't supposed to be many dangerous animals out in the hills I lived in, or so my parents told me, so I wanted to check out what this was. I began walking in the direction of that strange noise I'd heard. I heard it a few more times as well, so I was able to figure out I was going in the right direction. I kept following that noise. I began thinking it must have been some sort of animal in distress or something. Maybe it had gotten caught in a barbed wire fence, or some sort of animal trap. If so, I definitely wanted to see if I could help it. However, as I got closer to where the sound was coming from, I noticed what looked like an old shed up ahead of me. It was obviously very old, probably left over from people who'd previously owned and worked on this land. It wasn't very big, and to be honest, I was surprised it was even still holding together after how shabby it looked. I heard the wail once more. There was no doubt about it at this point. Whatever was making this strange noise was inside of this shed. I almost stopped and turned the other way. I didn't want to be that regretful guy from a scary movie who stumbles upon something he wishes he hadn't, but I was way too curious to find out what was making this noise. I cautiously approached the shed, and as I got closer, I noticed there was a glassless window in the door of it. It was probably no bigger than a soup bowl. I figured I could sneak in a good look before deciding to open the door. That way, if it was dangerous, I could just get right out of there with no risk. As I got closer to the shed, I accidentally kicked a rock in front of me. The rock flew up and hit the door. I winced, but nothing else seemed to happen. It had just made a strange knocking sound, and that was all. When I got up close and tried to peek through the little window, though, now I saw there was clearly an eyeball looking back at me. I froze. I began to hear some really scary and insane mumblings from inside the shed. Someone was talking to themselves, but although I could tell this was a person now, they were completely unintelligible. The door opened, and a face peeped out of the doorframe. I was only able to see the top half of their face, but it was unlike any person I'd ever seen before. They were so pale, they were bald, and they had the scariest, most insane eyes I had ever seen. In a strained voice, I was finally able to make out what it was saying. They were quietly screaming at me to get away. Terrified at the sound of this voice, I broke away from it and began running. I didn't want this person to come after me. The voice had been so scary and threatening that it caused me to panic and run. There was no telling how I'd react if I had seen the full person. I got far away before I slowed down. I was quite worried about what I had seen. I thought about it until I got home, and every now and then when I was out in the woods, I couldn't help but think about it again. Strangely enough, there were times where my curiosity got the best of me, and I attempted to go back and find that shed again. I wondered if whoever had been inside was still there, but I was never able to find it again. Part of me was relieved at this, I have to admit. I never used to get much mail when I was younger, and still living at home. I didn't really send out for things or have any pen pals or the like. Of course, I was also a kid, so I didn't have any bills in my name or anything. Didn't get those either. And because of that, whenever something did come in the mail for me, it was a pretty big deal. There was a period of time, though, when I received several things in the mail that gave me the most terrifying time in my life. I was 17 years old when this happened. I was a senior in high school, and I was an only child. Both of my parents worked, and I would always get home from school before they arrived. That meant I would usually get a few hours to myself before they came home. The mail usually came while I was away at school, so I would always grab it before my parents arrived. One day, I was sorting through the mail when I noticed there was a letter addressed to me. Like I mentioned, this was not the sort of thing I was used to, and therefore I had no idea what this could possibly be. When I opened up the envelope, there was a single folded sheet of paper inside it. I unfolded it and was surprised to find it was completely blank. There was no return address on the letter, and therefore I had no clue who had sent it. It was weird and a little unnerving as well. Still, it's not like it was the hugest deal. I put it out of my mind until my parents got home. I showed them the empty letter, though, and they were a bit surprised too. Just like me, they didn't think it was anything to worry about. Perhaps someone had written me a letter and folded up the wrong sheet of paper on accident and sent it in that envelope. I think it was about a week later when I received another letter in the mail. It wasn't too long after the first one had arrived. When I opened this one up, It actually had some writing on it, but the content was not what I was expecting. The letter read something like this: "I really enjoyed seeing you at school today. I didn't know you walked home. Maybe I'll give you a ride someday." Okay, that was quite different than the first one I received, but it was still very confusing. Like before, it was not signed, and there was no return address for it either. I could only assume it was from the same author of the first letter. When I told my parents about it this time, they gave me a little ribbing for it. They thought I must have a secret admirer from school. They tried to drill me to see if I could think of who it may have been, but I really had no idea. I wouldn't have thought it could have been any of my friends because they all knew I walked home from school. This time I thought more about it than I had before. I was just more curious, really, if it may have been someone I knew or not. Over the next few weeks, I would get the occasional letter in the mail from this person. It would always be just a couple of lines mentioning something that happened in school. For example, there was one where they congratulated me for running the fastest mile in gym class. I didn't really narrow it down, though, because those classes were huge. I did start looking around in gym, trying to see if anyone was watching me. After receiving several of these strange letters in the mail, they began to lose their charm. I began to get more weirded out than anything else. All these letters would mention things from my daily school life, and it was starting to get creepy. This person was obviously paying a whole lot of attention to me, and I began feeling like eyes were on me all the time. In short, the letters were beginning to feel stalkerish and were making me feel quite paranoid. It all came to a head one day when I came home from school. Instead of a letter, there was a package laying on the porch this time. It was really small, but I did recognize the handwriting. It was from the person who had been sending me letters. This was the first package, though. When I opened it, there was no letter inside. All that was inside was one of those ginsu knives that were popular back in the 90s. It had blood on it. I made the choice not to tell my parents about it. I didn't want to worry them. I was paranoid enough concerning what was going on, and I didn't want to make things any worse. I didn't get anything else in the mail until the following week. When I did, it was another package. I dreaded opening it because of what had been in the last one. My curiosity got the better of me, though, and eventually I opened it. The smell was horrendous. There was a plastic container inside, and inside that container was a dead and decaying bird. There was a letter attached too. Can you guess why the knife I sent you was bloody? Well, this time I had to tell my parents. They of course called the police, and we had to fill out a police report. Since there was no way of telling who had sent it to me, though, there wasn't much they could do about it. If I had been paranoid before, I went through a long period of time being scared. I was scared at school. I was scared when walking home from school. I was scared at home alone until my parents got home from work. I could never feel safe until then. I was paranoid, waiting for another letter or package to come in the mail with a gruesome discovery. Every day on the walk home from school, I would dread it. Strangely enough, though, I never did get anything else in the mail from that person. I never figured out who it was. This was back in the 90s, and I've never heard from that person again. I have no clue who it may have been. In my teen years, I had always wanted a car. The thing is, although my family was not broke by any means, they couldn't afford to get me one. Plus, we lived in a rural area where there was no place for me to get a job. My parents worked quite a lot, so they didn't have the time or free schedule to get me to and from work. Having a decent car wasn't really in the cards. My dad and I both enjoyed working on them, though. So we bought this really old Mustang that wasn't running, and we spent a lot of time working on it. It definitely needed a whole lot of work done to it, but when it was done, I would have a car to get around with, hopefully. My parents were away for a week at one point, visiting some relatives. I didn't want to go with them because I wanted to spend that time getting my car working. I felt like I was close to having it finished, and then I would finally have my own transportation. One evening, I was working really late into the night when I finally got the car to start. I was so excited by this that I decided to take it for a little test drive. There were only hills and gravel roads around me, so I didn't really have to worry about running into anyone. I felt like I could drive around as much as I wanted to, and I did. I drove all throughout those hills, thrilled to have my vehicle now working. I wasn't planning on going anywhere in particular, just driving around and enjoying myself really. It was getting dark before I'd first headed out, and it was definitely dark for the majority of the time I was driving around. Right when I was going down a road I had never been on before, the worst possible thing happened. The car suddenly died on me. I had all my tools in the car, luckily, so I tried to figure out what went wrong. I was positive I could fix it. What I came to discover was that the fuel gauge was broken and I had run out of gas. Since there was no way of fixing that, I would have to walk my way back home and return with a gas canister. The only issue was that I wasn't sure how long it was going to take me to get home. I knew I could find my way, sure. It's not like those roads branched off many times, if ever. The only problem was it was very dark, and I wasn't exactly sure how far away I was. I was fortunate to have my flashlight with me, but it wasn't a very strong one. That made it still sort of scary. After I had been walking down these dark roads for a while, I began hearing some noises out in the woods. I thought it was probably an animal or something walking out there, so I tried to just put it out of my mind. I kept hearing it while I was walking, though, and began wondering what was making these footfalls. I shined my flashlight out into the woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of what this could be. I wasn't able to even see a shadow or anything. I kept trying to convince myself that it had just been an animal, and I guess I really thought that it was. Your mind can really play tricks on you, especially when you're walking a dark and lonely road in the middle of the night. In such circumstances, it's only natural to suspect a person might be following you. This went on for quite a while. I don't know exactly how long the walk took me to get home, but the entire way, I was hearing that noise. Occasionally, it would get a little quiet for a short period of time, only to pick back up again. I tried not to let it bother me, but the entire walk home I was scared out of my mind. When I finally got back, it was well past midnight. Even if it hadn't been, though, there was no way I was going to go back to that car until it was light out. I decided to take myself a shower and go to bed. I had to go into the basement in order to grab some clean clothes from the laundry. The basement had two entryways. One was from inside the house, and the other was from outside. It was an underground basement. As I went down to the laundry machines, I had to try and find the chain to pull and turn the lights on. I found it and turned on the light. I was facing the doorway leading to the outside when I switched it on. The moment the light came on, I saw something moving out behind the door in the stairwell. I immediately saw a man was standing there. Fortunately, the door was locked and it was a pretty heavy one. I guess the guy looked up at me when he noticed the light coming on. Our eyes locked for just a moment before the guy ran up the stairs and out of the home. I ran up the stairs as quickly as I could and made sure all the doors were locked. So were all the windows of the house as well. I then went to my parents' room and got my dad's gun out of the closet. I took the gun into my room and locked my bedroom door. I was terrified and thought that was the best case for me to be, in case this man broke in again. Still, I waited for a while, and I didn't hear anything that indicated he was inside. After a really long period of time, I eventually fell asleep. The gun remained on my nightstand over the night. In the morning, I was woken up by the sun. I felt much better with the light out, and I searched through the home to find any signs of the man. Nothing I could see. That day, I took a gas can and my bicycle bag to get my car. I half expected it to not be there, but it was. I put the gas in and quickly drove home. I didn't tell my parents what happened though. It would just make them worry, and they probably wouldn't let me go out driving again after that. I never did find out who it was that followed me home that day. Back when I lived in the rural Midwest about 10 years ago, I lived in a house just off the highway. My house was situated right between two towns, almost on the county line. It had a large circular driveway. If you drove into the driveway, you would head straight toward our barn. If you turned right, you could access our garage. Continuing past the garage allowed you to circle around in front of the house and return to where you started. Our house featured two large double doors in the front, which were rarely used really. Instead, we usually entered through the doors inside the garage. One night, it was very late, when suddenly the doorbell rang. My husband, our 3-year-old daughter, and I were all sound asleep. The sound woke me up right away, and at first I thought I must be dreaming. Then it rang again. I woke my husband. He initially believed I was hearing things, until it rang once more. It was very dark outside, but we had a dusk-to-dawn light that illuminated most of the driveway. Unfortunately, the front doors couldn't be seen through unless you opened one of them and looked outside. You could just open one at a time, or both simultaneously, using two latches located at the top and bottom of one of the doors. My husband wanted to open the door and see what was going on, while I just wanted to call the police. We knew it would take some time for them to arrive though, since we lived on the county line. He opened the door to find a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s. She appeared perfectly normal, except for the fact that she was standing at our door in the middle of the night. I looked beyond her and noticed her car parked in our driveway just off the road. She claimed that she needed to use the phone, explaining that her car battery had died or something. She wasn't sure, she said. I told my husband there was no way we should let her in, as this was exactly how horror movies often started. We offered to call the police or the county sheriff to help her, but she kept insisting. We assured her we would make the call, and eventually she just walked away. As we watched her return to her car, which was approximately 50 feet away by my distance judgment, I could see both her and the car quite clearly. I proceeded to call the police, and they said they'd arrive in about 15 minutes. At this point, neither my husband nor I were overly concerned about it. We assumed it really was just a girl with a dead battery. As she opened her trunk, no lights illuminated, and she began rummaging around inside. At that point, the driver's side door opened, and a man stepped out, followed by others, exiting from the back passenger door. They continued to search the trunk with no lights on. I couldn't hear any of their conversations or determine their actions, but eventually they all returned to the car. About 5 minutes had passed now, and I was silently praying the sheriff would hurry up and arrive. I knew it would probably take another 10 minutes or so, though. The individuals remained in the vehicle, lights off and motionless. I couldn't see them clearly inside, but I knew they hadn't exited or done anything. I thought I could see the driver lighting a cigarette, but I couldn't be entirely sure. Then something unexpected occurred. A man who I didn't recognize emerged from the right side of the property, walking from the direction of the barn. We didn't have neighbors for at least a mile around, and he appeared to be coming from the back of our property, which ended at a random creek. He walked directly under the dusk-to-dawn light and proceeded straight to the car without even looking at our home. He got into the back, and the vehicle started up. They slowly backed out of my driveway and headed north. The police arrived approximately 10 minutes later, and by that point I was in a state of panic. and they conducted a search but couldn't find anything suspicious. They asked if we had noted a license plate number, but the car had been parked too far away. They advised us to call if the individuals returned, which didn't instill much confidence. My husband retrieved his shotgun from the workshop on our property, and we attempted to go back to sleep. This happened to me about 4 years ago. I was living with a roommate in an apartment complex in a somewhat bad area. It wasn't terrible, but it was right by a busy road that seemed to attract a lot of crime. As a woman, it's the kind of place you didn't want to walk around at night. I had and have been harassed almost every time. This was before I had a car. It was about 3 a.m., and my roommate was dead asleep. I was awake, who knows why. I was in my room on the computer when I heard her knock at the door. It was literally just one knock. I took off my headphones to make sure I was even actually hearing this. After a few seconds of pausing, another knock came, and then began a steady rhythm. It wasn't your typical someone knocking at the door wanting to see you. It was a slow and continuous knock, almost like a heartbeat. Instantly, I was somewhat alarmed, but decided to leave it alone. I decided I would wait and see if maybe it was some drunk who had gotten confused and would huddle off after a while. Minutes passed by and the knocking never stopped though. It never picked up or slowed down either. It was just this continuous rhythm. After some time, I heard the person try for the doorknob. Instantly, I feared for my life. Without waking my roommate, I went to the living room and shouted through the door, "Who is it?" The knocking suddenly stopped altogether. I decided to look out through the peephole and see who it was. I know this sounds like a horror movie, but I saw nothing. At that point, I backed away, and after I did, the knocking immediately resumed. My shouting had woken up my roommate, who was now asking what the hell was going on. I told her that someone was knocking at the door, and they must have been hiding around the side, because I couldn't see anybody there. We called the police, and they arrived about 10 minutes later. During that 10 minutes, my roommate and I locked ourselves inside the bathroom. Whoever the psycho was outside kept doing that slow and rhythmic knocking. Once the cops showed up, we were safe to come out. We got a good look at who was doing this to us. It was a boy no older than 18. They had him restrained and had confiscated a backpack from him. Inside the backpack was a shocking amount of drugs, and even worse, a knife. I had never seen this kid before, but we were told he lived across the parking lot from us in the exact same complex. The kid wouldn't say what he was doing here, but the contents of his backpack sent a deep chill through my body. I'm certain he was planning to use the drugs on us, and then assault and possibly kill us. The kid was arrested and jailed for some time, not long enough in my opinion. After he was released, I heard he ran away. He had been living with his dad at the apartments, but I haven't heard about him or seen him ever since. My roommate and I moved to a nicer area after this event. I seriously hope that guy gets locked up again, because it's clear he had every intent to attack us, and I have no doubts he'd try it again. I'll never forget the way he kept knocking at our door, how it filled me with a sense of dread I had never felt in my life. Whenever I was asked to babysit my niece, I would often take her out for a drive. She loved the mountains and the forest, especially the winding roads in that area. As we were driving along on this night, we saw a sign which said driving course. I guess there was some sort of event there, or there would be an event coming up soon. I figured that since it was a quiet kind of evening, I could take my niece along this course. It said it was open to the public, so it wasn't like I was trespassing or anything. We were having a great time chatting and driving through the mountainous roads, seeing all sorts of stuff along the way. Hot spring spots, nocturnal wildlife. We even stopped at a restaurant along the course too. It was a nice change of pace. I work in an office all day, and I rarely get to go out and enjoy nature in my time off like this. I was happy to spend time with my niece, and that she was here so I had an excuse to go out on a ride. I was picking up a little speed, and we were both having a great time. At one point, my niece spotted a little dirt road off the side of the main mountain pass and pleaded with me to explore down there. It was getting a little bit late, but I couldn't resist giving in to her demands. I told her that after we had just a little look, we would turn right back around and head home. She agreed to my terms. It turned out that going off this road was a really terrible idea. We had gotten about 200 meters down this dirt path when I suddenly hit something with my front tire. I didn't know what the hell I'd just done to my car. Maybe I bent the axle or something. It was a pretty harrowing experience to realize that I was both in trouble and responsible for my niece's safety. We were both shaken up. We had just hit something with enough force for it to cut out the engine. To be honest, I was kind of surprised the airbags didn't go off. Anyway, I was the adult and I had to be calm, but to be honest, I was a bit nervous. I'm a woman as well, and it was just me and my niece out there in the middle of nowhere in these dark and mountainous woods. With each passing moment, it grew darker and darker. I grabbed my phone out of my purse and went to dial my roadside rescue service. When I saw I had no signal, I started to get those vibes from horror films I'd watched as a teen. I knew I had to push on for the sake of my niece, though. I didn't know what to do. There was no way I would be able to just leave her in the car and walk down the mountain to the nearest building, which I guess would have been the restaurant we'd come from. That would have been irresponsible. For some reason, my niece wasn't even frightened by the situation. Perhaps she felt a little guilty. She didn't freak out or start crying. She handled the situation very maturely. I was at least grateful for that. I told her we had a couple of options. We could wait here, lock the doors, and when there was a little more light out, I could go out and try to get some signal. Or, if she really thought it would be alright, I could leave her in the car and try to go by myself while it was dark out. She didn't want to be left alone in the dark, obviously. I could have guessed that much. I started trying the engine, but I had no luck. It seemed as if we were in a really quiet area. When the wind whistled through the trees, it made me feel frightened. There were many wild things in these woods, and they had the cover of darkness on their side now. We sat there for a while, chatting and trying to lighten the tension. My niece started to yawn, and I checked my phone to see what time it was. I was shocked to see that now I somehow had a bar of signal. I called the roadside rescue instantly. The phone held on to the signal long enough for me to get some help. I was told to sit tight, lock the doors, and wait for the recovery vehicle to arrive. We both ate quite a lot at the all-you-can-eat restaurant we went to earlier, and because of this, we were both very drowsy at that point. I closed my eyes for a little while. When I opened them again, I looked over at my niece and saw she was fast asleep. As my eyes opened more, I could see it was colder and darker when I'd woken up. At that point, I heard some weird and horrible noise. It sounded like someone's voice. It was distant, but it sounded like it was getting closer. I couldn't really tell exactly how far away it was. It sounded like a screaming sound, this indescribable wailing crossed with a screech. Whatever it was approaching our location. I knew that much. I thought it could have been my imagination, making things more frightening than they already were. I just told myself that if I closed my eyes, whatever was frightening me would soon pass. The sound continued until it suddenly stopped. It sounded like it stopped right beside our car. A few agonizing seconds crawled by. I realized that I couldn't convince myself that this was just my mind playing tricks on me. It felt as if there was a very real threat right outside the driver's door. I slowly opened my eyes and turned my head to face the window. I could see nothing but a dark figure there. Something covered completely in black was pressed up against the window. I don't know how to describe it any better, really. Just a solid black mass pressed up against it. I lost it when I saw that. I instinctively released the handbrake and tried to start the engine. To my surprise, it actually sputtered to life. I hit reverse, and when I backed up, the thing was revealed in the light of my headlights. It was a person wearing a black cloak. My niece woke up, but thankfully I don't think she saw that figure. If she did, then she never mentioned it to me. I managed to reverse back to the start of the dirt road. I waited there for roadside rescue to arrive. When we were towed from the woods back to a light source, I looked at the driver's side window. There were clear handprints and smudges of what looked to be someone's face on the glass. It really frightened me. I'm glad I didn't decide to leave my niece in the car to go search for a signal. I have no clue what that person wanted, but if they were out there in the middle of nowhere in the mountains like that, I guess it couldn't have been anything remotely positive. I'm a woman, and when I was about 15 years old or so, my parents asked if I wanted to get out of the house with them. I said sure, and we stopped off at a local place for some gas, drinks, and some cigarettes for my mom. As usual, my dad went in to grab the stuff, while my mom sat in the car in the passenger seat, and I stayed with her in the seat behind. At some point, I noticed a creepy man, clearly homeless in his mid to late 30s. He was at the payphone about 10 to 15 feet away from our car. He was talking on the phone, but he never took his eyes off me or my mom. I'll never forget it because of the song that was playing, Never There. It all felt very unsettling in the moment. I asked my mom if she had noticed the guy staring too, and she said yes and to just ignore him. My dad eventually exited the store, and upon getting into the car and starting the engine, the doors automatically locked. Thank God for this feature, because what happened next will always stick with me. We had just started the car, and within about 5 seconds of us starting to back out, I saw the guy running towards the rear driver's side. He had something in his hand, wrapped in a towel or cloth. He made a point to try and conceal it behind his back. He grabbed the door on the rear driver's side, as if he just expected to climb right in. Since it was locked, though, the man just looked at us and then mouthed that he was so sorry, all while waving his free hand, despite the fact the other one was still behind his back. He kept trying to force the car door open again. I guess he thought that after the first time, we would unlock it for some reason so we could get in. I'm not sure what exactly he wanted, but his intentions felt dark. I swear that he wanted to carjack us and hurt me or my mom, possibly even my dad. As we drove away, we called the cops on him. We watched as we left the parking lot, and the guy ran to a nearby mailbox, then hid away whatever he had previously concealed behind his back inside. I don't know what that guy had planned, or what his problem was, but I really hope he got some help. This happened years ago, when I had gotten my first actual job. I didn't think much of it. I figured it was quite harmless. I could find people around the country to chat with, learn about some other cultures, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't give out personal information about myself. No phone number, no address, or anything like that. I wasn't stupid. What I'm referring to, by the way, is having a pen pal. You see, I was bored with no friends in my city. All my friends were back in my hometown. I wanted to fill my time in and drown out the loneliness, talk to people I heard about on these websites to meet pen pals around the world. I made a simple profile and stated what kind of friends I was interested in making. Basic stuff, really. After about a month, I received a message from a guy. I don't remember it word for word, but it basically said something like, "Hi, just found your profile. I'm super interested in being friends with you." He stated he lived in the same state as me. Even though he was 58 years old, he seemed really chill. I know maybe it was a little rude to be snobby about someone in my state contacting me, but I did say on my profile that I was trying to find pen pals outside of the US. I did reply to a few of his messages before declining him though. I found out that he lived in the same city as me even. I see you like anime. I love anime. I also see that you've been to Japan. I've been to Japan too. Do you go to anime conventions? Maybe we can go together to the next one that comes to town. I felt more and more uncomfortable. I had also put right on my page that I had no intentions of meeting up with anyone, just having an online pen pal. I politely told him that, and he really didn't like it. He said, "I just thought we could be friends since we have similar interests." I again told him I was not interested in meeting anyone in person from the website. He pretended to be fine with it and went right back to rambling about his own interests. I logged out of the website for a few days and just focused on my own personal life. Going to work, doing school, taking care of my disabled father. One day I woke up to some notifications on multiple of my instant messaging apps. They were all basically saying the same thing. "Hey, it's me from the pen pal website," smiley face. He messaged me on 4 different apps, which I had not given him. How did he find them? I was really annoyed by this point. As politely as I could, I messaged him on the pen pal website. "Hey, so I don't know how you find my IDs for chat apps, but that was over the line, really not appropriate. It would be one thing if it was on one app, but you messaged me on 4 different ones." He replied instantly, "I'm sorry, I really wanted to talk to you, and you haven't been on the site for days." Well, that doesn't make it okay to do that. I also have a personal life, a job and a family. I can't spend all my time on here. Well, that's why I messaged you on those apps. I don't have them listed on my profile. How did you even find them? He completely avoided the subject and insisted he just wanted to be friends with me. I told him I didn't think we should talk anymore, and that I didn't want to be friends with him at that point, and to never contact me again. I immediately blocked him on all of those apps and on the pen pal website. For a few months, everything was perfectly fine. Suddenly, I got a message on one of those apps, and the user wasn't in my friends list. The message was basically as follows: "You stupid, fat, ugly girl. No one will ever love you. You'll never find a man to love you. You're so incredibly fat and ugly. Why don't you just take your own life and do the world a favor?" I rolled my eyes and blocked the account. Through the course of a year, every few months across my multiple social media platforms, I would be harassed. Eventually, though, I completely forgot about the man. That is, until I received a message on the pen pal website. The account had no name or photos. It was just a randomly generated username. The message I had received was the same nonsense as before, calling me fat and ugly and saying all sorts of terrible things about me, telling me I should just die. Once I got that message, I knew it had to be him again. I had no issues with anyone else. I replied saying the guy's name, telling him I knew it was him and that his behavior was sad and pathetic. "I just wanted to be your friend. You're disgusting. Will you watch your back then?" The account blocked me, and for a few more months, nothing really happened. I would get 1 or 2 messages from fake accounts every now and then, but I had grown used to it by this point, and I just immediately blocked them. One day, I received a Facebook message from a police officer contacting me about a profile I apparently made on a website called Ashley Madison. It's used for people to have affairs and hookups, I guess. I had never heard of it before then, and I absolutely did not have an account on there. I had a long talk with him, where he told me his department investigates human trafficking, and he thought I was an underage girl possibly in danger. I had my personal accounts listed on the profile, as well as other ways to contact me. I was in shock. He advised me to contact the website, and asked them to take down the profile. He also added, "You seem like a real nice girl. I don't know who you made angry, but don't read what's on there." My curiosity got the better of me, though. I should have taken his advice. This guy had taken some of my selfies and made an account of me. The profile stated a lot of horrible things, very derogatory, so much so that I can't even list them here. It made me feel sick to my stomach to read some of the things it said I apparently wanted to have done to me. Thankfully, the website took quick action to take the profile down. The next time I got one of those hate messages online, I snapped. I didn't hold back at all. I cursed him out for being so disgusting, simply because someone didn't want to be his friend. His account immediately blocked me without answering. I didn't get a message from any accounts for a while. One day, when I was a closer at work, I was waiting outside for my family member to come pick me up. I didn't have my own vehicle, and my family would give me rides to and from work. As I was listening to some music, waving goodbye to my manager as they drove off, I got a message on one of my apps. It said, "You're disgusting and ugly." I rolled my eyes as I opened the message. I was going to type in a witty retort, but something came in that made me stop typing and freeze up. "You're all alone. I could kill you right now if I wanted to. No one would ever find you." I backed up against the building. I didn't have keys. Only the manager did, and they had just left. I looked around to the parking lot. Not a car in sight. The streetlights shined dimly around me, and my heart started to race as more messages came in. "You're so disgusting. You know no one will ever fall in love with you. Your family probably won't even miss you. You're so gross. I should just kill you right now and do the world a favor." I started to cry, my hands shaking. Just as another text came in, a car pulled up in front of me. It was my family member coming to pick me up. I took a deep breath and quickly got into the car. I screamed at them to leave right now. Tears started to come down my face, and they asked me what was wrong. I handed them my phone, and they looked through it and saw the messages. They asked who it was, but I couldn't tell them. I didn't know who it was. I just wanted to get out of there. We went back to their place, and they called the police. I tried to tell them not to. I had no idea who this person was or where to find them. They also called another family member who worked in the IT field. After they heard the whole story about everything I'd endured for almost 2 years now, they told me I should have made some new accounts from the beginning of this harassment. I listened to them right then and there, and made new accounts on all of my social media. I worked at that job for another month, but my family member had told my manager what had happened, so I was never put on closing shifts again. I was only given morning ones, where I clocked out of work when the sun was still out. I still didn't feel safe, though. They knew where I worked now. My manager understood when I quit, and all the harassment stopped suddenly. To this day, I still haven't received any more of those messages. I'm married now, and still live in that city. I don't live in the same neighborhood anymore, though. I feel comfortable and don't feel afraid this person will find me and stalk me again. Even now, though, anytime I get a random message from someone who isn't in my friends list, my heart races for just a moment. The year was 1991. I was in 3rd grade and my older sister was in 5th. We attended an elementary school that was just a few blocks away from our childhood home. We lived one street over from my grandparents. Our neighborhood had a lot of children, and there were usually adults outside working in the garden or fixing cars. One day, after we were dropped off, we decided to go visit our grandfather. He worked nights as an airplane mechanic for the Air Force. My grandparents' house had a huge privacy fence, and we would drop in from time to time. If the gate was locked, though, we would just turn around and go home. As we were about to cross the street, we saw a man blocking our path, staring us down. The man looked like he must have benched semi-trucks in his spare time. Aside from us and this brute, the streets were completely deserted. If we cried out for help, I don't think anyone was outside that would hear us. Just our luck. The one day the street was empty, we encountered this steroid-addicted lunatic. The man immediately began charging towards us. "You two are coming with me." That was our cue to start running. Due to a recent surgery I'd had on my ankle, I was having trouble keeping up. My sister put me on her shoulders and bolted down an alleyway that led back to our house. We raced to the front door and began beating on it, but unfortunately nobody was home. We looked behind us as the man emerged from the alley. Just then, our next-door neighbor, who was an older woman, came outside to see what the commotion was. She was holding a shotgun in her hands. When she saw how frightened we were, she looked at the imposing man coming towards us and instantly put 2 and 2 together. She raised her gun and pointed it right at the man. "You leave those kids alone or say goodbye." The man stopped in his tracks and raised his hands in the air. He slowly backed away and eventually disappeared down the alley. My sister called the police, and then our dad. The police never found out who that man was, although there were some other abductions of children around our area. They were suspected to be linked to human trafficking. I'm very thankful our neighbor intervened with her gun that day, because otherwise my sister and I could have never been seen again. This incident occurred a few years ago, on the day I was scheduled to take my driving test actually. In an effort to ensure I passed on my first attempt, I'd enrolled in a driving cram school. As part of my preparation, I had a private lesson booked in the city just before my test. This required me to catch an early train to ensure my timely arrival. I proceeded to the local train station and waited for the arrival of the first train of the day. This particular train was new to me. Although I was quite tired, I compelled myself to study. I found a seat on a bench nearby and began using a driving test prep app. Additionally, I sent messages to my friends, asking them to wish me luck once they woke up. Approximately 10 minutes later, a train pulled in on the opposite side of the tracks from me. I recognized this as a sign that my own train would be soon arriving. Placing my bag over my shoulder, I joined the line of people waiting to board the train. Suddenly, a voice from behind me remarked, "You're looking really cute." I turned to see a man in his 30s approaching me. My immediate thoughts was, don't make me feel so sick this early in the morning. I averted my gaze from him, noting that he appeared to be more than a decade older than me. While standing in line, the man followed closely behind me. I tried to ignore him and positioned myself to the side to try and distance myself from him. However, he continued to silently trail me. He continued to call out to me, his unsettling voice sounding again from right behind my shoulder. I truly had no interest in engaging with this guy. I didn't want to add more stress to my day before the driving test. Seeking any refuge, I moved closer to a trio of office workers, hoping their presence would discourage this stranger from further advances. I also hoped they might intervene if the man persisted in trying to follow me. For a while, I had my back to him, intentionally avoiding eye contact. I was curious if he had left though, so after a brief moment I glanced backward. Thankfully, he seemed to have disappeared, relieving me of his unnerving presence. When the train arrived, I boarded with the group of office workers. Strangely enough, the encounter with that creeper gave me a profound new sense of confidence for the impending test. The workers took seats right next to me, and the train departed. Given that my stop was about 20 minutes away, I utilized the time to study further on my phone. Suddenly, though, I felt an odd sensation, the feeling of someone's gaze fixating on me. I looked up from my phone, casually scanning my surroundings, and my eyes settled upon the source of my unease. About 3 meters ahead, the same man who had approached me earlier on the platform was openly staring at me. He didn't break eye contact or even blink at all. His gaze was unwavering. I felt a wave of nausea. Had he been wandering the train searching for me? It certainly seemed that way. This man, who I found increasingly unnerving, made me feel uneasy, especially considering my circumstances. I was an 18-year-old woman traveling alone. The remaining 10 minutes of the ride felt like an eternity, and in my mind I repeatedly prayed that I'd be safe. Finally, we arrived at my destination. The last leg of this ride had been one of the longest and most unsettling periods of my life. As I stepped off the train, I could hardly shake off my fear. I felt as though I'd nearly escaped something dreadful. I found myself even pondering whether I knew this person or not. His persistent staring left me wondering if maybe he'd mistaken me for someone else, or perhaps I'd met him before and forgotten him. Fortunately, the 3 office workers seated next to me were also apparently disembarking at the same station, which led me to conclude that I could use them as a protective barrier once again. I positioned myself within their group as we passed through the ticket gate. Aware that my driving class was just a 3-minute walk from the station, I decided to run over there. Immediately upon exiting the gate and descending the stairs in haste, I could hear rapid footsteps behind me. There's no way, I thought. On instinct, I turned around to identify the source of those footsteps, only to find the man running after me about 10 steps above me. He was staring at me with this dead gaze and smiling. An icy shiver ran through me, and fear gripped me like never before. I sprinted as fast as I could, and finally reached my class. I was panting, and looked rather out of place compared to the composed students and adults around me. I doubted anyone else had entered class like that. After completing some paperwork and formalities, I finally sat down at a desk. As I happened to gaze out of the window, I could see the man was waiting outside staring at me, standing in front of the station. When our eyes met, he smiled and waved at me. A chill ran down my spine. In the midst of a classroom full of strangers I didn't know, I grappled with whether to confide in someone or ask for help. I felt unable to open up to anyone. I felt isolated, as everyone around me was completely unfamiliar. Nonetheless, I managed to push the unsettling encounter from my mind and focus on my driving test for the moment. Perhaps the man would be gone by the time I was done. Miraculously, I still did well on both the written and practical tests. Passing them filled me with elation and joy, nearly causing me to forget the unsettling events earlier in the day. I went about with the rest of it. It was long and filled with various errands, spanning for about 8 hours or so. Once I'd concluded all my tasks, I headed back to the train station to catch the train home. Returning to where the morning's events had unfolded, a clear recollection of earlier that day flooded back to me. I questioned what that was all even about. Did I know this man? Was I overreacting? After the passage of such a long day, certainty seemed elusive. Approaching the bicycle parking area, I wondered whether I may have just blown the situation out of proportion. However, as fate would have it, the man was still there. A surge of fear rushed through me. I was paralyzed by his presence, annoyed by my own helplessness. I pivoted and raced over to the station's staff, confessing my concerns about the man following me for the entire day. I contacted my father, who fortunately had wrapped up with work by then, and arrived by car 10 minutes later. To our relief, the man had vanished. It was more fortunate for him than anything, though, as my father was seething in anger by that point. In hindsight, though it may have seemed impulsive in the moment, I'm grateful I'd turned back around and sought assistance from the station staff. Sometimes I reflect on the potential outcomes of that evening and consider how important it can be to ask someone around you for help. Had I not taken that step, I don't know what would have happened to me. The fact the man was there waiting for me right as I arrived is chilling. I wonder how long he had been lurking there. As a result of that harrowing experience, I no longer ride the train alone. I now much prefer driving. The incident reinforced the significance of having a driving license to me. Despite being on a train full of passengers, the man had been brazen enough to pursue me without any regard for witnesses, even continuing to stalk me in a classroom full of people. It's unsettling to think individuals like him are out there, posing dangers to the general public. Some people might hear this story and think I deserve what happened to me. I would be the first person not to argue with them though, so please don't think I'm telling this story in order to garner any sort of sympathy or something. The area I grew up in was pretty rural. The school buses didn't even come to pick me up for school. My parents had to drive me. That continued until I was a teenager, and I got my own license and could drive myself. I enjoyed growing up in a place like that though, with so much area to explore, and I explored it a lot of the time. Sometimes it would be with my cousins when they came over to visit us, but more often I would just be going out into the forest and hills all by myself. There was one thing I was taught from a very young age though, whenever I was out exploring. It was made very clear to me that I was not supposed to bother anyone who might be found out in the hills. If I came across any hunters, any hermits, any buildings or barns or anything, I was not to interact with them in any way. My parents told me there could be some very strange people out in the hills, and it was best not to engage with them. I always followed this rule very closely. I actually had some family members who lived in extremely rural areas. This included an uncle of mine who built himself a really small shack out of plywood and lived in it year-round, hunting his own food and stuff like that. I only ever saw him once in a really great while growing up, but he certainly wasn't the kind of guy you would want to come across in the middle of nowhere. A few times when I had gone out hiking, I saw an old cabin down in a holler, far off from my house. I was always curious to go up to the cabin and check it out, but I knew that was a very bad idea. It was against everything I'd been taught about going out in these woods, so I never really attempted to go down and get a closer look. I would always go in a different direction, or if I was with my cousins, I wouldn't even go that way at all. When I was 14 years old, though, my curiosity finally began getting the better of me. Now, although I didn't set out with a plan to go and check out the cabin on this day, I was out and hiking that direction. I hadn't even been thinking of the cabin, but the moment I saw it, my curiosity just absolutely piqued. It didn't take much before I decided I wanted to go down and take a look at this thing. Looking at the cabin, even from a distance, was what changed my mind. I had never seen anything that would indicate to me that it was not an abandoned building. I had come across other abandoned buildings before. Most of them were broken down and not interesting. But this cabin was interesting to me, not only because it was a cabin in the woods, and who's not curious about that, but also because it was mainly intact. I decided to just get a little bit closer. I started slowly going down the hill, wondering if this was a bad idea or not. Of course, the nervousness of doing something I knew I was not supposed to be doing was a bit overwhelming for me. As I got closer and closer, I didn't see anything that would indicate the place was not abandoned. I was hoping I would even be able to find a way in and explore it. I didn't expect to find the Book of the Dead or anything like that. But the building was obviously really old. Maybe there could be some interesting antiques in there. I got a better look than I ever had before. There was a porch on the opposite side that I had never seen before. It was pretty run down. There was moss covering large parts of the cabin, and most of the wood had turned a strange gray color. It also smelled very strangely and very unpleasant, although I was unable to place the exact smell. This convinced me beyond a shadow of a doubt that this place had to be abandoned. Still, I was a bit nervous as I climbed the stairs on the porch. Everything was dead quiet, and like the old cliché, I thought it was way too quiet. I couldn't even hear any animal noises, which was very rare for the area we lived in. Maybe I was blocking them out because I was so fascinated by this cabin, though. I went up to the door, listening to the wood creaking under my feet. Getting up to it, I was getting even more nervous. On some level, I hoped the door would be locked or jammed shut, anything that would make it difficult for me to get in. Then I could just give up and go home. When I reached out and tried to open it, though, I found it was not locked in any way. In fact, I was able to push it open very easily. Looking into the cabin, I was even more convinced no one could be living there. It was extremely nasty inside. Everything was covered in mildew and moss. It looked like no one had been inside the place for 30 years. It made me feel a lot better about the trespassing. I left the door open behind me as I went in to explore the building. There was some primitive and really old furniture in the front room. Nothing I was interested in actually touching, though. There were some old books lying on a table, but they had been so destroyed by the elements that they would crumble if I even poked them. It was an old building, and I was surprised it had more than one room in it. There was a door which I figured led to either a bedroom or a closet. I decided that I had come this far already. I might as well open that door and see what was behind it. I went over to the door and slowly began to open it. When I had totally pulled it open, I noticed it was a completely different room. It was like an old bedroom, having some furnishings inside it. They were just as old and decaying as the rest of the cabin was. That was when I noticed some movement on the bed, though. I hadn't thought it was possible, and I hadn't noticed it at first, but there was someone laying down there. They blended in perfectly with the moss, decay, and grime. They almost seemed like part of the furnishing at first. As this person got up, I realized it was an older guy. My presence in the cabin must have woken him up. He seemed bewildered at first, but that didn't last long. The man started yelling at me in some sort of gibberish language. I couldn't make out his words, but I could definitely tell he was not happy with me being there. The man grabbed a rifle off the floor of the room. I knew I had to get out of this cabin as quickly as possible. "Gonna shoot you!" I heard the man shout at me as he was trying to get up off the bed. He mumbled some more stuff about it being his house, and I could tell how angry the guy was. Terrified, I turned and ran back into the front room of the cabin. Then I ran out the front door, leaving it open behind me. I decided to run a little ways down the holler, then try to get up the hill from there. As I was going, I heard a gunshot go off. I was so terrified by this, I simply dropped to the ground. I wasn't hit or anything, but that wasn't enough to keep me from being scared. I looked back and saw the guy standing out by the cabin. He didn't appear to be chasing me. I had to crawl my ways away, not giving the man another shot at me. I didn't hear any more shots. That made me believe the guy was only trying to scare me maybe, but I couldn't know for sure. He was pretty decrepit, so he could have just been a really bad shot. I had to get to my feet but try to keep down and get up the hill somehow. I felt a lot safer once I'd gotten away. I don't know the situation about the cabin, and I never went near that place again. I always made sure to steer clear of other buildings I found in the woods after. I was 12 when I flew on a plane for the first time, or at least the first time I remember flying on a plane. We were going to visit SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida, and I was really excited. It would be our first family vacation in quite a long time, and I looked forward to the days off from school to spend some time with my family. I was a bit nervous about flying because I didn't remember how it had gone the first technical time, but my parents assured me the process was simple and that I'd be perfectly fine. All we needed was to pass through security and then it would be smooth sailing. At least I thought so. We'd done the whole thing of taking off our shoes, putting any extra items from our bags into the bins, and putting our luggage through the X-ray machine. Everything was going fine, so my parents said the last thing we needed to do was go through the metal detector, and then we'd be free to go. When it was my turn, however, the machine beeped. and an older man dressed in a TSA uniform stopped me. He said he would need to give me a pat down. I motioned to my parents to wait for me while he took me to the side. My mom looked like she was about to say something, but thought better of it. Maybe one of my zippers had messed with the machine, or perhaps it was just a misfire. Of course, these things I'd only thought of in hindsight years later. In the moment, I was really nervous. I'd never gone through something like this before, but my parents assured me from across the machine that everything would be fine and to do what the agent said. The next few minutes were terrifying. At first, the agent was entirely professional, just lightly tapping my sides and going over my pockets, but when he reached my hips, I immediately felt his hand grip me hard. Even though I'd never gone through something like this before, something in my gut knew this was intentional. The agent was breathing heavily. I can still feel his breath on my face even years later. He leaned in real close to my ear and said something that shook me to my core. "How old are you? You're really sexy." I'd never felt so gross in my entire life. Even after I went through my teen years and all that came with it, I remember squeaking out a random number. The guy frowned and let me go with a big sigh. I ran over to my parents, feeling like I might cry, but not wanting to let the guy get the satisfaction of seeing so. My mom immediately honed in on that fact. She knew well my about to cry face. She took me to the bathroom for some privacy and asked me what was wrong. Thankfully, the bathroom didn't have too many people. Once they left, I was able to let it all out. My mom hugged me as the tears stained her shirt and told me, "We'll fix this. It'll be all right." Once I'd cried my lungs out and she helped me clean up, we exited the restroom to meet my, at this point, very concerned dad. My mom brought him up to speed, and as soon as she mentioned what the agent said, he stormed back to the security line and demanded to speak to someone in charge. I didn't want to be anywhere near that guy again, so me and my mom stayed back and kind of out of sight. The guy was still at his spot near the metal detector, and when he saw my dad storming towards him with a furious look on his face, his eyes went big as saucers and he called someone on his radio. My dad lost it on the guy, swearing and making sure everyone around them knew what he'd done. Now, my dad's not a violent man, but I swear if that guy said one more word before a supervisor came, he would have knocked him out. The supervisor looked initially confused, but as my dad explained what happened, they immediately took action. 2 men grabbed the agent's arms and all but dragged him away, I think to an office. Security came to question us a moment later. Both my parents held my hand as I described what happened. The officers that interviewed us were very kind actually. They said they would deal with him properly and hoped we'd enjoy our flight. We tried our best, but needless to say, the excitement was shattered the moment that man touched me. The trip was fun, but I remember it being kind of muted. Like the shadow of that airport incident loomed over the journey. Everything went a lot better on the return flight home. I remember feeling so much anxiety though, whenever a TSA agent so much as looked at me. My parents must have felt the same way, because they stuck close to me all throughout. Luckily, the man from before was nowhere to be seen. The next time I go on a plane, I hope it stays that way. That goes for all creepy people at airports. In high school, I was left alone a lot on the weekends. My parents were separated at the time, and I lived with my mom, while my dad lived in an apartment in the next town over. My mom often went out with friends to party and drink, and often crashed at their houses to prepare for the next night. That meant I was left alone for 2 days until Monday, which honestly I was fine with. My mom and I didn't have the best relationship to say the least, but since she was the more financially stable parent, I was forced to live with her when I would have taken my dad any day. That's another story though. What I'm here to talk about is a night where I was home alone. Not unusual in itself, but what happened during that span of time definitely was. My mom was gone, of course, out partying or nursing a hangover probably. I set out to tidy up around the house a bit and make myself some dinner. After finding out there wasn't really much to eat though, as my mom rarely went shopping unless she absolutely needed to, I set myself up for ordering a pizza. Luckily, the local shop delivered, so I thought I was all set to fend off my hunger for a couple of days. I ordered a large pizza with a side of pasta and watched a few episodes of Say Yes to the Dress while waiting. Cut to an hour later though, and my pizza still had not arrived. I called up the shop and they said they were running a bit behind, but my order should be there relatively soon. I said thanks and resigned myself to waiting it out, my stomach growling all the while. I was really gonna tear into that pizza as soon as I opened the box. Then a knock came at the front door. We usually used the back door to go in and out, but kept the front open for deliveries. I looked out through the peephole and saw a girl about my age. She had a hat on with the shop's logo and was rifling through a carrying bag for my order. Breathing a sigh of relief, I opened the door. The girl immediately shot up to look at me, as if she hadn't actually expected me to answer. "Oh, here's your order," she said, thrusting the pizza and pizza boxes into my hands. I don't have any cash on me, so I can't do any change tonight. Bad night for tips, huh? I asked, setting the boxes down on the floor. I guess you could say that. The girl laughed nervously. My stomach rumbled as I gave her the cash. I was just about to say goodbye and close the door when the girl suddenly said in a frantic voice, "Wait!" I opened the door back up. That's when I noticed the bruises dotting the girl's arm for the first time. She was wearing a t-shirt, and I could see these marks that looked like someone had grabbed her hard around the upper arm. All I could really say was, "Are you okay?" The girl looked dejected and really small at that moment. No, I tried to keep it to myself, but the reason I don't have any cash on me is I just got robbed. She broke down, telling me that she'd been making pretty good tips that night from working all afternoon and was about to go home when her boss told her she had to work overtime. It was either that or, in his words, don't bother coming back to work. She really needed the money, so when my order came in, she went. She couldn't find my house easily because the GPS was being wonky, so when someone flagged her car down and asked if she was lost, she gratefully stopped and rolled down her window. Big mistake. Her second mistake was forgetting to lock her passenger door. The guy ripped it open and jumped in beside her. He shoved a knife in her face and grabbed her arm and demanded she give him any money she had. He said he wouldn't hurt her if she did, and to do it quickly. Fortunately, the guy actually kept his word, and once he bagged all the cash he had, a total of $100, he got out and vanished, leaving her alone and unable to process what just happened. I didn't know what to say. The girl said she didn't know what to do other than to come to my house and see if she could use my phone. The whole event didn't even seem real. She didn't know how she was going to explain the whole thing to her boss either. She was scared she was going to get fired for it. I let her inside and gave her the phone to call her boss and the police, who came to pick her up and the car. I don't know what happened to the girl after she left. I don't even know her name. I hope she got out from under her shitty boss and found a better job, one where she won't be in danger of being robbed again. I didn't tell my mom about the whole ordeal either. I continued to stay home alone on the weekends for a bit, but I didn't order pizza from that shop for a long while after. I felt bad the robbery had happened so close to my home, and I didn't want another delivery person to go through that just because I was home alone and a bit hungry. This isn't a very long story, but it was pretty scary to me when it happened. Hell, it still gives me chills when I think about it. I lived in a lot of places when I was growing up, both urban and rural. For the majority of my life, though, I lived in the city, including most of the years in which I was growing up. There were a few years in my early teens that we lived out in the country, though. It was quite a bit of a change for me, and it was very hard to get used to. We lived in a pretty nice house up on a hill by itself. It was surrounded by a lot of other hills, trees, and things of that nature. It's important to know that there were no people close by, and we didn't really know anyone in the area. I was 13 years old, and I had been left home alone one evening. I got a call from my parents telling me they weren't sure when they would be getting back. It was storming really badly, and they didn't want to risk getting into an accident on the way home. I was okay with being home alone for a while. I really enjoyed storms, so I was just going to have a night home by myself watching some television. The storm was really going strong. I was sitting in the living room watching TV and having a nice time for a couple of hours after my parents had called. There was a loud booming crack of thunder that caused me to look out the front window though, and when I did, I almost jumped out of my seat in surprise. I could see there was a strange man standing at my window, looking in at me. After another lightning bolt flashed soon after, he was already gone. I could still hear him out there, pounding on my front door. It was a really loud and fast pounding. Well, I wasn't about to answer that door for him. I was really scared. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the cutting block. I went and sat back down on the couch, facing the door with my knife pointed at it. The pounding probably didn't last very long, but it seemed like forever to me. I was really happy I'd grown up in the city and kept the door locked even when I was home. I wasn't worried about the guy going to another door. Suddenly, the knocking stopped altogether. It didn't come back either. The storm kept raging throughout the night, and I continued to sit there with the knife in my hand, not sure if the guy had actually left or not. I kept waiting for him to come back, but he never did, fortunately. That was the only really scary thing to happen to me back when I lived out there. It wasn't long after that we went back to the city. I don't really live out in the country per se, but I do live in a rural town. Well, I don't really live in town, but rather on the side of a hill just outside of town. There's a gym in town, and the hill is right behind it. There are a few houses up on that hill too, though not too close together. My house is on the very top. I also live by myself. I rented the house from the owner for about 10 years now, and have even stayed living there after this incident happened. The reason I mention the gym is because I had a membership there. The gym was also open 24 hours, which I admit was a little bit weird for a small town. The best part about that, though, was that I could work out at any time of night and no one else would be at the gym. I much preferred working out alone, plus I've always been a night person. It was perfect for me. For the most part, I never really had any problem with it. Not only did this happen in the middle of the night, it also happened around the Christmas holiday. It was very cold outside. The people who live in this area are mostly used to warmer weather throughout the year, so they tended to keep indoors even more during this time than they did during the rest of the year. Normally, I would have headed to the gym around 11:30 or so I would get there just a little after midnight. I'd never learned to drive and still haven't to this day, so I always walked to the gym. On this night, though, I ended up leaving a little bit late. I'm not sure why. Probably something on the internet that caught my interest and kept me from leaving on time. Not an unusual thing to happen. There weren't any lights along the road up the hill. At the most, one of the few houses there might have their porch light on. Otherwise, the walk was a very dark one. I had made it so many times, though, that it was completely second nature to me. It was different this time, though, because of how hard it was snowing outside. That somehow made it seem even darker, if you understand what I mean. It's so much harder to see where you're going in the snow. Plus, you have to pay attention to where you're walking much more carefully. You don't want to take a slip, especially if you're walking down a big hill. It was very cold, very dark, and very quiet outside. I wasn't really scared, though. I was used to being in the dark by now, and I knew that normally no scary things were out there hiding in it. As I walked by the other houses, I noticed that no one really was awake at this time of night. Not only were all the porch lights off, but the inside lights were all out too. I didn't have a chance of getting some extra light for seeing my way. After a while, I began to hear some crunching in the snow. It took me a few moments, but I realized that someone else was out here walking as well. That was unusual, but I didn't immediately think anything was wrong about it. There were other people living out here on the hill, so it wasn't inconceivable that someone else decided to take a walk at night. However, this was the first time I had ever encountered someone. Naturally, I turned to look around. It was no different than hearing any noise you would normally hear and turning to look at it, but I didn't see anyone there. I kept walking, and the whole time I could hear someone else walking behind me. Every time I turned to see if someone was out there, though, I couldn't find them. It was too dark outside, and the snow was falling too heavily to see much of anything. I didn't really think much about it, though. I just kept on my way. When going downhill, the first building you come to is the gym, so when I got to the parking lot, I sprinted over to the door. I scanned my card to get in, then closed the door behind me. As I was closing the door, I noticed someone walking up to the gym as well. He didn't come all the way up to the door, though. He stood at the very end, just out of my line of sight. It didn't really start getting weird until right around then. The guy out there was obviously not a gym member. He didn't have a card to get in, and he didn't try to get me to let him in either. I wouldn't have if he tried, but other people had tried in the past. As I was working out, he remained outside the building. That would have been weird enough, but he kept walking back and forth. There was lighting outside the gym, so I was able to see him better than when I was walking earlier. It didn't reveal much of anything, though. All he was doing was walking back and forth, from one end of the gym to the other, his hands in his pockets and his hat pulled down to cover his face. I work out usually for about an hour and a half. First, I do 45 minutes of cardio with 10 minutes of cool down, followed by some weightlifting. The reason I mention this is because the man stayed out there the entire time. Despite the cold and snow, he did not leave. The entire time, he kept creeping around the building. Hell, I even tried drawing my workout out just to give this guy time to leave, but it didn't seem to matter. He kept himself right outside the place, walking right where I could see him. After the workout ended, I really didn't know what to do. I took a shower, even though I would usually wait until I got home to do that, but this guy was still out there. I was worried. Even if someone else had come into the gym at this time, it wouldn't have helped. I would have still had to walk home, and if this person meant me ill, they would still be out there. I went into one of the tanning rooms, which had heavy wooden doors, and locked it from the inside. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Eventually, I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to someone pounding on the door. At first, I was terrified. That didn't ease up when I heard them telling me they were the police. I mean, if someone was trying to get through the door, they would have been able to lie. I did go ahead and open it though, and it really was the police. Turns out, while I was hiding in the tanning room, someone had busted open the glass door. They were gone, however, by the time the police showed up. They had already checked the cameras, and it showed them it was not me who did it, so I didn't get into any trouble. They weren't able to tell who the intruder was, though, and wanted to know if I'd seen anything. I explained to them what I had seen earlier, which didn't really help since I never got a great look at the guy. It got further bad because I was too scared to go walking out at night for a while. I had to adjust my schedule and work out during the day. It's even worse thinking it might have been someone who lived up on that hill. Unfortunately, I never found out who it was, and that made things difficult for quite a while after. When a couple of friends, let's call them Gary and Martha, told me they were going to sell their car on Craigslist for tuition money, I thought it was a bit sketchy at best. I was also in a similar boat though. COVID money had started to run out, and classes were coming up. I tried not to judge. We were all desperate for money to make ends meet, and if selling on a sketchy site famously known for hosting ads by a serial killer floats your boat, you do you. Anyway, I tried really hard not to judge. Lots of people have sold and bought things on Craigslist without any trouble, so I wished them luck, but kept tabs on how the situation was going from time to time. They said they had a few offers, but nothing substantial, either well below their asking price or the buyer was flaky with messages or extremely weird. Nothing too crazy though. That was until they got a message from someone named Chris. Chris said that he was in a real pinch and had been looking for a car before his wife gave birth to their baby. He wasn't having much luck and said he was even willing to pay more than their original asking price. My friends were thrilled and messaged him back right away to set up a time to meet and look over the car. They thought they'd really hit a stroke of good fortune. I was optimistic for them and hoped Chris liked the car. From what I heard, they were going to meet that Friday afternoon, about a week after their first message. Chris would be getting a ride from a friend, and they planned to take the car for a test drive around the block before making any final decisions. My friends thought this sounded reasonable, so they busied themselves with cleaning the car and making it as nice as possible. They told me about the travel courses they could take with the extra money. They'd been eyeing a 2-week cultural course in Costa Rica for quite some time. As far as I know, they were probably registering for it as they messaged me. However, the day didn't quite go as planned. Martha was called into an extra shift at work, meaning Gary would be home alone to meet Chris and his friend. Gary thought it would be alright, if just a little awkward, as Martha was usually the social butterfly of the two. He told her he'd push through it though, and she went on her way. Gary later said he waited a long time for Chris to show up. They lived in a house-style apartment down the street from campus, basically a house split in half the vertical way, with a pretty open parking space. You couldn't miss it if anyone turned in. Chris was supposed to get there by noon, but he turned out to be an hour late. Gary happened to be looking out his window, just on the verge of calling and canceling, when an unfamiliar green Chevy pulled into the parking space. Gary was just relieved it didn't end up being a waste of time. He went out to greet them. Chris looked exactly like who he said he was, a young man in his mid-20s. He had short cropped brown hair and a skinny frame, essentially an average father-to-be looking man. His friend was a slightly bigger guy that didn't seem to have a lot to say. They went over to the car and Chris seemed to like what he was seeing. Gary said he almost gushed about how his wife would love it, how it was perfect for the baby and all that. It was almost overwhelming. Anyway, they went for the test drive to seal the deal. Chris hopped in the driver's seat while Gary sat shotgun. Chris's friend took the seat behind Gary, and off they went with Gary directing. The plan was to take a couple of turns around some side streets, go through campus, then turn around, and take a parallel road back to their apartment. Everything seemed to be going fine at first. Chris was still talking Gary's ear off, and Gary was thinking the sale was all but final. The friend was still quietly idling in the back seat. Campus was pretty busy that day, so they got some good testing of the brakes due to jaywalkers. Chris didn't seem to mind. The problem came when they were supposed to start heading back. Gary directed Chris to the turn, but instead of taking it, he shot right past it and started to head out of town. He said it was because they wanted to do a little more driving, to see how it did on more remote roads. Gary felt a little weirded out, but he thought he might as well go along with it. Wasn't much he could do anyway. They continued to drive. The road became surrounded by thick walls of trees on either side and developed dangerous curves the further they went along. Chris had gone completely quiet at this point. Gary was really starting to sweat. He didn't know what was going on here exactly, but this was not what he'd signed up for. He told Chris he wanted to head back to make the sale final and clean up before Martha came home, but Chris ignored him. He started to reach for the door handle, but Chris pushed the driver's side button to lock it. Gary asked him what the hell he was doing, and that's when all hell broke loose. Chris's friend in the back seat lunged at him with something like a wire in his hand and tried to wrap it around Gary's neck. He saw black spots at the end of his vision as the wire started to dig into his skin and tighten around his throat. He remembered flailing his hands back at the guy, slapping, scratching, punching, anything to get himself free, but it was no use. He couldn't get a breath in. His entire face felt hot, and he could hear pounding in his ears. His eyes started to roll back in his head. He could vaguely hear Chris shouting something like, "Stop, you're gonna kill him, dude!" That's when Gary blacked out. He doesn't know how or why, but against all odds, Chris's accomplice stopped and he somehow survived. He woke up lying on the side of the road somewhere outside of town. He was filthy and covered in mud. It was the late afternoon and raining, so he must have been out for quite a while. He said he sat up eventually and looked around. He was surrounded by trees with no civilization in sight. Chris and the car were both gone. His neck throbbed and ached whenever something brushed up against it. He didn't know how far he was from town, so on stiff and sore legs he got up and started walking. Thankfully, he was going in the right direction and soon saw the towering campus buildings in the distance. He said he almost cried and laughed at the same time when he saw it. Martha was frantic when he got home. He left his phone and wallet on the counter and didn't leave a note, so she didn't know where he possibly could have gone. When he told her what happened with Chris, she just collapsed and sobbed into his chest for a while. Though they did make a police report, they eventually just said screw Chris and screw the car when nothing came up. They and I guessed that carjacking them had been the plan all along. It worked out better for them to get Gary alone and vulnerable. I'm not sure why the friend was so violent about it, but we concluded it was better not to question it. Long story short, my friends don't sell anything on Craigslist or online without a valid ID anymore. I was just fresh off a major split-up when some friends of mine encouraged me to use Tinder. After witnessing my friend use it himself, I decided to give it a go. What could possibly go wrong, I thought. I spent hours on end swiping and swiping. Some matched, some didn't. It was pretty fun. Then I swiped Linda, and to my surprise we matched, a decision I'd end up regretting later. We spoke for a few weeks on and off, and got to know each other. She seemed like a nice enough girl at first. She was a bit older than me, yet looked a whole lot younger. She wasn't fussed about going out for a meal or a cinema trip, or anything traditionally romantic, so we arranged to meet up at a bar instead. At first glance, she was barely recognizable from her profile picture. She looked a lot older and had clearly gained a lot of weight since it was taken. Already the first red flag was starting to show. That's not the major problem though. We got our drinks and got into some good conversations. We actually seemed to have quite a lot in common. Maybe a bit too much, actually. My instincts were telling me that perhaps she had done some research on me somehow and was doing her best to try and impress me. There came a point of awkward silence. I thought I'd say something to kind of break the ice, but instead she beat me to it. "Alright, well, let's talk about sex," she said. I was too stunned to get my head around how forward and straight to the point she was. She asked me about my sex life and what stuff I got up to with my previous partners. We exchanged our stories, but to be honest, mine didn't seem half as exciting as her dramatic ones. I made some stuff up. I never felt comfortable talking about this to someone on a first date anyway. It was at this point she would reveal something to me that made me sick from the pit of my stomach. She told me she liked bondage and that she liked to torture and abuse people just for fun. One story in particular she told me was that she had tricked a man into getting into bed with her and how shocked he was to lie down and discover the bed was full of thumbtacks. At this point, I was very quickly slurping my drink, getting out my excuses to get ready to leave. That's when she told me her final story. She told me that only the week before meeting me, she'd met a man from Tinder and got him to take her to his own flat. She said she was well prepared and had a bag full of items in her car. Bondage tools, she said. To my horror, she told me she had wrapped him up in cling film over and over again, from head to toe until he was almost mummified. She had then left him there on his own in the flat and abandoned him. She laughed as she impersonated his mumbles and pleas for help. "Yeah, he's probably dead by now," she said, chuckling as she sipped on her drink casually. At this point, I thought I needed to get out of there. There was no more point in staying. I didn't even want to question if that was a joke or not. I just got up and left. She attempted to grab and kiss me, but I swerved out of her way. I just got up and left as soon as I could. Safe to say, I never met her again, and I hope I never will either. I did report her soon after, but the police didn't seem to take it very seriously, and I never heard anything back for a follow-up. The story I'm about to share with you happened just a couple of months ago, so the events are still fresh in my head. I also want to state for the record that my girlfriend does not know the extent of the story I'm about to tell. I realize that some people may disagree with me not telling her the full story, but I'm trying to protect her peace of mind. My girlfriend and I just moved into a beautiful new home. I wish I could say that we bought the home, but we were just renting. Anything was better than living in the cramped apartment we were currently living in, though. We weren't looking for a new place to rent either. It just so happened that this place fell right into our lap. I wouldn't go so far as to say they were a friend, but an acquaintance of my girlfriend's father ran into him. This man, who we'll call Brian, told my girlfriend's dad about this great house he had bought, and asked her dad if any kids of his would be interested in renting it. Of course, knowing our apartment situation, he recommended it to us right away. We were a bit hesitant to see it at first. I'm not sure why. I guess the idea of moving into a place we weren't buying just seemed off the table, since we were both in school. As soon as we entered this house for the first time, though, we both fell in love with the place right away. It was way bigger than it appeared to be on the outside. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were all in the big open floor plan, which ordinarily I don't really care for, but I loved this one. The walls in the living room had this cool-looking built-in bookcase, and I don't mean just a little one either. It was the entire wall. The other wall had a fireplace. It was just such a great ambiance. I loved it even more than my girlfriend. Along with this beautiful floor plan, we were getting 2 huge bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and a massive 2-car garage. Brand new appliances too, including a washer and dryer. The coolest feature, though, was the basement of the house. The house had a fully finished basement with a built-in theater. All the wires were already hardwired into the wall, and all you had to do was go down and press play. So now you're probably thinking to yourself, well, what's the issue with all this? It all seems amazing. Oh yes, all of that is amazing. But Brian, the landlord, was not so amazing. As I said, we fell in love with the house and told Brian we wanted to rent it. Conveniently, our lease was up in a month anyway. That meant it all worked out perfectly. This guy was really weird though. He was a single middle-aged man that just liked to spend money. He had more money than he knew what to do with, it seemed, hence buying this property just because he could do it. He was short, bald, and slightly overweight, but that's not what made him weird. What made him weird was his personality. He would just stare at you with this strange, uncomfortable look. He would go from extremely erratic and excited to not making a sound and getting a 1,000-yard stare. This may sound like nothing to you, but you had to be there. The look he got in his eyes was so unnerving. It was as if he was always contemplating doing something bad. Fast forward to the end of our lease. We moved in. Every landlord I ever had has been kind of weird, so I didn't really let his weird presence bother me. Besides, we loved this house so much. I didn't find out until we'd actually moved in, though, that Brian lived right next door. That was exciting for me. We moved all our stuff in one weekend, and by Monday we were all set up in our new home. It didn't take very long to feel right at home either. That's thanks to my girlfriend. The first week we were there was when I had my first encounter with Brian. My girlfriend is currently well underway with her nursing degrees, so to make ends meet, she bartends on the weekends. Some nights, she doesn't get home until 3 a.m. The first Saturday night of being in our new home, I was just lying on the couch in the living room, relaxing with our dog. It was probably around 11:30 p.m. She was still at the bar working. All of a sudden, I heard the front door open. I jumped off the couch trying to think why she would be home so soon, and to my surprise, there was Brian. He was just kind of standing there looking at me. I asked him if he needed anything and what he was doing. I was trying to show that I was a bit angry, but for some reason, I was also still trying to be somewhat respectful. My girlfriend's dad was kind of friends with the guy. A few seconds passed by, and he said in a low, drawn-out voice, I was just stopping in to see if you're settling in okay." I nodded, and then he slowly turned around and left. I made sure I locked the door behind him. I thought I had locked it earlier, but it's possible I'd forgotten that night. When she got home, I told her about the encounter, and she just kind of laughed. She said that Brian sometimes had a few too many drinks, and he'd probably just walked into the wrong house on accident. I was happy she was able to laugh it off, but I still felt uncomfortable. A week passed by, and I'd almost forgotten about Brian's surprise entrance. Around 9 that night, though, I heard a car door shut, and I looked out the window. I saw Brian walking into his house. I figured my girlfriend had been right. Probably just mistakenly walked into the wrong house. Happens to everyone every now and then. That night, I ended up dozing off on the couch while watching a movie. I was waiting for my girlfriend to get home from the bar. I was jolted awake a little after 1 to the door slamming. It was Brian again. He looked very angry and a little bit disoriented. He was wearing jeans and a torn-up tank top. He was in the center of my living room just standing there. By the time I got to my feet this time, I gave him some attitude. I grilled him as to why he was inside my house. He looked around as though I wasn't even there. I just wanted to see the place. Before I could lose it on the guy, he turned around and ran out of the house, slamming the door behind him. I was a bit freaked out and concerned. Was this going to be a common occurrence with this guy? My girlfriend was surprised to see me awake when she got home. I told her I couldn't sleep, and that's why I was still awake. I decided not to tell her about Brian visiting, though. I could tell she was under extreme stress from school and work, and I didn't want to ruin the only place she felt comfortable. The next few nights, I barely slept. I would toss and turn in bed constantly, getting up and checking the locks multiple times. A few nights after the last encounter, I got out of bed at 2 a.m. I went into the kitchen to grab some water, only to be surprised by him just standing there. Brian was in the kitchen, facing me and not moving. I can't even begin to explain to you the terror I felt in that moment. He was illuminated by nothing more than the light outside. Trying not to alert my girlfriend, I slowly put my hands up in a defensive position. Without any further words, he walked calmly out of the house and shut the door quietly behind him. I stayed in the living room for the rest of the night, just staring at the front door. The next day, I went over to confront Brian while my girlfriend was at school, but he was gone. I waited all afternoon, but he never came home. After a few days, he still had not come back yet. I casually mentioned to my girlfriend that Brian didn't appear to be home. She told me that he went on a trip to Japan for 2 months. If we needed him for anything, he'd given us the phone number of a friend nearby. Brian's been back home for about a week now, and I've yet to see him. I've been up most nights just watching and waiting for him to try and come inside. I will eventually tell my girlfriend when school calms down for her and I know that we're safe. I still plan on confronting Brian one of these days. I'm just trying to figure out what to say. If anything else happens or there are any further developments, I'll surely update everyone. Does anybody out there have any thoughts to explain this guy's behavior? Maybe he has some type of disorder, or maybe he's just flat out dangerous. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, because I don't think I can live like this for much longer. Sleepovers tended to be an exciting event that always proved to be an enthralling adventure. There's nothing quite like hanging out late at night with friends, talking about anything and everything. As a kid, I would always look forward to the next sleepover. That is, until one dread-filled night from 9th grade that I'll never forget. I've told this story a few times. Some people sort of shrug it off and tell me I overthink things, which might be true. But honestly, this night has stuck with me long into adulthood. I wanted to share and see what everyone else thinks. This night started out like any other get-together with my friends. It was my friend Hanson's birthday, and he had 6 of us stay overnight. We had all been friends since the 4th grade, and every year on his birthday, he would have this awesome sleepover. Hanson had an awesome house. It was huge, gigantic really. The house had those big cathedral ceilings and tons of rooms. It was a 3-story home with a massive backyard, so we would often play football in the backyard, then play basketball on the full outdoor court he also had back there. We seemed to always have an endless supply of soda, Gatorade, and whatever snacks we wanted. Just to get to his house, you would have to turn down a long driveway. And travel about 100 yards or so down a dirt road until you finally pulled up to this enormous mansion, for lack of a better word. At this point, I'm sure it goes without saying, but Hanson's family had a lot of money. We had free reign of the house whenever we went there. We would often play hide and seek when we were younger. Not so much when we got to be older, though. The only rule from Hanson's father was just to never go in the basement. It kind of reminded me of that Goosebumps book every time he would remind us to stay out of there. Just like clockwork, though, every time we showed up, Hanson's father would drop in on us in the living room and say in his chipper voice, "Hey there, fellas. Just a reminder to you to stay out of the basement, okay?" Then he would just giggle and walk away. Well, this year, my curiosity got the better of me. I asked Hanson what was in the basement. He responded in a normal voice, "I'm not sure. We're not allowed to go down there, so I just don't ask. Probably something to do with his work, I think." At that moment, I realized I had no idea what his father did for a job. I asked Hanson, almost as if it were turning into an interrogation, "What does your dad even do?" This is when I saw the wheels start spinning in Hanson's head. It dawned on me that Hanson had no clue what his dad did either. Finally, he said honestly, I don't really know. I think he does something with finance or something like that. He has to leave on business all the time, but we just don't ask about it. You know, now that I think about it, he told us when we were younger that we wouldn't understand, so we just kind of stopped asking. I guess I don't really think about it anymore. That honestly left me so unsatisfied. But somehow the conversation got changed quickly by another friend, and we started doing something else. All night, though, I was stuck up thinking about that basement and what could possibly be down there. Around midnight, we were just playing video games and eating leftover pizza in his living room. I told my friends I would be right back, so I could go to the bathroom. Actually, though, I was going to see if I could get into that basement. Just standing in the narrow hallway with the basement door at the end gave me chills. My whole body was really tense. I tried to keep telling myself it was just a room, and nothing down there could be all that bad. I got close to the door, but before I even attempted to open it, I noticed there was one of those door cameras on that door, and it was sealed tight with a padlock as well. What on earth could he have had down in that basement that required such security? I walked back to the living room, and at that point I could feel my fascination turning into obsession. Finally, around 3 a.m. or so, we all started to crash. I was sleeping on the floor. Honestly, I liked being able to spread out. I didn't care if I had the couch. I'm not exactly sure what time it was, but I was awoken to a voice. I opened my eyes and looked around the dark room. As my eyes started to adjust, it was dark but not pitch black. The moon was still pretty bright enough I could make out the corners of the room at this point. I figured it was just a dream and decided to lie back down. As I put my head on the pillow though, that's when I heard it again. This time though, I recognized the voice. It was the voice of Hanson's father. I rolled over and noticed I just so happened to be laying near a vent that was open. I could hear his father talking to someone down there, maybe on the phone or something. At first, the sound was kind of faint, but the more I woke up and began to focus, the clearer his voice became. The chipper voice he always greeted us with for years was not present anymore. His voice sounded almost menacing. I don't even know how to begin to interpret what he said down in the basement. I heard him say something like, "No, that's unacceptable. I'm not accepting failure on this. If I have to come and do this for you again, this will be the last job you ever have." Alone, that sentence sounds threatening but not objectively scary. It's what he did next that made my blood run cold. He just started to scream, like irrational screaming. I heard something slamming, the sound of footsteps. It was Hanson's father coming upstairs. I heard the basement door shut, and he walked slowly to the archway that looked down into the living room. I could feel him staring over at all of us. It made me extremely uncomfortable. Somehow I could feel that he knew something was not right. Morning came and I didn't sleep at all. Hanson's parents woke up early and made us all breakfast. His father looked at me and he said in his once again chipper voice, "What's wrong, bud? Not hungry?" I stupidly responded, "I don't feel that good. I didn't get to sleep very well last night." I noticed his chipper smile fade to an uneasy smirk and then a slight frown. "Sorry to hear that, bud. I hope nothing in particular kept you up." Almost immediately, he excused himself and walked away from the table. That morning, we went outside and shot some hoops until our parents came to pick us up. My mom pulled over and I went inside to grab my bag. I was confronted by Hanson's father. He put his hand on my shoulder. "I saw you were looking at the basement door last night. Got anything you want to say to me or ask?" I nervously said no and walked back to my mom's car. As she pulled away from the enormous property, I could see Hanson's father staring at me from the middle of the driveway. I mentioned this one time to Hanson at school, and he just sort of laughed and said his dad yells all the time. Every other time I went to his house after, his father never greeted us anymore. When 12th grade came around, Hanson left our school and moved away. He said it was for his dad's work, and that was the last time I would ever see him. We're friends on Facebook, but we don't talk much anymore. That story took place almost 20 years ago at this point. For years, I wondered if his dad was doing something shady down there, or if he had a really important, sensitive job to deal with. After all, I didn't technically see anything wrong. I didn't even really hear anything incriminating. It was just the vibe I got and the tone of his voice that gave me all these uneasy feelings. Does anybody out there have any idea what this could have been, or what Hanson's father could have been doing down in the basement? Anything would give me some peace of mind. For about 7 years of my early 20s, I worked as support staff for a company that provided residential services to people with mental disabilities. It was a pretty cool job, until this occurrence. The house I worked in was dedicated to the care of 14 to 18-year-old boys. We would often receive different clients who would stay with us for any length of time. Short-term, some very long-term. Jeffrey was a 15-year-old autistic teenager. He was a great kid, and I never had any problems working with him, or any issues with his behavior. His parents simply weren't equipped enough at home to provide the care he needed. His family, meaning his mother, father, and sister, would come to visit just about every weekend, which was really nice. Some parents would just drop off their children and never return. Jeffrey's sister was also disabled, but not as severely as her brother. We'll call her Sally. Sally is 20 years old, at least 230 pounds, and more often than not reeked of body odor. She wore dirty clothes and had long greasy hair. She had a face covered with acne and scars. Sally would always watch me whenever they visited, not just watching me work, mind you, but watching literally every move I made. She often tried to flirt with me, and it made me extremely uncomfortable. I would usually just ignore it though, as she was a family member of one of our patients, and she wasn't really doing that much wrong. After a little over a year with us, Jeffrey transferred to another residential house. After he had moved, he added me as a friend on Facebook, due to the fact that we no longer shared a professional relationship. I added him back, and Jeffrey began to message me no less than 20 times a day. I would reply occasionally. I figured perhaps he wasn't liking his new house, or maybe he just wanted to keep in contact. Most of his messages were just a simple, "Hey, what's up? How's your day going?" After about a month or two though, the messages picked up in pace. At least 2 messages an hour, all hours of the day and night, literally all 24 of them. After receiving a message stating it was very rude to ignore someone's messages and not reply, I deleted and blocked Jeffrey on Facebook. Not long after that, it went from being annoying to very unnerving. Everything was pretty quiet for a while and returned to normal for about 1 month. One night after work though, I came home to my normal apartment. I made myself dinner, played some Xbox, and went to bed. In the early morning, there was a knock at my door. I checked, but there was nobody there. I figured they just knocked on the wrong door, as there were several people living in the same complex at the time. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, my dog started to growl and bark ferociously. I awoke to the sound of the large window in my living room shattering completely. I immediately turned on the bedroom light and dialed 911. To my surprise though, the attempted intruder was caught almost immediately by security. Even more surprisingly, the police showed up much quicker than I thought they would. They assessed the damage and made sure that there was nobody in my apartment and nothing was missing. Before they left, they brought me outside to see if I could identify the caught intruder. When I walked outside, a part of me was shocked. There sat Sally, handcuffed in the back of the squad car. I was able to identify her immediately. In the aftermath, the police discovered she had been planning this for a long time. She had hacked into Jeffrey's Facebook, which he hadn't used in a very long time. Every message sent from that account had been from her. She had been keeping several diaries and would write about me and fantasize all the time. Her tone would often change from happy and loving to angry and disturbed. She wrote more than once about ending my life. In court, those diary entries were presented as evidence. That was the most disturbing part of it all. She was convicted to 6 years in prison for breaking and entering, and due to her various diary entries, she was also charged with premeditated intent to commit assault with a deadly weapon. Last I heard, her family had moved far away, and I can't say I blame them much. I eventually found a new place to live. I just wasn't comfortable there anymore. Tensions were high around our apartment complex when I was around the age of 10. In a month's time, we'd had a man commit suicide, a partial fire in a building leading to reconstruction, and a child who had been hit by a car. Even at a younger age, I distinctly remember having a strong grasp on the bizarre events that were taking place. It had to be around spring of '97. My mom was single and raising me and my little sister, who was about 5 years old. She managed a different complex. She would pick us up from school and drop us off at our apartment when she returned to work for a couple of more hours. I have 3 older siblings who all moved out at this point. We had to keep an eye on each other at a young age. This wasn't really a new premise for me. There was no money for a sitter. The oldest just had to assume the role. That was me for the most part. We were really quiet kids. We played with our toys, watched a little television, and sometimes played Sega or Nintendo. On this particular afternoon, I recall playing with my Star Wars figurine, while my little sister was doing whatever in the same living room. Suddenly, the doorknob began to violently shake. My heart dropped. I remember that being the first time I ever felt such terror. I rushed to the phone and paged my mom, then dialed 911 to let the operator know someone was breaking in. The operator reassured me that help was on the way. The door handle was being violently messed with the entire time. I was nervous if the deadbolt and flimsy chain would be enough to hold the door. Many loud bangs began to happen, as if someone was ramming their door with their shoulder and entire body. Then it just stopped altogether. The cops arrived shortly before my mom, only to find the maintenance man saying there was an air filter check. Now, the maintenance man claimed he announced himself verbally, but I knew that was horseshit. Of course, the cops did nothing. My mom's complaint with the office didn't result in the man being fired either. Unfortunately, this would not be the most unnerving part of the story. My mom said the guy would stare her down in the parking lot after and just smile at her. The whole situation creeped us out, and we wanted to move. We couldn't afford the expenses though. One night, a couple of weeks later, I was awoken by a loud thud coming from the roof. I was rattled and ran to my mom's room to wake her up. She checked around to make sure everything was in place and assured me it was probably just a rodent. We went to school the next morning and were dropped off at home in the afternoon as usual. My mom did a quick sweep of the place even before the attempted break-in, but this time something seemed off. It was just a very uneasy feeling that came over all of us. It happened as we walked into our apartment. My sister and I were ordered to stay downstairs by the front door while she investigated upstairs. We waited patiently and felt very unnerved. Our mother's sudden shrieking confirmed our suspicions. She came barreling down the stairs and ushered us out the door. We ran to a neighbor's house and phoned the police. My mother was barking at them over the phone that someone was in our apartment. The police responded pretty quickly, and I was finally able to understand the situation. The bedroom had a walk-in closet that contained a hatch to the attic. It connected the entire building's AC and heat. There were shelves that were pretty high up lining the closet walls. My mother had walked in to find a dirty pair of men's underwear lying on the floor. This was enough to send her running and phoning the police. The investigation revealed something more. The attic hatch had been disturbed. Just to add, the police found full handprints on the shelves in the closet. The noises I'd heard the previous night were more than likely this man hoisting himself back up into the crawlspace using the shelves to climb on. After visiting us, the man was taken into custody. I don't recall what the sentencing was though. We ended up moving to my grandfather's house shortly after. One summer, a friend and I took a trip to the US. We were both Irish guys in our early 20s. We took Greyhound buses and Amtrak from place to place. Since I'm the more organized one, I looked after our booking, tickets, and reservations. When it came to staying in Chicago, I thought I'd struck real gold by finding a room at the Hilton at a ridiculously affordable price. It seemed like a major upgrade to the places we'd been staying in so far. As we got off the train after our journey from New Orleans, though, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. The hotel was in Addison, Illinois, not the Chicago neighborhood of Addison where we'd planned on staying. It was a blip on the map at the time, consisted of little more than a road sign, a petrol station, a White Castle, and our hotel. Luckily, the hotel offered a discount taxi service through a cab company they were affiliated with. They sent someone out to pick us up. This is where things took a turn. The guy who showed up popped the trunk. Just as we were putting our bags in there was a roar from behind us. "Hey, you can't take that cab. He has out-of-town plates. That's against the law." A burly cabbie was enraged by the fact our driver had to pick us up. right in front of a queue of cabs. I got about 2 words into my explanation when our driver lunged for the guy, screaming, "You fucking bastard, I'll kill you right here. I have my iron pipe, and I swear to God I'll beat you till you die." Looking back, this is where we should have brought things to a halt. But the truth is, we didn't have enough money for a normal cab to ride somewhere so far out of town. Being the 2 awkward Irish guys we were, we just got into the car and gazed in the opposite direction. We hoped the matter would resolve itself just fine. I'm not proud of that. After jumping back in the car, still cursing at the other driver, our driver gunned it down the wrong side of the street at rush hour, evidently making up for lost time, all while venting road rage in the direction of any honking horns. It seemed like the man had been drinking heavily, but bailing out of a car moving this fast genuinely seemed like a terrible idea. At some point, between claiming he should have been a race car driver and calling us pussies for wearing seatbelts, he told us a story about how he'd recently beaten the shit out of a customer who didn't tip him enough. In my head, I tried to play this off as just slightly unnerving, if not a terribly effective way of ensuring a fat bonus, but my friend was nervously counting a handful of sweat-soaked $1 bills. That gave me a sinking feeling. While I looked after all the booking and reservations, he was supposed to be responsible for things like taxi fares between us. We had enough cash to cover the trip before the tip. This is where things started to escalate from a vague threat to certain danger. As the cab driver watched us in the rearview mirror, he offered to show us his iron pipe, the same one he'd used to take care of the bad tipper before. Despite our polite objections, he actually grabbed a pipe out from under the seat, turning and waving it around at us with a maniacal laugh, while the car sped on without him looking ahead. I couldn't tell which was scarier, the feeling we were about to crash at any moment, or the looming confrontation when we were inevitably short on his tip. We were going so fast that the force of the wind coming in the open window took my breath away, intensifying the feeling of shock. Definitely the most distressing journey I've ever been on. Miraculously, the speeding shaved enough valuable dollars off the total that it left just enough for a small tip. He decided not to beat us to death. We had been saved by the very excess that terrified us. I jumped out the moment we stopped, searching for help just in case things kicked off. The driver seemed satisfied though. He handed us his card and said to call him anytime. He would glad to drink whiskey and get into some fights with us. No thanks. Once we got to safety and our hotel room, we just sat there shaking, shell-shocked and trying to absorb what just happened. This happened 3 years ago, when my twin brother and I were 15 years old. Our bedrooms are situated right next to each other on the bottom floor of the house. My parents' master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. One night, I was awoken to some commotion going on in my brother's bedroom. I sat up in bed, and a minute after I'd sat up, my mom walked in with my brother. It sounded like they were arguing about something. My brother had nightmares often back then, and this night he claimed he saw someone looking in through his window at him. He'd grabbed his cell phone and called my mom as the stranger stood there watching him. While telling her what was happening, I guess the person disappeared. My mom had a feeling he was just having a nightmare, but he insisted he had been wide awake and there really was someone outside. My dad investigated, but he didn't find any trace that anyone was out there. This same thing happened another time a few nights later. This time, though, it was a bit different. I was awoken abruptly to my brother entering my room in a panic. I asked him what the hell he was doing, irritated that he'd suddenly woken me up. I saw he was almost in tears, though. He was whispering, "That guy is back. He's outside my window." The tone of his voice suddenly made a chill wash over me. I knew he was not dreaming or having a nightmare. He sat in my dark bedroom with me, but before we even had a chance to think of what to do next, we heard a loud thump against the wall. My bed is pressed up right against that wall, and on the other side was my brother's bedroom. He looked at me in terror. I was rapidly trying to make sense of what the hell was happening. Right after, we heard a second louder thump and sat in disbelief. A minute later, my phone started ringing. It scared the hell out of both of us. I silenced the noise, but I didn't answer the call. It was my brother calling. I looked up at him in horror and confusion and showed him the number on the screen of my phone. His eyes became wide and he started to tremble. I rejected the call and immediately called up my dad. He answered in a tired voice, and I told him someone was in our house. He asked me what I was talking about, not wanting to believe what I'd just said was a reality. I told him again, though. I heard him promptly rush down the stairs so fast. He practically ripped open my bedroom door. My brother and I told him that just a few feet away from where we stood, in my brother's bedroom, was a hidden intruder. My dad had never faced with anything like this before, so I could tell he was scared when he realized he had to go check it out. My brother and I followed closely behind him. The window was wide open, and my brother's cell phone was lying on the ground in the middle of the floor. We didn't find the person. We installed cameras around the house the next day, but whoever it was has not returned since that night. We think whoever it was that was in my brother's room must have seen us installing all those cameras. When I was in my teens, my parents took a vacation, but left their cars in the driveway. It was just my grandmother who lived in our house, my younger sister, and myself for almost 2 weeks together. One random night, I woke up to our dog growling and the motion sensor lights in our backyard turning on. I got up and walked toward the front of the house when I noticed a shadow coming through the bottom of the door crack. Somebody was standing on the other side. I slowly creaked my way to the peephole, and when I looked out, I saw an eyeball looking in. I froze for a second in panic, then rushed to the phone and called 911. As I was running away from the door, the person began to slam on the front door and gave off a laugh I can only describe as absolutely insane. As I'm on the phone with the police, I run to one of the windows to see if I can see what this person looked like. That was when I noticed an old beat-up car speeding off down the street. I never knew who that was or why they were there. The police believed it was a burglar, thinking nobody had been in the house because the cars hadn't moved in days. I'm not really sure what to think. I was home alone for a weekend a few years ago while I was still in high school. After school one day, I was driving home. When I passed in front of my house, I happened to look up and see what I thought was a lady in white clothes in my sister's bedroom looking out through the window. I cautiously crept into the house and slowly went to her bedroom to check it out, but when I arrived, there was no one there. I was about ready to chalk it up to a ghost or something, but I pretty much forgot about it. That was until later that night when I got a call from a very panicked and scared neighbor. She told me that she too could see some random lady pacing back and forth in my sister's bedroom. I sprinted up to the room to check again, but whoever it was no longer there. I haven't seen hide nor hair of this mysterious woman in white since, and nothing like that has ever happened again. From about 5th through 9th grade, my best friend Natalie and I were pretty much inseparable. We lived only a few streets away from each other in an idyllic little town in the Midwest. It was the kind of place that feels like living in a time capsule of the 1950s. Charming homes with beautifully kept gardens, huge old maple and oak trees lining every street, and neighbors who actually stop and greet each other as they walk their dogs or mow their lawns. Summer block parties, kids playing in the street until dinner time, that sort of thing. Natalie and I used to walk to and from school together every single day. I often stayed over at her house for about an hour after school while my parents were still at work. I loved hanging out at her place because her mom was the sweetest person ever. She would serve us delicious snacks, and we would tell her about all the hottest middle school drama. She'd even let us watch a TV show or play a computer game before we started our homework. Natalie's dad worked a lot and wasn't around often, but whenever I did interact with him, something about him seemed off on a superficial level. He was perfectly nice, friendly, and even funny. He had a great sense of humor and was always joking around with Natalie and I. He also joked around with the rest of our friends on the few occasions they were all around. But even though I didn't sense a single bit of discomfort from any of my close friends, I couldn't help but feeling uneasy in his presence. For one thing, he seemed a little bit too touchy-feely. It was subtle, but it was always noticeable in little ways that made me uncomfortable. Here's an example. One weekend, he took me, Natalie, and two of our friends to a cider mill. We picked apples, drank cider, and went on hay rides together. When the ride was over, Natalie's dad was helping each of us off the side of the wagon. I was the last in line. Something about the way he grabbed my friends by the waist and let his hands linger just a touch too long once they were already safely on the ground started to weird me out. When it was my turn, I just jumped off the wagon before he could even touch me. He looked a little surprised but didn't say anything. Fast forward to Natalie's 12th birthday party. She had a sleepover with about 10 girls there. We arranged our sleeping bags on the floor of her living room, since it was the biggest room in the house. The living room wasn't really closed off by any doors. It had a big opening that connected it seamlessly with the foyer in the front hallway of the house. I was sleeping near that hallway, which I wasn't too pleased about. I preferred to sleep surrounded by other people whenever I went to sleepovers. I've always been super afraid of the dark, and having everyone around me was like an extra layer of protection, as silly as that sounds. In the middle of the night, I was suddenly awoken by a hand pressing down on my arm. I didn't jolt awake or anything, but I did slowly open my eyes and turn my head to survey my fellow partygoers. They were all dead asleep, some even lightly snoring. That was when I began to hear a quiet giggling behind me. Still lying down, and now officially frightened, I turned my body to face the foyer. The opening in the wall that connected the living room to the foyer was a big sweeping arch. On the right side of that arch, I could just barely see the top of a man's head peeking out from behind the wall. I noticed his fingertips were spread out on the wooden floor, and he was crouching down. It was Natalie's dad. I honestly had no idea what to do. Was he just kidding around? Didn't it occur to him how creepy this was to do? Should I say something or just awkwardly ignore it and try to fall back asleep? Being my timid, non-confrontational preteen self, I decided to try the latter route first. I turned back on my other side and scooted in as close as I could to my sleeping friends next to me. Somehow I managed to fall back asleep, despite being obviously and understandably petrified. I'm not sure how long it was before I was woken up again. This time it was by a firm tapping against my temple. Knowing exactly who it was this time around, I tried my best not to indicate I was awake, struggling to keep my eyes closed. My breath was slow and deep. Again, I heard the same stifled giggling sound. This was particularly disturbing because it sounded almost manic. It was like he thought this whole routine was absolutely hysterical and could barely contain himself, even though he was a grown man. It had all the giddiness of a 5-year-old playing hide-and-go-seek with his older siblings. Yet again, I had no idea what to do in this situation. I wasn't sure if he wanted me to acknowledge him or what. I turned to face the foyer again, and just barely caught a glimpse of his head disappearing behind the wall, in that same crouched position. More giggling. I turned back and scooted even closer into one of my sleeping friends, partially waking her and causing her to shift around a bit. I hoped she would wake up completely, but she just turned over and quickly drifted back off. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter over my shoulders. I heard what sounded like someone shuffling on all fours down the hallway. I don't remember how I got back to sleep that night, but somehow I did. The morning finally arrived, mercifully enough. Natalie's parents made us all pancakes, but her dad was acting completely normal. He didn't pay any particular attention to me. He didn't make it a point to ignore me either. He just interacted with me like he always did. He was smiling, joking, and friendly. A couple of months later, Natalie had another sleepover. This time, I made sure to secure a spot in the exact center of everyone, far away from that front hallway. Later that night, I was interrupted in the middle of a deep sleep for seemingly no reason. I had been sleeping on my back. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling wide awake almost instantly. I was overcome with the most intense feeling of dread. I felt like I couldn't move. It was like my limbs were being weighed down by some invisible weighted blanket. Even though I knew I shouldn't, I slowly turned my head toward the front hallway. As my eyes adjusted in the darkness, I could see Natalie's dad and mom standing in the entryway, looking directly at me, with the most hateful expressions on their faces. Their arms were stiff and straight at their sides. I'll never forget how disturbing their faces looked, contorted into pure rage that only seemed to grow in intensity the longer I looked at their eyes. Their eyes kept narrowing at me. They showed all their teeth almost like a threatened dog would. After staring frozen for a good few seconds, I felt like I could move again. I quickly turned away from them and pulled my sleeping bag up high over my head, shaking. I barely slept the rest of the night. I never heard any noise or movement from the hallway, though. The next morning, it was all homemade pancakes and warm smiles yet again. I never told Natalie about any of this. I was pretty sure she would think I was either crazy or trying to prank her. Our friendship quickly faded a few years later anyway, which coincidentally was right around the time her parents got divorced. Recently, Natalie and her parents' divorce came up in conversation with my mom. She told me about a comment Natalie's mom had made to her a few years ago, back when Natalie and I were still super close. We had actually taken a few small road trip vacations together with our families. I guess at some point on one of these trips, our moms were gossiping about a particularly wealthy and impossibly perfect family that lived in our neighborhood and had a reputation of being somewhat pretentious. Natalie's mom was skeptical about their apparent perfection. She said, "Well, in this neighborhood, you never know what goes on behind closed doors." That comment is innocent enough on its face, but for me it adds an extra layer of creepiness given what I experienced with Natalie's parents. I'm a 26-year-old female, and exactly a year ago today, I was at a house party in rural Connecticut. A family friend was throwing a college graduation party for their daughter, and had invited what felt like the entire graduating class to their 2-story home. It was an extremely spacious home, and felt kind of regal actually. It had balconies off each bedroom on the 2nd story, 2 full-sized kitchens, and several dozen acres of mostly wide-open property surrounding the house. I was about 4 months pregnant at the time, and after a couple hours of socializing, I began to feel somewhat drained from mingling with dozens of people, most of whom I didn't really know. I retreated to one of the bedrooms upstairs to put my feet up. My husband came upstairs with me, and went into one of the bedrooms facing the backyard. Across the hall were several of the younger kids in another bedroom, playing video games together and cheering very loudly. As I lay on the bed, my husband sat beside me, rubbing one hand on my stomach while he sampled a variety of craft beers he had selected from downstairs. We were shooting the shit, and he was giving me his opinions on the various brews, as I couldn't sample them myself at the moment. After about 10 minutes or so, he started massaging my tired feet. It was at that point I happened to glance over to the table where the TV was, and noticed something that seemed somewhat out of place. There was a flathead screwdriver perched awkwardly, practically hanging off the side of the table. The screwdriver by itself wouldn't have been too weird, but the fact it was extremely rusty and coated with old dirt made me suspicious. This didn't seem like something the owners of the house would be using, especially in a room where everything was so pristine. As strange as it was, I didn't really say anything to my husband. I didn't want anything to distract him from rubbing my feet. There's nothing sexier than a good foot massage after all. I'd say after another 10 minutes or so, my husband and I both jumped in surprise when someone started lighting off fireworks on the back lawn. An explosion of noise and red sparks suddenly came from outside the balcony window. The rowdy kids in the next room got very loud at the noise too. I heard them drop a few expletives. My husband walked over to the door and poked his head out into the hallway, calling for them to quiet down just a bit. That's when I turned my head and saw it outside on the balcony. There was someone looking in at me. I saw half of a person's face peering around the corner. The silhouette of their body outlined against an explosion of green fireworks. I screamed for my husband as the man outside turned the knob and walked into the bedroom. The best way I can describe the way this man looked is how Brandon Lee looked in the movie The Crow. He was tall, thin. His cheekbones and jawline looked like they were practically tearing themselves out from underneath his skin. He had long, greasy black hair and torn, ragged black clothing with heavy boots. He grabbed the screwdriver off the table without looking at me and disappeared back out onto the balcony. He was only in the bedroom for perhaps 4 seconds, but it was enough time for my husband to turn around and see him. He even shouted, "Who the fuck was that guy?" The man leapt off the second-story balcony. My husband dashed outside and called after him as he walked across the backyard and disappeared around the side of the house. There were around 60 people in the backyard, but most of them had their eyes on the fireworks. The music was so loud they couldn't hear my husband and I yelling. We immediately sprinted downstairs and told the homeowners, but they were half-plastered and didn't take what we said very seriously. My husband and I wanted to call the cops, but the owners blew off that notion like we were waiters offering them dessert. My husband returned upstairs and got all the kids to calm down. He told me that while he was up there, he checked on the lock to the balcony as well and reported it had been broken from the outside. We informed the handful of sober people we knew were there and left. To this day, I don't know who that man was. My husband suspects it might have been the eldest daughter's dealer, as it was her room we were chilling in. Frankly, I don't care who it was. He must have been out there on that balcony for at least 20 minutes, watching me and my husband as we sat peacefully inside. If he had wanted to, he could have easily made to stab either of us with his rusty screwdriver before he booked off into the night. We haven't gone back to that house since. Growing up, I lived in a small town in a heavily forested area. Around 2nd grade, my best friend, who shall be known as Celia, began complaining to me about some very strange things happening in her home. The first thing she pointed out to me was a small hole that appeared to be forming in the walls of her unfinished basement. The walls were made of a sort of brick cinder block type material, but expanding as if the bricks were crumbling. I remember asking Celia if her parents knew about this, and she told me they weren't worried. Fast forward some odd years later, around 4th or 5th grade, the hole had only become larger over time, and we could now even fit a large portion of our arms into the hole. As far as my entire arm could go, I still couldn't reach the end of this hole. We couldn't explain why it had corroded so deep into the house, but it hadn't gotten much bigger in girth. At this point, Celia began telling me that she could hear voices from her basement and that she believed most of it was coming from the hole. I never heard any of these sounds when I would visit her home, but considering we were only 10 years old when this happened, I totally believed her. We frequently had sleepovers on weekends, which was when I usually was exposed to all the creepy things wrong with their house. Her family was kind of strange in the fact they had an abnormal amount of animals. They had 6 cats and dogs, a few rabbits, birds, lizards, snails, frogs, fish, you name it. Around the time when she began hearing the voices, we began to notice her cats and dogs would randomly disappear and be found later in the basement standing right in front of the hole. In all the years I've known her and the animals, they never liked to be in the basement. It started to really scare us. She was telling me she believed there was something living in the walls and that the hole was one of the places it would peer into the house through. At this point in time, I did believe her, but I'd never really seen enough proof to be as scared as she was. At school, she spent most of her time an anxious wreck. The teachers and the other classmates were really worried about her. It seemed like her parents just didn't care. A lot of the adults believed she was only anxious because her older sister had left for college. Now here's where we get to the really terrifying part. I was sleeping over at her house during the weekend over the Christmas holiday. A side note about Celia's room is that she has a huge collection of stuffed animals of all sizes, clearly because of her family's love for animals. Anyway, the first night we were sleeping in her bed, when we woke up the next morning, all the animals were facing and staring right at us. I don't believe now, and I didn't believe at the time either, that Celia could have moved all these toys by herself. I've always been an extremely light sleeper, and some of the animals were on top of a very large wardrobe. We both knew that whatever Celia believed to be hiding in the walls had to have been responsible for this. We put back all the animals very carefully, and never told her parents. I sort of wish we had now, since I was staying the entire weekend. We went again to sleep in her bed the next night. We woke up around the same time. It was still dark out, and we could hear a very low creaking noise that was coming from underneath us. We both knew it was the wooden floorboards under her bed, just like a textbook horror movie. Probably because we were only 10, we thought it was a good idea to lean over the edge of the bed and look underneath. Right as we looked down, we saw and heard one of the raised floorboards slamming back into the ground. We shot our heads back up and held each other and cried. I had never been so scared in my entire life. I called my parents the next morning to come and take me home right away. I refused to ever go back to Celia's house, in fear. She only got worse at school. I don't remember if I continued to ask her about the things in her house. Maybe I didn't because I was just too scared, and we were too young. For unrelated circumstances, my family moved far away from that town that summer, and I'd only seen her twice after that. That was over a decade ago, and I haven't heard from her ever since. I've always wondered what happened, and what was up with that hole. As far as I know, her family still lives in that house today. Many have suggested this might be paranormal or something. I tried to be very detailed and left out my personal thoughts on the matter. The scariest part anyways is not knowing. My theory is that there was a man living in the walls of her house, and that hole was their way of peeking around and seeing what was going on outside. Whenever no one was in the basement, they would use the floorboards to come out. The stuffed animals had to have been moved by someone who was disturbed and wanted to mess with us. That floorboard trick must have been a way to peek out and see if we were still sleeping. Since I only saw one floorboard move though, there's no way of knowing if that was really how they got into the room. They probably had many surveillance points, so they knew when they could move around the house. I don't really believe it was a paranormal encounter in any way. When I was about 8 or 9, an area near me opened up a new arcade. I was at the mall with my mom, and I don't remember why specifically. I asked her if we could stop by the arcade so I could play one of the games there. She gave me some quarters and I walked inside. She sat on a bench right out front. I'm walking about this arcade, trying to find a game I really want to play. Suddenly, this grown man walked up to me. Couldn't have been any younger than 30 years old. "Ma'am?" I looked at him confused. "You're so pretty." I didn't know how to respond. I was a little kid, and this was a grown-ass man. I mumbled out a frightened thank you and shuffled away. I asked my mom if we could leave right now. She was a little bit confused, but we left right away. On the way back, we decided to stop at a yard sale. As I'm perusing the items, I see that very same guy across the street, waving at me. He had this excited grin on his face, like he was so thrilled to see me there. I asked my mom once again if we could leave. We left and decided to do a little shopping at Kohl's. As we were walking to the front door though, I see this guy getting out of his car in the lot. I told my mom I just wanted to go home. I don't know if that guy was actually following me, but for him to come up to me, a child, and basically try to hit on me, then I see him everywhere I go for the rest of the day, I don't know, seemed a bit sketchy to me. When I was 10 years old, my friend and I took a walk down to the Quick Stop, which was about 3/4 of a mile away from my house. We wanted to buy some Slurpees. When we were about 1 block away though, this beat-up looking white car pulled up right behind us and started honking its horn at us repeatedly. There were 2 skeevy looking guys inside. We got pretty scared and started hurrying toward the store. As we did so, the car accelerated straight towards us, driving straight up onto the sidewalk and barely managing to brake before running us down. All the while, the driver was honking and laughing. Needless to say, we were terrified. We ran to the Quick Stop. I told my friend to memorize the first half of the license plate number, while I memorized the second half. When we got inside, we asked the attendant if we could use the phone to call the police. He wouldn't let us. I asked him to call the police on his own because someone was following us, but he refused to do it. We waited for the adrenaline rush to die down, and then walked home without ever receiving our Slurpees. Fucking Quick Stop douchebag. We ran all the way home, looking over our shoulders as we did. I called the police once we got there, and they said that car had been seen doing suspicious things like this for quite a while. That was the first time they ever got the full license plate though. To this day, I still remember the license plate number of that car, and I get jimmies every time I see someone that looks like that driver. Not the scariest, but this is all I can really offer right now. I was camping in May of last year. I was meeting up with my buddies, so instead of pitching a tent for only one night, I just slept in my car instead. I put my seats down, stuck my legs through the trunk, and cracked open my windows. Good night me. Some undetermined amount of time later though, my phone was in the front seat so I couldn't check it. I heard a loud grunting and what sounded like something walking on sticks around my car. I shit you not. I turned my head, only to see a massive grizzly bear staring me dead in the eyes. It was looking in through my window, with one claw hanging inside my car where my window was open. I was fucking terrified. We stared each other down, until eventually the bear just walked away. Knowing you're literally a few inches and a car's door away from being Leonardo DiCaprio'd was very unsettling. Needless to say, I could not sleep very well after. A few years ago, when I was a freshman in college, I came back from my dorm kind of late, around midnight or so. I had 3 other suite mates, and we had a suite-style dorm. That means a living room that connected to a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. 2 of my suite mates were still out for the night, and my roommate was in our room on his computer. I took a shower, but when leaving the bathroom and turning the lights off, I stepped into the living room. I turned off those lights too, intending to go into our bedroom for the rest of the night. As I turned off those lights though, I quickly turned around and noticed that all of a sudden I could see glowing handprints on every wall of the living room. I quickly flipped the lights back on, only to see no more handprints. Just as I was getting goosebumps popping up on my arms, a knock at the door made me jump. Sweetmate number 1 had just returned. "Hey, stand there and close the door. Take a look at this." "Okay." I flipped the lights off and waited for about 5 seconds. All the handprints started to appear again. Holy shit, what the fuck, dude? I flipped the lights on again and they all went away. Now my sweetmate and I were both wide-eyed and extremely creeped out. We had been living there for 4 months and we'd never seen anything like this before. Another knock came and sweetmate number 2 returned home as well. We do the same thing, and again the same response. I say to them both, "Let's wait with the lights off and tell each other what we see, okay?" Turns out there were not only handprints all over the walls, but as we looked up, also on the ceiling. There were giant creepy smiling faces and writing we couldn't quite make out. That was except for one phrase written on the wall right by us. "Get out." A good amount of yelling commenced. Upon closer inspection, we realized it was all written in glow-in-the-dark paint. Who had put this all here? When did they have the opportunity to do so? We had no idea. 3 weeks later, my roommate, who had been on his computer with headphones and had missed this whole ordeal, was in the bathroom when our power went out. He emerged screaming, talking about faces in the walls of the bathroom, then started yelling some more when he realized the whole dorm had them. That part was fairly amusing. Last October, I took a trip from Washington State to Texas with my boyfriend. He had a great uncle who had passed away and left him a dozen acres of property or so in his will. We flew down to inspect the land and decide whether to keep it or sell the property. It was pretty much a wide open patch of dirt with a nice view of the hills around. Without much to offer us, we decided to sell most of it and build a small house on the land that was left over. We were going to live there during the winter months and rent it out during the summer. After the house was finished building, we flew back down and moved ourselves in for the remainder of the winter. It wasn't anything super lavish, just something simple and small. Something the two of us could enjoy together. After about a week of us being there, we were sitting on the front porch when a dusty old pickup truck with deer antlers mounted on the top of the cab came rolling up. A middle-aged couple got out and approached us in a friendly manner, introducing themselves as former neighbors of my boyfriend's great uncle. The couple seemed pleasant enough, and they even brought a 12-pack of Shiner beer with them. I thought it was kind of presumptuous of them, being complete strangers and showing up completely unannounced, but I figured this must be how people do things down south. We didn't really know anyone in the area anyway, and figured we might as well try to make a few friends while they were here. They introduced themselves as Reuben and Charlotte Wallace. They said they had been hunting buddies with old Uncle Trevor and told stories of their camping trips, shooting the heads off snakes and whatnot. They were polite enough people, but their southern boldness and casual way of discussing killing animals for sport was very foreign to me. I didn't really form any sort of connection with them. My boyfriend, though, seemed to enjoy their company slightly more, and when they invited us over for dinner the following night, he accepted before even consulting with me, which was quite irritating. The following night, we arrived at their very old farmhouse, which was much farther away from Uncle Trevor's former place than we had been expecting. We brought some wine and beer, not knowing what they preferred to have with dinner. We were greeted before we even reached the front door by Charlotte. The house reeked of cigarette smoke and had a kind of musky, unhealthy feeling to it, like the very house itself was rotting from the inside out. Every room seemed to have at least one American flag, one firearm, and one mounted animal head. I really wasn't digging it at all, but my boyfriend seemed unperturbed, so I didn't hesitate to crack open a beer with good old Reuben. We were eating in their dining room, seated next to their wide-open sliding patio door, which I thought was strange. There were a bunch of bugs flying in. We were eating a very unimaginative meal of beans and what they claimed to be venison, but if it was, I don't think it had been preserved properly. Or at the very least, it was extremely undercooked. I had tried venison before, and this didn't taste right. After 20 minutes, the casual conversation ended, and instead, more interesting and meaningful conversations started up. Things began to get kind of awkward and quiet. Ruben began paying more attention and stroking his beard, looking at us rather than the food. He began to ask us questions about the uncle's old house and personal possessions. If he had ever mentioned them to us, I began to get a very uneasy feeling in my gut that the Wallaces here were digging for information about old Uncle Trevor. They were slowly starting to drop that whole friendly southern neighbor act. My boyfriend didn't have very many answers for them, as he rarely spoke to his uncle when he was growing up. Instead of taking the hint, though, they kept on pressing us. Charlotte kept staring right at me, watching me eat as she shoveled food in between her gray teeth, hardly even blinking. I decided to excuse myself for a smoke and wandered outside out the open patio door. She said I was free to light up at the table, but I was already outside. I didn't actually want to smoke anyway. I was just using it as a signal to tip my boyfriend off that I was uncomfortable and wanted to leave. I wandered out around their backyard and walked around behind their shed, thinking I could at least snap some pictures with my phone of the horizon as the sun set. There was a terrible smell coming from the shed that practically made me gag. It reminded me of a forgotten dumpster that had been baking in the sun for years. I took a few pictures and casually started making my way back to the house, when I noticed about 15 or 20 pairs of shoes, mostly sneakers and cowboy boots, piled in a heap on the far side of the shed. I walked over to get a better look and noticed they appeared to be all different sizes. Some were so old and dusty I could barely make out what the original color was they had been. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach and cautiously pushed open the shed door. Inside, there were piles upon piles of clothes, hats and backpacks scattered all around the shed, like a nightmarish Goodwill drop-off location. Dark stains heavily covered the creaking wooden floor. I noticed the stains formed a pattern like a trail that led to the door, indicating that multiple things had been dragged out of this shed over time. I backed away, suddenly feeling very nauseous. My heart nearly failed me when Charlotte was suddenly standing right behind me. She started to say something along the lines of, "Now why did you go sneaking your head in there?" That's when I noticed she had a serrated knife in her hand. I've been taught self-defense for young women for many years, so before she could do anything, I struck the heel of my palm directly up to her nose. It was surprisingly fragile and broke right away, blood spurting into the air. I screamed for my boyfriend, who came running out of the patio door toward me. I kicked the knife she had dropped across the dirt and cried for him to run. We sprinted for the car and floored it backwards out of the driveway. Ruben appeared on the front porch and fired a shot from his rifle at our car. Fortunately, though, he missed. By the time he raised the rifle for a second shot, we'd made it to the road and drove like hell out of there. We didn't go home, but instead drove right into town to the police station, where I gave my statement. They sent 3 cars to the house, and we heard an exchange of gunfire over the radio. Ruben was killed at the scene in the shootout, but Charlotte was never found. The police couldn't locate her on the property. An APB was put out for her at local hospitals, just in case she sought treatment for her nose, but nothing ever came of it. We returned home for the night, and a police cruiser remained parked outside their house until dawn a few days later. A detective came by our house and determined that Ruben and Charlotte Wallace were fake names the couple had given us. They apparently were 2 fugitives wanted for several counts of attempted murder in Arizona. Apparently, they made a habit of patrolling the border and shot at any illegals they found trying to cross it. From there, it seemed like they brought the bodies back to their property for disposal. It turns out Uncle Trevor had known about their activities and had been blackmailing them to keep him quiet. I had to excuse myself to go vomit. I didn't know for sure, therefore I didn't say anything to the police. But in my bones, I had a distinct feeling they served us human meat that day. I can't really be sure, though. For exactly what reason, I had no idea. But some reporters came to interview us. We refused to comment on anything. My boyfriend and I still spend our time between Washington and Texas. Though when I say we stay in Texas, we have 2 pit bulls sleep on our front porch to alert us if anyone unwelcome is approaching. To the best of my knowledge, they never found Charlotte, and if she's still out there, I pray that we never meet again. It happened during my freshman year of college, when I was back in my hometown for Thanksgiving break. I'm from a small town in New England, the kind of place you can't wait to get away from, because nothing ever happens there. I guess maybe this was my town's way of getting back at me for thinking along those lines. It was late on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I was at a friend's house, happily reunited with my best friends from high school, since we were all home for the holidays. A fog had settled in that night, owing to the classic New England mix of chill and humidity. As I drove home, I passed by our town's library, which was situated next to a small duck pond. The fog was extra thick out over the water, and illuminated by the lampposts surrounding the pond, it gave an eerie golden glow. Being the film student that I was, I had my camera with me as always. Without even thinking, I turned my car around and pulled into the library parking lot, which overlooked that pond. I considered walking down to it for a moment, but something was telling me not to do that. It wasn't exactly fear, not yet. I remember not feeling any fear at all, actually, just excitement and awe at the beautiful sight in front of me. Still though, I did not get out of my car. That decision probably saved my life. Instead, I kept my car running, headlights still on. I rolled down my window and stuck my arm out of it, taking a few photos of the pond. I pulled my arm back inside and looked through the photos. They were terrible given how bad of a technique I was using. This was the first time something felt really wrong. As I looked at all the photos I'd just taken, I felt, well, the best way I can think to explain it is that sometimes I have these nightmares about being in open water. I can feel there are sharks swimming beneath me, but I can't see them. I know they're there, though. That's the kind of feeling I was feeling right now, only in my waking life and not in a dream. As I continued to look through these pictures, trying to see what was wrong here, I felt the danger before I even saw it. I looked up from my camera, fully alert, and rolled my window back up. I peered in front of me, but saw nothing for a moment. All of a sudden, though, a figure materialized out of the darkness around the pond and into the beams of my headlights. It was a man. He was wearing dark jeans and a black zip-up jacket. His hair was dark and short, and I couldn't see his face at all. He was walking in the direction of the library, specifically in the direction of my car. I waited, not wanting to let my fear take over. Maybe he wasn't really walking toward me. Maybe he was just going toward the road. He kept getting faster, though, and getting closer to me. All of a sudden, he was right in front of the hood of my car. I could tell beyond a shadow of a doubt he was staring straight at me. His face was expressionless, but the look in his eyes was intent, determined. The moment we made eye contact, I saw that look and just reacted. I don't remember feeling fear or panic, just suddenly being very alert. I never took my eyes off the man as I threw my car into reverse and spun out of the parking lot. I went the wrong way, though. Instead of turning my car toward the exit, I'd spun around toward the back parking lot. Yes, there was another exit I could get to, but I would have to drive around the entire library to get there. Either that or reverse all the way out onto the road and risk hitting something. A tree, another car. I didn't want to risk crashing. Then I'd have no escape. I decided I would have to go around the library. It would take longer, but it was the safest option. All these thoughts went through my head in an instant. The man ran in front of my car. One of the biggest regrets in my life is not just running him over then and there. I put my car in drive and waited. He stopped running once he was right in front, then took his time and walked slowly around the hood of my car, staring at me the whole time. Our eyes followed each other, and he smiled the moment he was clear of the front of my car. Two things happened in that moment. He lunged at my car door, and I floored it at the same time. I remember the sight of my car sailing right past his outstretched hand. I drove as fast as I've ever driven, taking the corners at speed around the library. As I came out the other side, the exit was in sight, but the man no longer was. I drove as fast as I could toward the exit. As I got in front of the library again, I looked over and saw the man running as fast as he could to get to my car. I sped out of the lot and onto the main road. The police station was only a block away, so I made a beeline for it, still driving recklessly fast. I got to the police station, and that's when the fear finally settled in. I sat in my car and cried, breathing raggedly, completely frozen. I couldn't even get out. I was terrified the man had somehow followed me there. That as soon as I emerged from my vehicle, he would grab me. An officer came out to my car and escorted me inside. They must have seen me on their security cameras, I guess. I spoke with a female sergeant and told her what happened, gave her the best description I could. They immediately sent cars out but found no one there. I assumed the man was after my car, my camera maybe. I said that out loud to the sergeant. She looked at me and shook her head though. What she told me next I'll never forget. I don't think he was after your car or your camera. I think he was after you. This happened to me when I was 16. I decided to do something over the summer break, just so I wouldn't get bored. My dad had offered me to house sit for one of his co-workers while she was away on some business. I agreed, and my dad made the arrangements. He said that I would get paid $200 for the 5 days that I'd be house sitting for her. Seemed like a pretty good deal to me. On that Monday, my dad dropped me off at around 7:30 in the morning. His co-worker was in a real rush, so she had to briefly explain where everything in the house was, then took off in a cab right toward the airport or wherever it was she was going. At first, I didn't really feel that bored at all. The house was fun to be in, and she also had a cute dog, which was a plus as well. I really love animals. I guess the main reason she needed someone to help sit for her was to take care of her dog, a small Maltese by the name of Ivy. I played some video games that she had in the living room, then took Ivy for a walk around the block a few times. I watched some scary videos on my laptop as well, before I decided to order some Chinese takeout for dinner. After dinner, I went back to watching some more scary videos in the guest room, where I'd been sleeping. The next few days were uneventful mostly. I spent some time with Ivy, played some video games, cooked and cleaned the house, and so on. I wanted the house to be clean when the owner returned. It was a Thursday night when this event happened. The next day, Friday, my dad's coworker would be returning. I finished my dinner that night and washed the dishes. I also wiped down the counters and the stove as well, and made sure Ivy had all the food and water she'd need. I then retired to the guest room and watched some videos in bed once again. It was around 11:30 or so when I suddenly heard a car pull into the driveway. Needless to say, I was very confused. Nobody should have been arriving at this time. Not the owner, and definitely not the mailman either. I paused the video I was watching, and then listened to the sound of very heavy footsteps making their way up to the front door. A series of loud bangs rang out. Someone was aggressively pounding against it now. My heart began to pound furiously in return. I guess I only thought this could happen in scary movies, but at that point I found myself in my own scary story. The banging on the door paused, and an angry man's voice called out, "Open up, Jenny, I know you're in there! Open the door now!" The pounding resumed. Jenny was the house owner's name, and this man was clearly looking for her. I wondered why. I thought about the information my dad had given me about her. and I remembered that he had mentioned she had an ex. Could this crazy guy outside be that very same ex? "Open the door right now, Jenny!" The man outside roared again. "Open it, or I'll do it for you, and you won't like it if I do." My heart began to pound even harder. I felt as though I couldn't move. I knew I'd have to, though. I slowly crept out of the guest room and slipped on my shoes and jacket, which I'd luckily left right by the back door. Outside, I could hear the man clearly cocking back the hammer of a gun. I crept back to the guest room and picked up the trembling Ivy. She whined and I stroked her head to keep her quiet. All of a sudden, a few shots rang out. I knew that if the man fired enough bullets into the door, he'd either break it open or one would hit me and I'd be dead. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and dialed out 911. After briefly explaining to the operator what was happening, I also called up my dad, who was luckily still awake. I told him about the situation, and he said he'd come over as soon as possible. As soon as I tucked the phone into my pocket, I heard the gut-wrenching sound of the doorknob falling to the floor and the door opening. He got in, or so I thought. I silently closed and locked the guest bedroom door before making my way to the window. I opened it. The guest room was on the first floor, so I could easily escape out the window unharmed. That was if the crazy man didn't catch me first and shoot me to death. I climbed out of the window with Ivy in my arms and began to run away as fast as my trembling legs would allow me. As I began to move away from the house, to my absolute horror, I heard this crazy guy screaming from behind me, "Hey, stop!" Before I knew it, he was chasing me. I was squealing in terror as I ran. I was determined not to end up on the news as a dead teenage girl. I ran for what felt like hours, all while hearing the man firing his gun wildly from behind. He must have been a really terrible shot, because honestly, it was a miracle that I was not injured. The cops arrived just as I tripped over my own shoelaces and fell forward onto the pavement. The cop cars were followed soon after by my dad's car. My dad rushed forward and grabbed me. I hugged him tight and hugged Ivy as well. I turned to see officers confronting and handcuffing that man. That night, my dad spent time with me in his coworker's house, along with an officer who volunteered just to make us feel a bit safer, I guess. When morning came, my dad's coworker arrived, and upon hearing everything that happened, she paid me $500. She also gave me extra for keeping her dog safe. To this day, I'm so grateful I had the ability to get away. I really believe that it all came from all the scary stories I've watched, giving me the experience I needed to get out of that situation. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if my dad's coworker hadn't gone on her business trip, though. I feel like she may have been killed. I really hope not, though. As a teenager, I waited tables in the local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed fairly normal at first, despite the fact that he was over 20 and constantly insisting on wanting a date with a teenager like me. Leaving my job after dark scared me a lot, so I taught myself to get into my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. I even practiced it quite a bit. It made me feel much safer. One night, I was leaving work and had just climbed into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere. He yanked on my door handle to try and open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. I just know that it looked like he wanted to eat me. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on. I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again directly. When I tried to tell other people about what he'd done, he constantly lied. He also tried to impress me and invent ways of being alone with me. My instinct was always to run, though. I did my best to avoid him however I could. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed. There was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all my text messages with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help him get caught. He slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he suddenly messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on and on about this top-secret military clearance he had and this huge acreage that he owned. It made me nervous. I felt like he was trying to drag me into a trap or something. I just tried to put it out of my mind and blocked him. Today, I was looking at some posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He's now facing murder charges, as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I'm glad to know that he's being locked up finally, but I feel overwhelmed about how correct my instincts ended up being about this guy that I worked with. I thought I would share a story from my past that for some reason has made a resurgence recently and become a very unwelcome guest in my mind. Perhaps sharing it will help me get over it once and for all. The year was 1986. I was 16 at the time. I was in Indianapolis at Union Station. It was around Christmas time or just after. I was with my mom, my 2-year-old sister, and my 21-year-old uncle. At this time, my uncle still lived in Indianapolis, while the rest of us lived in southwest Indiana. We were getting ready to leave and drive back home. It was very cold out that day. I was bundled up in my jacket, scarf, and gloves. My mom, God rest her soul, could talk a dead man back to life, so I was just waiting for her long-winded wrap-up. It was getting hot standing inside the station wearing all that clothing, so I told her I was getting a bit warm and that I was going to step out for a minute. My mom nodded and continued with whatever story she was telling. I went out and it was fairly cool, but there was no snow or fierce winds or anything. Just perfect for me to cool down for a bit. Not even a minute or so after standing outside, though, right by the double doors, a white Chevrolet pulled up. 2 big men with crew cuts were sitting in the driver and passenger seats. They were at least 6 feet tall and looked to be about 280 pounds each. I figured they must have been some people from our local military base, but that was just an assumption. Immediately after seeing me, they stopped at the curb, rolled down the window, and gave a big smile. "Hey, come here. I want to talk to you," the passenger said. Bear in mind, I was very visibly 16. If this were to happen to me today, things would be much different, but as a kid, I was very polite, to the point of being docile. I was always very apologetic when I thought I'd screwed up in some way. I looked up and saw a street light above me. I looked back at them and started apologizing. At that moment, it was more amusing to me than anything. I hadn't really considered I was in any kind of danger yet. They kept reiterating that they just wanted to talk to me, and I tried to explain to them that I was not some street girl. This was not what it looked like. I was sorry for giving them the wrong impression. It didn't occur to me that they wouldn't listen to a word that I was saying. All of a sudden, the passenger shot open his door and started charging toward me, like a hungry dog chasing after a T-bone steak. A switch went off in my head. I was no longer apologetic or embarrassed. I was just pissed now. I yelled at him, "You don't have to get out of your car if you just want to talk to me. I can hear you just fine from here." I suddenly found the Scandinavian heritage on my dad's side was coming out in full force. The towering, hulking man was still coming right towards me, though. I bolted back inside for my mom, who was still yammering away. Upon seeing me, my uncle and mom felt immediately alarmed. They hadn't seen the man emerge from his car, but they could tell that I was clearly frightened. I told them what happened. and my uncle asked what they were driving. I said a white Chevrolet. My mom then cut in. "Go get him." My uncle bolted out the door and down the street, chasing after that car. He even yelled at them, "You sons of bitches, get the hell out so I can bust your teeth in." My mom was livid, but I could tell my baby sister was getting upset. I tried talking her down. My uncle came back in a few minutes later, winded and worn out. He said that he'd almost caught up with them, but when they got to the traffic light at the end of the block, they just ran it and peeled out. That all put a major damper on our trip to Indianapolis. The moral of the story is, ladies and gents, don't allow your good manners to supersede your own safety. Fuck that noise. Who wants to die because they're being polite? Something really disturbing has been going on. It's really become a problem for me. Every Tuesday at around 2 a.m., I began to hear the sounds of a man laughing, and that laughter really creeped me out. I struggled to get to sleep whenever I heard it. It became such a problem that I asked a friend of mine to come over on a Tuesday night. I think I just wanted her to hear it as well, so I could prove I wasn't having a mental episode or something. Honestly, I'd started to question my own sanity. It was not nice to be alone at night when 2 a.m. approached. On this night, I was somewhat nervous that we wouldn't actually hear the laughter. I was scared I would be called a liar by my friend, or that there was really something wrong with me in my head. But we heard it right on cue. It came at exactly 2 a.m. My friend is, what's the kindest way to phrase this? A very headstrong person. She's quite pushy and she likes to get things done. So when she heard that laughter outside, she wanted to do something about it. Who wants to live with that anyway? She headed straight out the door, and I followed on behind her. You might be thinking that what I was hearing was laughter coming from a neighbor's apartment through the walls, or from somewhere above or below me. But that was not the case. I was hearing this eerie laughter from outside, coming from the street below my apartment. It was as if someone was periodically turning up and laughing at something each week on the street outside. It sounds completely insane, I know, but stick with me. We headed out the door and down the steps to the street below. I was really nervous, to be honest with you. I didn't know why we had to go and directly confront the owner of this laughter when we should probably just call the police or something, but I also needed this to be over. I felt conflicted. We went to the bottom of the stairs, and we turned to face the direction this sound was coming from. It was super dark out, but that was pretty normal since it was late September when this happened. Immediately, we saw a figure beneath a dim street light. That figure turned to face us as we approached, and I finally saw who I dubbed the Laughing Man. He was a middle-aged man, or at least he appeared to be. We slowly approached him, and as we got closer, I could make out more and more of his features. The man had this absolutely insane-looking smile on his face. Right in front of us, he began to cackle that signature 2 a.m. laugh. My friend could be headstrong, but she was not stupid. She grabbed my arm and proceeded to flip me around toward the other direction. We began to run back toward my apartment. I knew it was a bad idea to come and confront this guy. I was planning on letting her know all about it as soon as we were behind a closed and locked door, but something else happened before that could. I heard a sudden flurry of footfalls approaching. We began to run even faster. It felt as if my legs were made of jelly. That's how hard we were running. I could hear the man gaining on us. I felt as if I wasn't moving quick enough, and I was going to be caught by him. Why the hell did we have to go and provoke this wacko? My friend and I got separated, and we both raced in opposite directions. I heard the guy take off after her. I was relieved that he wasn't right behind me, but I also felt terrified for my friend. I couldn't even see either of them. By the time I turned around, I was all alone on an empty street in the dark, feeling more scared than I ever had before. I figured my friend would come back to my apartment if she could. so I thought my best move would be to make it back to my place and wait for her while grabbing my phone. I was really frightened. I got on the phone with police. I must have sounded like an absolute nutter. They wouldn't even take my call seriously. It's rough reporting things here if you're young. I know that sounds like an excuse, but it isn't at all. I felt strange about those moments. The feeling of relief that the laughing man wasn't chasing me, wasn't near me. It felt as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I felt guilty for feeling like that when I knew my friend was still in danger. I was really worried for her. I got a message from my friend about 10 minutes after I got off the phone with the police, though. She'd run all the way home and was safe behind a locked door, thankfully. She only lived about a 15-minute walk away, so I was glad she was okay. For some reason, I got the eerie feeling the man had decided to target her now instead. Any day now, I'm waiting for her to say she's started to hear laughter in the middle of the night, too. I just hope he doesn't know where she lives. I never want to run into that guy again. He was terrifying, and now I'm scared to even walk the streets at night. My name is Rose. I'm 5 foot and I'm 38 years old, but I don't even look it. I was a very sick newborn. I even died twice. I have physical and mental disabilities as a result of this. I was in special needs classes during most of my schooling. Names will be changed because I don't want these people this story involves to find me. I'm from Alabama, born and raised. I'm on disability because of my health problems, and I can't really work anymore. Because of that, I've been on YouTube ever since it was created. This started happening to me on one of my newer accounts. I'm not a huge YouTuber or anything like that. I never really looked at it as a job, but more as something fun to do. I have a lot of different interests, and I'm also a Christian. I wanted to use my channel to teach about Jesus. I felt as if I had a calling to do so. I would read out some King James Bible verses and explain what they were about. Well, this one lady really took offense to this. Let's call her Abby. She had apparently misunderstood what I was trying to say. It enraged her so much that she went out of her way to discover my personal Facebook, which wasn't linked to anything, and my Instagram. It was really weird. Just because of one thing she didn't like, she started to threaten to ruin me. She even threatened to come to my house in her van. I tried to make things right and apologize, but it was no use. I couldn't be on that YouTube account anymore. Not even my main YouTube channel, actually. No matter what account I switched to, she would always find me no matter what. It was getting real bad. That had started in the summer, but new stuff began to happen all the time. This past November, actually, I even had someone come and bang on my front door after Thanksgiving. December, I had someone try to break into my home and jiggle the doorknob. It was insane. It all stopped at that December. More recently, someone tried to add me on Instagram with a fake account, but I realized right away it was my stalker. I recognized all of the pictures she had on said account. I had mine set to private, because there are a lot of sick creeps out there. All of my profiles are set to private, actually, and I don't add anyone unless I know them, so I had no idea where she was getting all this information from. My friend, who I'll call Mary, wanted to know how this all even started. By this point, it was all playing a huge deal on my mental health. I explained everything that happened and went on my friend's account. We found a bit more information, and it turned out that this person wasn't even who they said they were. It was a woman and her husband that used the same account. They were both in on it. I've never met these people in person at all, nor really even shared a single word with them, other than them threatening me. I thank my friend for helping me discover that information, and made some new accounts. I then blocked everyone involved. I'm no longer doing YouTube, and I try to stay out of the public eye. It stressed me out way too much. I used to sing on that channel as well, doing some cooking videos too, but right now I'm just trying to have some peace. Be careful who you interact with online. They may not have the intentions you think they have. Stay safe out there and always watch your surroundings, whether it's in real life or online. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to my story. For most of my childhood, my family and I lived one house away from a child predator. For the sake of the story, I'll just call him Mr. Stan. Our old neighborhood started at the top of a hill and went down to a small lake where the road turned right and branched off into a CAC and another residential road. Mr. Stan's house was at the top of the hill and ours was in the middle. Mr. Stan lived in the neighborhood long before we moved in. It's hard for me to remember any vivid details about him, as I was very young at the time. What I do remember, though, is that every time he saw us, his face would scrunch up as if he smelled something terrible. There was only one house between his place and ours, but that one house was something I'm very grateful for. I don't know what my life would have been like if we had him living right next to us. Right from when we were little, my parents were very strict about walking past Mr. Stan's house. They insisted that Mr. Stan was sick in the head, and if he ever asked us to come into his home, we were never allowed to do so by ourselves. For years, no one told us exactly why Mr. Stan was a bad guy, but we didn't need to know all the details. We just knew to avoid him. The look he gave us whenever he was working on his car or planting flowers in his garden was enough to unnerve my sister and I. Whenever my sister and I would walk up the hill to school, we would cross the street even when we got to his place, just to stay as far away from him as possible. Like I said, I don't remember very much about Mr. Stan. His twisted story began long before I was even born. For this, I turned to my mom to fill in the details. My mom said that before we'd ever moved into the cul-de-sac, around the late 70s and early 80s, Mr. Stan had already gotten the reputation of being a heavy drinker. He would get drunk and go over to the house of the family right across the street from us to do terrible things to their daughter while she was babysitting. The daughter tried to tell her mother about it, but since she was a rebellious child, her mother didn't believe her. Her family and Mr. Stan's family were actually good friends. Mr. Stan even worked as a corrections officer. Soon, more accusations surfaced, though. Mr. Stan and another officer apparently regularly touched their co-workers' kids. Mr. Stan was able to avoid conviction by ratting out the other officer, but in the process he lost his job. As far as I know, he never really worked after that. Mr. Stan had two daughters of his own. While the older one claimed that she had been preyed upon by him and was suffering from a mental problem as a result of it, the younger one said she was never mistreated in any way. Mr. Stan's wife stood by her husband and claimed that he was innocent of any wrongdoing. I remember that the moment we moved into our house, our next-door neighbor, a kind but nosy old man, immediately told my dad to keep my sister and I away from Mr. Stan no matter what. They filled my parents in on everything of Mr. Stan's history with children, which understandably horrified them both. Mr. Stan was cordial enough on the surface. He would wave hello to my family and do all that neighborly stuff. According to my mom, he would regularly offer to babysit my little sister and I, which my parents emphatically declined. Sometime around 2002 or so, my dad happened to be going to work when he came across a neighborhood child named Lana on her way up the street. My dad's a fairly friendly person, so he asked little Lana what she was up to. She told him she had to go to Mr. Stan's house to give him a back rub, quote-unquote. My dad immediately knew something was off. So he told Lana's parents. To his surprise, they weren't alarmed at all and said that sort of thing happened all the time. When Lana was older, my dad asked her if Mr. Stan had ever acted inappropriately towards her during those visits, and her answer was definitely. I remember when my sister was in kindergarten and I was in grade 3, Mr. Stan's grandkids came to live with him. For reasons I mentioned earlier, my parents couldn't believe this was allowed by anyone, especially considering the allegations and neighborhood gossip around the man. His granddaughter was in the same kindergarten class as my own sister, and his grandson was my age. My mom told me that it was so disturbing to see that sweet little girl at school every day, knowing what might be going on behind closed doors. My parents have always had strong morals, particularly my dad. They would often talk about what they should do. They wanted to report Mr. Stan to the authorities before any harm could come to his grandchildren. My mom and dad knew that if they reported Mr. Stan, they'd be putting themselves at risk. The rest of the neighborhood was of no help at all. My mom said it was as if they were all hiding under rocks and turning a blind eye to what was happening. In the end, they decided the risk of being exposed to report Mr. Stan was worth it. They reported him to the principal at my elementary school, and the principal in turn called the ministry, who sent people to Mr. Stan's house for home visits and investigations. In the end, it was decided that the grandchildren needed to be removed from his home. My mom isn't sure how it happened, but somehow it was leaked that my parents were the ones who reported him. She thinks Lana's family may have had a hand in it. That's when the real fun began, as my mom put it. Mr. Stan was no longer friendly toward my family. No more waves, no more chit-chat. Instead, he would target my mom with his car if she was walking down the road alone, or scream obscenities at my dad. A few times he crossed the center line to scare us if we passed each other while driving. He told my dad that he'd ruined his life and that he was a terrible person. Thinking back on it now, that really makes my blood boil. My dad is one of the kindest and most considerate men I know. Mom was miserable and wanted to move, but Dad, unshakable as he is, said he wasn't in a hurry to do so. Mom told me it took 3 years of house hunting before she finally convinced him it was time to go. Only after all of this, when we had been living in our beautiful new home out in the country, did I finally start to uncover all the details of the story. Sadly, it does not end there. After we moved out, Lana and the other girls who were now grown up came forward to report Mr. Stan and what he had done. He was hauled into court for a second time, and this time there was no one to rat out to save himself. The testimony against him was building up. My parents followed the trial in the newspaper. They wanted to see him put away for all the terrible things he'd done. I have no memory of these proceedings, of course, and nobody wanted to explain it to me. I don't blame them. Mr. Stan was not only a former corrections officer, but he was also convicted. He knew he would not last long if he went to prison, so on a quiet morning, 1 week before his sentencing, he took a hunting rifle and blew his own head off. The folks who moved into Lana's house after her family left were walking their kids to school when they heard the shot ring out. Mom tells me the image of that scene still haunts her to this day. I think she imagines what it would have been like if it were her walking my sister and I to school in place of that other family. Maybe she was just disturbed to learn that Mr. Stan had a gun. I know it sounds harsh, but I'm glad he's dead. He can never hurt another person again. My own memories of this whole ordeal are far less interesting than the actual event, but one thing I do remember very clearly is being so afraid of Mr. Stan's house. I knew it was dangerous, though I didn't know exactly why. My sister and I only ever went to his house once. It was on Halloween. My parents decided it was okay for us to trick-or-treat at his house since they would be standing at the bottom of the stairs. I was very reluctant to go. My parents had to encourage me that it was okay. Mr. Stan's house was the only one that didn't need Halloween decorations to be scary. My sister and I cautiously climbed the stairs and rang the doorbell. Mr. Stan's wife opened the door and was very kind and gave us candy. I remember being so surprised that his wife was so nice. What I remember most is that for some reason I decided to look behind Miss Stan, and there was Mr. Stan, a beer-top belly sitting in his armchair watching TV. The room was completely dim except for a single lamp and the glow of the TV, and Mr. Stan didn't even look at us. I remember for years I wondered if that was just what bad men looked like. When I think about this story now, 11 years later, it really hits me how dark my neighborhood was under the surface. It's quite disturbing to me because my childhood was actually quite happy. I was too young to notice anything wrong, and I couldn't sense the tension my parents lived with every day. I didn't know how much potential danger my sister and I were in. All I knew were things like it was a beautiful day to play with my marbles and go out to the lake. Now that I think of it though, Mr. Stan may have been the reason my parents bought a copy of the You Can Say No book, a picture book that teaches children about safety around bad people. I think my parents handled the situation very well, honestly, and I'm thankful they were attentive and brave during the whole thing. The story could have gone very differently. When I think about our house in that old neighborhood, it's usually happy memories I think of first. My mom tells me that despite all the trouble they went through, neither she nor Dad regret the decisions they made. She left me with one last ominous message about the story. They say every neighborhood has a man just like that living there. Most of the time, we just don't know it so obviously. This happened when I was 14. I was home alone one weekend while my parents were at a work convention out of state. I was in my bedroom, playing Rocket League with two of my friends. To clarify, they weren't in the room with me. I was simply talking to them on my headset during the game. At some point, I thought I heard a thump from downstairs. That wasn't too unusual. I do have two cats who like to wrestle each other sometimes, and they often make a ton of noise while doing so. I assumed that must have been what it was, and resumed my game. I did turn down the volume, though, to hear if the noise would persist. 2 minutes later, I heard another thump, followed by what sounded like a grunt. "Hang on, guys, I think I hear something weird downstairs." They told me to go check it out, and they'd be there waiting when I got back. I began to make my way downstairs, thinking the cats must be wrestling much rougher than they usually do. As I got about halfway down, though, I froze. I could hear what sounded like men whispering to each other, coming from the living room. I crouched down to get a small peek inside, and saw 3 men dressed in all black. I felt my chest sink in when I saw them. I slowly crept back upstairs, and of course, just like in a typical horror film, the very last step made an enormous creak, and the entire house went silent. I knew that they must have just heard me. Thinking on my feet, I quietly went to my room, and through my headset, I told my friends that they needed to call 911 right now. There were 3 men inside my home, and I didn't have time to explain. I then threw my headset on the bed. I could hear footsteps coming up the stairs after me. I had to think fast. I knew that if I locked myself inside my room, they would immediately know where I was. I closed the door to my room and snuck over to my parents' room, leaving that door open so they wouldn't think to check it. I know the logic is flawed, but I had to think very fast. 5 seconds later, I heard a pair of heavy boots against the wooden floor, accompanied by 2 more sets. I heard them get louder as they came down the hall and stopped outside my closed bedroom door. I heard pounding on the door, followed by a deep voice calling out, "Open up, kid, before I take this door down!" I lost my nerve and made a rash decision. I made a break from my parents' bedroom window. I slid it open. I must have made a lot of noise while doing so, because I heard the footsteps immediately come charging toward my parents' bedroom. Now I looked over my shoulder and saw a dark figure in the doorway. "Get back here," the man yelled as he ran toward me. At this point, I tried jumping out the window, but the man grabbed onto one of my ankles. Luckily, I was able to move my feet and slip out of my shoes. I fell into the small roof above my back porch. The man at the window jumped out after me. I remember seeing a pair of boots coming right at me. I swear the man's feet would have gone right through me if I hadn't rolled off the roof at the last second. I landed awkwardly on my left ankle, but otherwise I was okay. During all the commotion, one of the men had ran downstairs to cut me off. Limping on one foot, I made it to the backyard gate before the man grabbed me and threw me to the ground. I tried to yell, but the man covered my mouth with his hand. The other two men climbed down from the window, and the three of them began to drag me back into the house. Before they could get me through the door, though, I heard the sound of police sirens closing in. The men all looked at each other before they dropped me and ran toward the back gate. I limped my way to the front door and yanked it open. I yelled at the officers that they were in the backyard. 3 of the officers ran towards that area, while another helped me to one of the police cars. They managed to catch one of the assailants, but the other 2 made it over the fence in time. They threw the man into one of the cruisers as I was giving my statement. Soon, the 2 friends I'd been playing with online pulled into the driveway on their bikes as well. They asked me if I was alright, and I thanked them for calling the cops for me. The man that was caught was charged with burglary and attempted kidnapping. Turns out they'd broken in through the basement window. I'm thankful I managed to escape with only a sprained ankle. My lesson to everyone listening is to always follow your gut and to never ignore any strange sounds you hear while home alone. Warning: this experience may not be appropriate for some viewers. Discretion is advised, as this one hits pretty close to the bone. This happened when I was a newlywed. My husband and I went to visit his mother in his rural family home. He said he was from a small town, but it was smaller than I ever imagined it could be. Another reason we headed back to his hometown was because his father was in the hospital. My sister-in-law was a student at the time, so she wasn't home to help. That left his mother essentially home alone. She didn't have a driver's license, so it made getting around the countryside very difficult. She could walk many places, and of course there were buses and taxis, but sometimes you just need a car, don't you? She needed a bunch of gardening supplies. We arrived in the area on the bullet train. My husband would drive his mom around in his father's car. I was planning on going with them, but I suffer from anemia, and I'd almost collapsed on the train. When my mother-in-law saw me, she said I looked too pale to go, and told me I would be better off if I stayed home and rested. I didn't really mind that idea. My husband's room had been left the way it was since he graduated from high school. Same bed, same desk, same everything. I climbed into bed and shut my eyes. Now, I should say that I'm a deep sleeper. I've experienced and slept through earthquakes and come out unscathed. That makes what happened truly shocking. There I was, sleeping soundly on my husband's childhood bed for a while. I began to suddenly feel slightly restless. I put it down to being asleep someplace different. You know, like when you miss the comfort of your own home, or you wake up in the middle of the night at a friend's place, and you're confused. I thought it was a bit like that. I also wasn't used to sleeping alone. When I sensed movement on the bed, I immediately thought that my husband must be back earlier than expected. I dreamily thought he saw me sleeping, and he must have felt like joining me. After a few moments, I felt like something was off though. He was a little more ambitious with what he thought he could get away with at his parents' own home than I thought he would be. I began to wake up more at that point, and I knew immediately something was wrong. I felt something moving beneath the covers, trying to pry at my skirt. I felt a hand parting my legs. I opened my eyes and threw off the covers, and saw there was a random old man on the bed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He saw I was awake, and immediately tried to overpower me. I want to feel what a city bitch's body is like. That's what this guy said as he tried to grab at my clothing. At first, I was speechless. I was in a stunned state. I couldn't believe this was happening. I couldn't scream right away, but my brain kicked into gear. I grabbed my phone off the bedside table and immediately dialed the number for the cops. I also kicked the old man with all my might. He went toppling off the bed and hit the wall. I took that as my chance and ran downstairs as fast as I could. I heard the old man cursing at me and saying something else disgusting as he climbed to his feet. I bolted out the front door and ran across the street, where I was immediately spotted by another old guy who was washing his car. I was screaming. It was all so horrible. I screamed at the old man for help, and then I just began to cry. The wife of the guy who was washing his car came out and ushered me into their home to take refuge while I waited for the police to arrive. While I was explaining the situation, my husband and mother-in-law returned home. I was telling the police everything through tear-filled eyes. That was when the old man who'd gotten into bed with me and tried to assault me emerged from the house and just walked off down the street as if nothing had happened. Didn't work out too well for him though, because he was instantly grabbed by the police. Now that my husband and his mother were back, they were able to tell me a few things about the old man. It turned out he lived just up the street on the opposite side. He was living with his two 40-something-year-old sons, who didn't work at all. He didn't work either. Apparently, he had a very young wife, but she didn't live with him anymore. Geez, I wonder why, huh? Turned out he was jealous of my husband and the life he had with me outside of this small town. He told police that because I was from the city and wearing different clothing, I was, quote, glamorous and looked easy to him. He told the police that when he'd broken in, he had committed no crime. He was simply trying to ascertain if I was a hooker or not. Naturally, he was taken away by the police immediately. We were planning on staying the night, but I didn't want to after that. I don't think I was being too difficult wanting to go home right then and there. Before leaving, my husband and his mother informed me that the old man was very important. He was a very important person in their town. I didn't care, though. What that man tried to do would have been irreversible. I was fully prepared to sue this man, but I was asked multiple times to find a more amicable resolution. They kept telling me they wanted a peaceful end to the matter. I was aghast. It wasn't as simple as that. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't get them to see that. In the end, there was no apology, no settlement, and no punishment for the old man. I cried myself to sleep that night. Is that just something that happens in small towns? I hope not. I want to acknowledge right from the start that I realize how dangerous a place like Craigslist can truly be. Even though there are tons of genuine and legitimate postings, I understand that it's still a hotbed of dangerous and horrible humans. I learned this for myself 10 years ago. Even back then, I knew that it wasn't the best place in the world, but I ignored all the horror stories. I honestly was having some pretty good luck on Craigslist. I was making a ton of money, doing side jobs from random postings. I've done everything, from pet sitting to picking up a pizza and delivering it to someone's house. My friends at the time called me crazy for doing all these side jobs, but I was addicted to the hustle. I guess I could say I was bringing home more money than most of my friends. Often the work was pretty easy, too. I continued answering the weird ads for several months. I even had my own special vetting process for identifying when postings weren't legitimate. I got myself a cheap track phone that I could use just in case I did deal with some kind of freak. That way they wouldn't have my real number. Like all good things, though, this hustle eventually came to an end. One day, I answered a posting that scared me a little too much, right from the beginning. I should have ignored the posting. It said something along the lines of a secretive gig for big cash. I don't remember exactly what the wording was, but I do remember that it specifically said big cash. This kind of strange wording is usually some creep on the internet looking for something dirty, if you catch my drift. Like I said, I had a vetting process though, so I wasn't going to pass up the chance for some big cash just in case this was legitimate. I clicked on the posting, and of course it was incredibly vague. I got in touch with the person who'd posted the job with my track phone. I was very surprised when a very pleasant woman answered the phone. She was so nice and polite and introduced herself as Lydia. She explained to me what the job was and explained why the posting was so vague. She had made the posting for her elderly grandfather, and he apparently wanted to maintain his privacy. He wanted someone to come over to his home and clean his guns for him. I told her I had no clue how to do something like that, but she told me he would be watching over me, making sure I did everything in the correct way. She told me that she didn't include that information in the ad because she didn't know if it was technically illegal to post about guns on Craigslist. I just want to say that for any gun people out there who may be losing their minds at this point, remember, I didn't know anything about guns at this time, and really I still don't know too much. I didn't know if you needed any sort of training to clean one, and I assumed since the owner would be there, everything would be fine. We agreed on the money. Lydia gave me the address and the day came. I made the drive to the address, given it was only 20 minutes away from my house, but it was still in a very secluded area. The house seemed old and beat up. I knocked on the door, and a very attractive woman answered. I pegged her to be somewhere in her early 20s or so. She introduced herself as Lydia. I could tell right away from her voice that it was the same woman I'd spoken to over on the phone. Just like on the phone, she was very polite and pleasant and guided me through the home. It was honestly a beautiful place. All throughout the house, it had that old-school wood finish, almost looked like a cabin on the inside. As we were walking through the kitchen, Lydia told me I could just throw my stuff on the counter and she would take me to her grandfather. Because she was so bubbly and very chipper, I felt very comfortable and at ease. Without even thinking, I threw my purse right on the counter and continued to follow her down the hall. In the back of her house was a small room filled with all sorts of amazing war memorabilia. It was clear this guy must be a very decorated veteran. While I was looking at all the awards this man had, I heard a loud slam behind me. Lydia slammed the door to the small room and stood in front of the doorway. Next to her was a taller man, and unlike Lydia, he was not good looking at all. His face was dirty, and his hair had that perpetually wet look. Even though it was clearly not wet, I would have to say he was most likely in his early 20s. Realizing the situation I was in was not good, I put up my hands in defense. It didn't matter though. Lydia suddenly charged at me and threw me to the wooden floor. I could see the long legs of the man still standing in the doorway. As I laid on the floor, Lydia began to kick me in the ribs. I remember wanting to fight back, but my body just wouldn't move. Eventually the kicking stopped. I could feel Lydia's face get close to mine, and she whispered something like, "If you even try to get up, my boyfriend will put you down for good." I stayed on the floor and listened as this Lydia and the tall man left the room. They scurried around the house a little bit, and then after a few minutes I heard 2 car doors shut. Apparently they peeled away. Figuring it must have been Lydia and her boyfriend who left, I tried to get up off the ground and made my way to the kitchen. My purse that I set on the counter was now gone. That's where I'd had my phone and keys. I looked out the window and saw that my car was also gone. The car that drove out of there was my car. I was freaking out on the inside, but I was trying to keep a level head. I started walking down the road until I reached an old man selling vegetables from a farm stand outside of his house. The man could not have been more of a sweetheart. He gave me food and water, and we called the police together. I reported everything with as much detail as I could. The police found my car about 20 miles away from where this all took place. All the windows were broken out, and the inside of the vehicle was completely slashed and destroyed. Thankfully, my purse was left behind with my ID, but all the money had been stolen. It really wasn't a lot. Turns out I got lucky with the police actually being able to solve this case. Lydia did a great job covering her tracks on Craigslist and making it seem like she was just a shadow. Fortunately for me though, she was also somehow simultaneously a complete moron because she lured me into her actual grandfather's home. He was actually living in Florida for the season, so the house was vacant. Lydia and her boyfriend robbed the house and intended to lure someone there and steal their car. Why they ditched the car so close to the home, I have no idea. They ended up finding this Lydia in a hotel about an hour away from home. She was alone, and from what I understand, she never told the cops who the man was or where he went. In case it wasn't obvious, this was the last job I ever took on Craigslist, and I advise anyone reading this to please be very careful if you do so. When I was in high school, I lived in a 100-plus-year-old house that belonged to the very first mayor of my town, actually. The house had many occupants over the years and had been added on to and renovated many times as well. There was an exceptional amount of creepy shit that went on when I lived there, but this by far stands out in my goosebumps. I was home alone on a regular school night. My mom worked 2 jobs to help support us, so she wasn't home at the time. It was just me and my cat Kringle. About an hour, I'd say, before this event occurred, I'd been in the back dining room walking around, talking on the phone with my girlfriend, and then another friend of mine after. My mom and I barely went into the dining room, because it was really just a nice room for show. The room otherwise went completely untouched, especially the dining room table and chairs. Fast forward a bit, I was now down in our den doing some homework. The house was dead quiet, when all of a sudden, out of the pure silence, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved around. The house had old hardwood floors, so you could easily make out the screeching. It kept going for 2 minutes or so. I was frozen. My first 2 thoughts were that A, someone was breaking into the house, or B, the cat back there was really fucking around. I realized, however, that B was not an option. I looked down next to my feet and saw the cat was standing up wide-eyed, looking down the hallway that connected my living room to my dining room. I got up slowly, grabbed my pocket knife, and crept toward the back area. My heart was really pounding. I couldn't even breathe. The air got cold, and I had weird chills all over my body. I wanted to turn back and run so much, but something kept propelling me forward. I turned around the corner, and what I saw there I will never forget. When you turn the corner in my old house, you can immediately see the dining room table facing you long ways. Need I remind you that I had just been back there, so everything had been untouched from how it originally was? Well, when I turned that corner, every single chair had been turned around and pulled forward to face my direction, then organized into a single file line. I was so spooked out that I bolted, Kringle still in hand, and ran outside. I called my mom and told her I wasn't going back in there until she got back home. I want you to tell me that ghosts aren't real after that. I frickin' dare you. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.